Over about 3,300 units now, 170 million of assets under management. And all this really became possible because through the Cardone group.
I've gone from 10 million in assets when I started this to 50 million in assets under management. And now my mindset shift to this by doing a deal that is gonna double my whole portfolio.
Before Grant Cardone, I had 3 single-family rentals. Next week will be a full year. I'll have 568 total doors.
I have gone from just single-family homes to now looking at 2,951 storage units, and I couldn't be happier.
So before I met Grant Cardone in 2022, I had been investing in single-family homes and flip properties. I am now a passive investor in almost 500 doors.
I was doing, like single units, 4plexes, maybe an 8plex here. And I've actually closed on a 50-unit deal, almost an $8 million deal.
Before I met Grant Cardone, I had about 12 Airbnbs doing about $20,000 a month. Time to right now, I went from 12 units to 800 units. I've tripled my income and I've more than doubled my net worth.
Prior to 10X, I was a licensed hairstylist, $30,000 a year. Now I'm a full-time real estate investor. I make $50,000 to $100,000 a month.
We went from one property to approximately 330 doors in a matter of 3 months.
I started out with like 7 doors, which was all single families. So have a little bit over about 3,300 units now, 170 million of assets under management. And all this really became possible because through the Cardone group.
I've gone from 10 million in assets when I started this to 50 million in assets under management. And now my mindset shift to this by doing a deal that is gonna double my whole portfolio.
Before Grant Cardone, I had 3 single-family rentals. Next week will be a full year. I'll have 568 total doors.
I have gone from just single-family homes to now looking at 2,951 storage units, and I couldn't be happier.
So before I met Grant Cardone in 2022, I had been investing in single-family homes and flip properties. I am now a passive investor in almost 500 doors.
I was doing, like single units, 4plexes, maybe an 8plex here. And I've actually closed on a 50-unit deal, almost an $8 million deal.
Before I met Grant Cardone, I had about 12 Airbnbs doing about $20,000 a month. Time to right now, I went from 12 units to 800 units. I've tripled my income and I've more than doubled my net worth.
Prior to 10X, I was a licensed hairstylist, $30,000 a year. Now I'm a full-time real estate investor. I make $50,000 to $100,000 a month.
We went from one property to approximately 330 doors in a matter of 3 months.
I started out with like 7 doors, which was all single families. So have a little bit over about 3,300 units now, 170 million of assets under management. And all this really became possible because through the Cardone group.
I've gone from 10 million in assets when I started this to 50 million in assets under management. And now my mindset shift to this by doing a deal that is gonna double my whole portfolio.
Before Grant Cardone, I had 3 single-family rentals. Next week will be a full year. I'll have 568 total doors.
I have gone from just single-family homes to now looking at 2,951 storage units, and I couldn't be happier.
So before I met Grant Cardone in 2022, I had been investing in single-family homes and flip properties. I am now a passive investor in almost 500 doors.
I was doing, like single units, 4plexes, maybe an 8plex here. And I've actually closed on a 50-unit deal, almost an $8 million deal.
Before I met Grant Cardone, I had about 12 Airbnbs doing about $20,000 a month. Time to right now, I went from 12 units to 800 units. I've tripled my income and I've more than doubled my net worth.
Prior to 10X, I was a licensed hairstylist, $30,000 a year. Now I'm a full-time real estate investor. I make $50,000 to $100,000 a month.
We went from one property to approximately 330 doors in a matter of 3 months.
I started out with like 7 doors, which was all single families. So have a little bit over about 3,300 units now, 170 million of assets under management. And all this really became possible because through the Cardone group.
I've gone from 10 million in assets when I started this to 50 million in assets under management. And now my mindset shift to this by doing a deal that is gonna double my whole portfolio.
Before Grant Cardone, I had 3 single-family rentals. Next week it'll be a full year. I'll have 568 total doors.
I have gone from just single family homes to now looking at 2,951 storage units, and I couldn't be happier.
So before I met Grant Cardone in 2022, I had been investing in single family homes and flip properties. I am now a passive investor in almost 500 doors.
I was doing, like single units, 4plexes, maybe an 8plex here, and
Hey, welcome to everyone to Real Estate Interactive. You guys are going to in for a treat for the next 2 days. We're going to be talking about how to buy it, how to find it, how to fund it. In the room with us right now are actually people that are doing deals with us, and we'll be talking more about those people today. I don't know if you can pan over here to our esteemed ballers in the room. And we have a deal, like you did a deal last week in Dallas, right? For $18 million?
$16 million plus another $2 million of CapEx.
Yeah, fantastic. $18 million deal. 88, 89 build?
Actually, 72.
72 build, okay. She paid $88,000 a door?
About $88,000 a door, yeah.
Yeah, and the rents are $1,100, $1,200. She thinks there's upside, but everybody believes there's upside in their rents. Typically, I'm going to raise those rents. Maybe, maybe not. Today, we're going to be showing you where to look, how to find a deal. If you got bad credit, no money, don't worry, we got you handled. There's going to be a number of things that we cover today, and I promise you today and tomorrow, 11 a.m. today till about 2 o'clock, and then 11 a.m. tomorrow till about 2 o'clock. If you give yourself 4 hours to pay attention, get a workbook, get something to take notes in. In fact, we should have given you a book to download. Make sure you download that book because the changes that you make in it, it'll look like this if you had it printed, but it's going to look like a digital product. It just sits on their platform, right? A PDF. And so that's where you can take notes in your book. Hopefully we get all your questions answered. There's a number of you here that are VIP. How do people get to be VIP if they choose to be? Is there a way to do that still?
Yeah, they have an invitation in their email to join.
There's an invitation in your email to be VIP. Have a number of my staff here to support you today with your questions. We have phones open. If you have questions, you need to talk to somebody, you got a problem, 310-777-0255, 310-777-0255. We're here to support you, help you, answer all your questions. If you're having struggles or problems listening, hearing, seeing, or downloading your book or finding the information, all you got to do is call the office, 310-777-0255. Please keep the chat open to the positive. If you're going to go negative in this chat and just be a troll, man, I don't want you here. Okay, I'm just telling you right now, I'd rather send your money back, get you out of here, move on. I want to be around positive people that are looking for ways to find deals. I will answer every question you have. I don't care if you have bad credit, no credit, you just got out of jail. I can show you how to buy real estate in this country. Okay, it's available for you. Make sure you download your workbook. I don't know why I'm looking at this right now. Make sure you download your workbook to save your changes. I think I covered that. What we're going to be covering today is now how to buy. It's supposed to say how to buy, not now to buy. That's me writing. Now to buy, or how to buy with no money. Okay, number 2, how to buy with bad credit. I just want to be sure everybody gets covered in here. If you have good credit and $1 million, it makes it even easier, but I'm telling you, no money and no credit is not the reason not to be buying real estate. How to buy it with bad credit, no credit, how to use seller financing we'll be talking about today and tomorrow, how to set up your LLC or your organizational papers, how to raise money, how to find deals, fund deals, get debt on deals. Why, I wonder?
Deal Finder.
Okay, good for them, okay? Yeah, how to find deals in your market, okay? Whether you live in Hawaii, you live in Singapore, there's deals in your market, and there's a number of different ways to find them. There's a bunch of different resources out there to find them. You don't have to pay for these resources, by the way. I can show you resources where you could pay, and I can show you ways that you can go find real estate in your market without ever paying a penny. So there's no excuses, okay? I want you to take this down on your notes page. If you're taking notes today, we got to tap to start, Real Estate Interactive. Okay, here's the deal about real estate. There's no excuses in this game. you're broke, you're broke, you're black, you're brown, you're white, you're female, you're poverty, you're uneducated, you're not connected to a country club, you're blind, you're handicapped, crippled, in a wheelchair. I don't care what your damn excuse is. That ain't an excuse in real estate. Real estate is for everyone. You live in it, you use it, you drive by it. Like it's 2,000 years, people with low IQs have been buying real estate and getting rich with it. You don't have a big high IQ. If you're not a 140 like I am, yeah, I'm smart, okay? If you don't have all that going for you and you're not connected and you don't know anything, just understand this. You live, wherever you live today, you're in real estate right now. It is the easiest, most common, traditional, long-standing platform ever used on planet Earth to create wealth. Nothing has created more wealth than real estate investing. A gentleman that's worth $12 billion texted me last night, and what you'll find about this is I'm always not teaching, but more than anything, I'm sharing with you as a practitioner. Big difference between a teacher and a practitioner. A practitioner is someone that does something and shares it, and a teacher is someone that probably doesn't do anything anymore, but talks about it and teaches it. This guy hit me last night, $12 billion. Listen to this. Dude, he's 80 years old. Dude, do not, he's a surfer, by the way. Amazing. Do not assume that at least 20% of your serious buyers, like me, don't fully appreciate the tax advantages that come from real estate investing like you're doing that are embedded into this novel transaction, okay? A novel transaction, okay? He's talking about how can you take money. Now, this guy that's worth $12 billion that has no real estate investments, that's starting to look at what I'm doing. We've been friends for, 12, 13, 14 years. And he's like, he's now understanding what I'm doing with real estate. He's just been kind of watching me from a distance. And he's like, you have a novel. I don't know if you look up the word novel, but it probably means long-term. Let me just look it up right now so I'm not operating with, is it unique?
Yeah, so novel means like the definition he's talking about is that,
he said,
new or unusual in an interesting way.
A new or unusual and interesting way is what it says, okay? Oh, novel, not novel, the book.
Right.
Okay, but a novel, an unusual way. Now, I'm gonna tell you what's most unusual about real estate is it's actually not a new thing at all. It's been around since, Adam and Eve were, they were looking for, they did the apple thing and then they were looking for shelter, okay? And I don't know when the cigarette came along, but it was like, let's do the nasty and then let's get out of the rain here, okay? Everybody wants shelter is my point. People have to have a place to stay. This has gone since the beginning of time. When the Persians were crossing, the deserts and, taking over land, they were trying to expand their empire and their villages, and then they need shelter, okay? Shelter is where money follows. It's where people go. So it's not a novel thing like it's new, but it's novel because he's saying, man, you got some things embedded in your real estate. Number one is cash flow. He goes on to tell me in this note, he's like, what you're doing for people. He's like, not everybody's going to get access to Wall Street. This guy's sold 4 or 5 companies now to Wall Street and made billions of dollars. He says to me right here, do not assume that at least 20% of your serious buyers appreciate the tax advantages that come from real estate, okay? We get depreciation or tax advantages. There is no other platform in the world, and this is worldwide, by the way. If you're in Singapore, those tax advantages actually exist there as well. And a lot of people don't appreciate this. But when you buy, let's say, a $270,000 house, and you buy a $270,000 rental, we're going to have a house right here, and we're going to have the rental right here. This house right here is written off over, first of all, it doesn't cash flow. You have to cash flow it. That's a negative cash flow. The house, this is a house. One house, single family home. And let's say this is 4 units down here, and it's $270,000. You're like, I can't buy 4 units for $270,000. I could show you 100 deals that are 270,000 and 4 units. I'm not saying you want to buy them, but I'm just saying I can show them to you. Don't tell me they're not out there. You're just not looking for them, okay? Watch this house. I write this house over 27 years. I write it down. I can write off $10,000 a year in depreciation, and I get to write off up to $750,000 worth of interest. I'm sorry, interest on up to $750,000. So if I got a loan on 270 and the interest rate is 5%, I can write off another $13,000 a year. Now let's go to the second option. This investment right here that my friend Bob's telling me. First of all, I can write off almost probably $200,000 of that deal in year one. I think 60% of it this year, and the 30% next year, and then the remaining 10% in 3 years. A house, 27 years. This piece of property with 4 units, I can probably write off the entire amount within the first 2 or 3 years. Big write-offs. Number 2 is it cash flows, okay? This property is going to pay me 4 times, let's say $1,200 a month, $4,800. This place right here is going to cost me $4,800 a month. This place is going to pay me $4,800 a month. We're going to show you where to find deals, okay? I just got to get your head wrapped around what are you looking at every day? Because if you're going to leave here today and you're going to go look at cryptos and Solana and XRP and Bitcoin and gold and silver and ETFs and mutual funds and try to invest in NVIDIA and then shop real estate in your market, you're not going to do anything. You're not going to do anything, okay? Because you're going to be confused about the marketplace. So my friend Bob's basically saying to me and to you today, hey, what you're doing for people, what you're doing for the broad public, he says, is a true service. So congratulations for being here today. What do you got? You ready for me to go? Yeah. Okay, okay. We're waiting for a few more people to load up right now, but we'll be answering your questions. If you want to go VIP, how do they do that?
/VIP.
Go grantcardone.com/VIP. Yep. You sure? You want to check it and see if it works? Yes. grantcardone.com/VIP, because what will happen, every 30 or 40 minutes, I'll take a break. We'll break you up into sections, okay? You're going to do, huh?
We're going to give them exercises.
We're going to give them exercises.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's Jared Glantbot right there. I don't know if you guys got a shot on Jared over there. They got a little camera there for him to see. And we're going to get you through this workbook, and then once you get the answers, we're going to actually give you a chance to ask questions in the VIP session. That's where we'll be taking your questions for. Also at lunch, we have a lunch break. We just roll through.
We'll see how we do.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll take a little bit and let them go grab something.
You guys can always grab something to eat. Kids, if you got kids right now, either bring them in to watch and tell them to shut up and listen, or tell them to stay out of your room for the next 3 or 4 hours, okay? Try to stay focused on the information I'm about to give you, because I promise you, okay, I'll promise you, I will give you $10 million worth of advice in the next 4 hours, okay? Don't come here looking for 297. Come here looking for 10 million. You got to change your view about what you're looking for. What you look for is what you get, okay? If you look for a red car, you'll see a red car. If you're not looking, you're not going to see anything. You're just going to see cars, no colors. But if you're looking for a red four-door truck, F-150 or F-450, you will actually see diesel, okay, with a scratch on the right rear quarter, you will actually see what you're looking for. Today, you need to look for $10 million. Okay, let's go find 10 deals, each that pay you $1 million in 2025. The time's perfect. The real estate's out there. The correction's in place. We have the right people in DC that are pro real estate. Your time is right now, but you need to leave here with a lot of confidence that real estate is your asset class, okay? Now, if we can go to my computer real quick, I just want to show you guys about the number of assets available. This is a
listing site.
Listing site called LoopNet. It's free, costs you nothing. It's mostly junk here, just so you know. This is not the best real estate in the country. This is junk, okay? But it does give you access to names. And in real estate, names and relationships precede the real estate. That is, I need a broker to talk to. I need somebody that I can access. So I could take any random piece of real estate right here and watch what I get out of it. I'm gonna click one of these. I just click on it. It's in Buffalo, like random, okay? There's 500 different listings in here right now. Let me see, Jared, will it tell me how many I have here exactly?
It's more than that.
Okay. Oops. Let's see here. Okay, there it is. Here's one. $1.3 million. This is a Fannie Mae approved deal right here. I could get a loan from Fannie Mae on this deal.
I'm trying to go into exact.
Now this isn't going to open up. Is that right?
Problem is, it's not gonna let you in because if you're
Okay. Yeah, there you go. $130,000 a unit in Washington, D.C. 10 units, 130 grand a unit. You guys all out there saying, I can't find any real estate? See, guys, what we got to do in the future? Click it, test it. Move through it so that it opens. Because right now I got this drag. So, see, the beautiful thing about real estate is you get to actually see it, okay? It's not like you got to trust anybody. You don't have to trust people in real estate. You'll be like, click it, look at it, where is it, go drive by it. This is saying I can build a 10-unit deal. Now, I'm not a builder, so guess what I do? I just go next, because I'm not a builder, and I strongly suggest that you don't try to be a builder, okay? What you want to be in real estate, ultimately, in all of investing, if we can clean this board, guys, it'd be nice. So it's just got a bunch of stuff on it. What you want to be in real estate is the investor, not the builder, not the contractor, not the guy throwing cement. You want to be an investor in real estate, not the manager, not picking up the checks. At the end of the day, your goal is to be an investor. By the way, in all of, Johnny, I don't know if you have that graphic, Johnny, of the employee student, the caveman evolution, okay? In all of investing, this is the wealth evolution. You start as a kid, everybody does. Then you become a student, everybody does, by the way. Then you become a part-time employee, everybody does, unfortunately. Then you become a full-time employee, a manager, hopefully. This is where people stop growing. They don't become a manager. They don't become an executive. They never become a partner. They never become a CEO, or worse, you become a manager, an executive, partner, or CEO, and you stop there. But you shouldn't stop there. The evolution is investor. You want to be an investor, and then you want to figure out how to create so much wealth that you can actually give it away and start this loop over, okay? Stay like a kid, be a student forever, have part-time and full-time work, manage all the activities, especially yourself, become an executive, a boss of your business. Doesn't mean you need to be the boss in the business. It means you need to be the boss of your 36 inches, okay? Become a partner with others. Become a CEO, a chief executive officer of your kids, your house, your finances, your budget. You don't need to run a company, folks. Most people shouldn't run a company because they can't even run their lives. Then become an investor. How many times can you repeat that activity so that you can give all your money away? Okay, now back to my map. I'm going through this. I'm looking for deals, okay? Here's a deal in Miami right now. $2.7 million. Oh, this is a cute little deal. I didn't even know this existed, okay? A 7 cap rate. Now, what does that mean? Okay, I'm just giving you some data right now while everybody loads up. Okay, just give me something to wipe this off with. A 7 cap rate. What does that mean? Okay, remember today we're slowing everything down so you guys can walk away with $10 million worth of information. And yeah, I need something to
spray it.
Yeah, maybe spray it. 7% means if I paid cash for the asset, I would earn 7% on my money. So if I found a $1 million asset, you're like, how am I going to buy a $1 million asset? Don't worry about it. I got you, and I'm going to show you how to do that. It would pay you $70,000 a year in cash flow. No debt, okay? Anytime you see a cap rate, understand that you're paying cash. The cap rate is the way to tell the investor what the return on that investment's going to be. So if I'm paying $1 million, I'm going to earn 70 grand. Okay? So close, man. Okay, let me go on my Instagram. Tell people to come join me right now. All right? Okay. Me and Jared have a little bet over here on this.
Yeah, that's what I told
you. Okay. $70,000 on $1 million worth of income. So I'm going to have you do a little drill right here. Okay. I gave you the math. The real estate is $3.1 million. Take your phone out, $3.1 million. You'll be doing this all day. Get a calculator and a piece of paper. The real estate is $3.1 million, and the cap rate is They said it's a 6.25 cap rate. What is the return to the investor? Okay, and Raisel's asking, how do you know your exit cap rate? Okay, I'll talk about exit cap rates. Let's talk about the entry first. You found something on LoopNet. The only thing valuable on LoopNet is you get to look at deals, okay? And one other thing, there's a guy's name on here. And 99% of the time, by the way, it's going to be a Robert, a Kevin, a John,
David,
a Mike, of a white name. It's going to be a white name, okay? I'm just telling you, this is a white man's game. Unfortunately, it's a white man's game. So whatever, if you got to change your name to Robert or Ralph right now, it would benefit you. If you're a woman, if you're another ethnic group, you got to figure out, you got to just understand and confront, this is right now a white man's game. Above 45 years old, he probably drinks, fishes, and hunts. He's got a couple of kids. It's just the way it is. And you got to learn how to talk the way they talk if you want to crack the code on this game. Now, if you're going to just sit back and complain that the game is fixed, guess what? The game will always be fixed against you. I grew up in Lake Charles, Louisiana, in the bayous, without a dad, no connections, no money, and no credit. And when I quit whining about my situation, I started buying real estate. I was not able to buy it until I quit whining and making excuses. I wasn't in the club. I didn't talk like they talked. I didn't have the connection, okay? I wasn't part of the country club. I was on the outside. And we lived on the wrong side of the track, so I got every excuse not to have $5 billion worth of real estate. And by the way, I'm not actually bragging about $5 billion. I should have $50 billion right now. If I didn't know what I knew today, somebody said $193,750. Is that the right answer?
If you paid cash, yeah.
Okay, good. The cap rate is always based on, I gave you guys enough time to do that. The cap rate is always based on you paying cash, always. Okay, this is $193,000 worth of free cash flow. Now, let's do it the other way. Let's see how good you guys are, okay? You found a piece of data that says the property is a 6.25 cap rate, but they didn't tell you what the price was. But they told you that the NOI is $210,000. What is the price of the real estate? Boom! Julie's like, I'm all over it. 3.261, is that right? 3.2?
3.3.
Okay, now, so you take LoopNet. LoopNet is just a source of data, okay? Like CoStar is a source of data, okay? Completely overpriced mechanism. I don't know, we spent $150,000 over there.
CoStar?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, why'd they shut me down? Because they competition. They don't want any competition, okay? So if I know it's a 6.25 cap rate, okay? Now I'm gonna change this to a 5% cap rate because you're in Miami. And it's still the same NOI. By the way, you should not trust any of this information. It just gets you started, okay? So I'm looking at a deal. I'm spending 2 hours a day every day. By the way, highly recommended. Spend at least 2 hours looking at deals every day. It's not a lot of work. It's easier than a workout. You should do a workout and look at deals, okay? But it's a 5% cap rate and the NOI is 210. What's the price? They expect, because it's not on the sheet of paper, I got to call the broker. The broker won't call me back. I don't know how much it is. Do the math.
$4.2 million.
$4.2 million. Okay, is that right?
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to check it myself because I don't trust Julie yet. Shouldn't trust anybody. Okay, you should trust everybody's math to be wrong. So I take it, do it myself, 210, and I'm going to take the 210 and divide by 0.05. And boom, we got the same answer. Me and Julie are on the same page, and now we can trust one another. This is what I would do. I'd find a deal. When I use the word deal, I'm talking about a piece of real estate, an opportunity. Okay, the second thing I'm going to do is call the broker. In this case, let's see this deal in Miami. I'm going to scramble down here. I'm quickly consuming information. 12 units. What am I looking for? I'm not looking for 12 units. I'm looking for 200 or more. But Let's say I'm a guy looking for 12, bang, there's my 12 units. You're gonna know, I'm gonna show you how to find out what you're looking for. You're gonna have a specific parameter of deals, deal size, location, marketplace, rents, probably the age, probably like a B or C property. I don't know. We're going to get you on a category that you're going to be focused on, and then you're going to be like, you're searching. This fulfills it, okay? It's like you're looking for a guy. I'm looking for a bald-headed man about how tall are you? 6'3". I'm looking for a bald-headed man about 6'3" to single. Boom, I see Dave. I'm like, oh man, he's an attractive man. He's exactly what I was looking for. And then I find out he's married. I'm like, okay, you got to move on because he's not the right fit for me, okay? You with me? All right, don't get weird. All right, so you got 12 units. I'm collecting data here. It says 229,000 a unit. It says a 7 cap in Miami. The next thing I'm gonna do is go down here to the bottom and I'm gonna be like, who's got my money? Who's got my deal? Okay, it's gonna go like this. Find a piece of real estate. Second thing you're gonna do is contact a broker. Okay, and let's see what this guy's number is. Okay, let's see here, let's see. I'm gonna now pick up the phone. If you guys want me to call him, just put in the chat, call him, okay? Call him, okay, let's see. 305, oh yeah, they said 30, call him. This is a practitioner, this is what a practitioner does. A teacher would tell you what to say. Well, a teacher probably wouldn't even talk about this part of it.
Calling Gridline Properties.
Gridline Properties.
Is currently closed. We are open from 9 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. If you are calling outside of our business hours or on a holiday, please leave a detailed message with your name, contact information, and the reason for your call. We will get back to you as soon as we return. Thank you for choosing Gridline Properties. We look forward to assisting you.
This is the biggest problem in real estate is talking to numbnuts.
Thank you for calling Cardone Properties. We're unavailable at the moment. Please leave your name, number, and your message, and we will call you back as soon as possible. Thank you.
Please leave a message after the tone.
They got that part figured out. Bro, y'all got your messaging figured out. We're not working. We're not on today. If you're a holiday, I mean, y'all got this part figured out, Ernie. Give me a call. I'm calling about your 12 units in Miami. I'm doing some development down there in the same marketplace around 65th Street. If you could get back to work, Ernie. That's why we're losing this country to immigrants, because they come here, they work 7 days a week. Call me back at this number. I appreciate it. I'm trying to buy some real estate this weekend and feed my family. Okay. Number one problem in real estate is finding a deal because you can't find anybody to talk to. Okay. So this is what's going to happen to you. This is what's going to happen to you. Okay. When you're out there, you're not going to be able to talk to anybody. And this is why I'm telling you, because you can't talk to anybody, what you're going to do is not be crippled and make an excuse. So I have to learn how to work deals without having contact or all the data. So when you guys when you say, I don't know what they want, good, figure it out. You got to work, you're like a detective, okay? You're trying to figure out what you can figure out, and while you're doing that, you're building a network. Okay, now why am I talking to you about this right now? You're like, what are you trying to teach me right now? I'm teaching you a sequence. Find something to call somebody about and then underwrite it. Right? Now, if I like this deal, cool, but I'm not really trying to do that. I'm trying to build a network, okay? See, I got an idea. My idea, Grant Cardone, he's 28 years old. I'm like, I'm going to get 100 units. I don't have any money. I don't have any credit. Quit talking about what you don't have. What do you have? I got this little freaking heart pumping inside my chest. It's bigger than I am. It's like pumping, like, let's get rich, son. I'm 28 years old. No money, no credit, no knowledge, no connections, nothing. Quit looking at what you don't have. Because even if you had $1 million, you're going to find out you can't buy the deal you want. If you have $10 million, you're going to find out I don't have the money to get the deals I want. If you have $100 million, you're going to be like, oh, I want $1 billion deal and I don't have enough money to buy the deals I want. No matter where you're at, you're not going to have the money, you're not going to have the credit, and you're not going to have the connections. What do you have? You need this. You need a commitment So at 28 years old, while all my buddies were going on vacations and they were going skiing in Aspen like they are this weekend, and they're going off here and doing this and they're buying a car and they're shopping Rolexes, I was doing one thing on the weekends, shopping real estate. Literally been doing that for now 35 years. I shop real estate constantly, always looking at it. Whatever I'm studying, I am studying. Whatever I'm trying to get good at, the vehicle I'm trying to get good at, I'm gonna put myself in the driver's seat and figure out how to drive this thing and move it around. Starts with finding deals though, okay? That starts with a commitment to studying one thing. Now, you guys all got the real estate master class, okay? Right? You should have already been in this. 16 hours, you cannot finish this. It's impossible to finish this. This is not something you finish because every time you wrap through it, it's 16 hours of high-level content. It's called a master class on real estate. The moment you finish it and then you start searching stuff on the internet, the next time when you roll back through this information, you're a different person. If you were not a different person the second time you go through, well, guess what? You'll be hearing the same information over. But because the information changed you and you start using it, the second time you go through it, you're gonna be like, oh shit, I see what he's saying now. Because you have new data, you change. So strongly recommend you guys get on this right away. If you haven't already started on this, this is not something you finish. This is something you will use many, many times over, okay? So that when you're looking at this data, for instance, look at how much data I have while little Ernie takes a break. It says I got a B-class building. They're $229 a door. Per door price is very important. I want to know that. It says it's a 7 cap. 12 units, low rise. Oh, wow, what's a low rise? I got low rise, I got high rise. I thought this was a pair of blue jeans, okay? I got lot size, 1/3 of an acre. I got a building size, 8,300 units. So how big are the units? If I asked you how big are the units, you're gonna be like, I don't know how big the units are. 8,340 divided by 12, and the units are $700 a square foot. This doesn't work, guys. Killing me. Killing me, guys. Oh my God, nothing works. 8340, okay?
Just had to hit the on button there.
Yeah, I know I did, but here. Divided by 12. Yeah, we got 700 square foot units, okay? Now, how much are they a unit? It was built in 1968. Now, why do I want to know when it was built? Because that's pretty cool, bro. It's been there 60 years earning income. 60 years from now, this piece of real estate will still be in Miami. So you know what they've been talking about in Miami for 60 years? Floods. Oh my God, Miami's gonna be underwater. For 60 years, somebody has paid rent at that building. And let me just go here. Oh, I can even see it on a map. Is that cool or what? Let's see if I can zoom in here. It's in Little Havana. Okay, now what do I know about Little Havana? I'm probably gonna need somebody there managing the real estate that's Spanish. So if you speak English and you're trying to buy real estate where most of your tenants are gonna be Spanish, you already got a problem. You're gonna go down there and the guy, give me some Spanish for I can't pay. How do I say I can't pay? Huh? Huh?
No puedo pagar.
Give me the money, bro. See, I don't know what you're talking about, dude, okay? How do you say, I'm a crack addict in Spanish? You see? And I'm like, oh, you want to pay? Okay. All right, so see, this is the property. It's right next to the I-95. I don't know, is that good or bad? I don't know. I don't know this market, okay?
Can I say one thing real quick?
Please, Jared.
So I'm just seeing a lot of people in the chat going, man, this is going so fast and there's so much to learn here and I don't know a lot of these words like the point Grant's trying to make here with these other things and resources that you guys have is that like you have to take time to like understand what the definitions are. Like look up cap rate, look up NOI. Understand when LoopNet has a listing like Grant just went through, like the key things that it's showing there are all the key important terms that you need to get familiar with: price per unit, NOI, cap rate, insurance, expenses, like occupancy. These are all the main terms that you guys are gonna.
But you just need to go back to this right now. Oh my God, I don't know anything. All you need to know right now, before you guys get overcomplicated anything, I'm hitting you with a bunch for a reason right now. This is all you need right now. You need a commitment. When you're confused, just get committed. Okay, that's all you have to do. Like when I was starting this game, I knew nothing. And I would always go back to, I'm gonna learn this. And this is what I'm telling you right now. This is so simple. This is not complicated. If it's hitting you and going over your head right now, like Jared's talking, if it's hitting you and you're overwhelmed, it's just because you're getting hit with some terms that you don't know. I am going to help you walk through all these terms. Now, if I could be with you every day, it would be beneficial, Pauline, so that I can support you get through what you don't know. You guys don't worry about what you don't know right now. Worry about what you think you know. Okay, so, oh my God, I don't understand. No, worry about what you think you know to be true about real estate investing. This is simple. Just go back to a commitment. I'm gonna look at real estate. I'm not gonna look at one deal. I'm gonna probably look at 100. And over 100, I'm gonna learn the game. All right, all I'm doing right now is showing you how easy it is with no money for me to sit at my house and look at hundreds of billions, trillions of dollars worth of real estate. There are 300, just to show you how big this opportunity is, $350 trillion worth of real estate on planet Earth. That is the size of the asset class. I think that's the right number of zeros. I'm not sure. Is it too many? No. Dude, get any percent of this and you're rich. Any percent. Any tiny. You're talking about 1/8 of a 1/3 of a quadrillion. Any tiny fraction of this is massive. Now, if you're not looking at that and all you're looking at is this, which is what the banks and your mommy and daddy taught you to buy, okay, we're gonna call this, y'all even learned how to do this since college, didn't you? Okay, you got a little path there and you got a little car and you got 2 little kids over here, okay? And this is called the American dream. See, if you're looking for this one house, you're not gonna find these $350 trillion worth of opportunities. Because I'm not talking about a single family home today. I'm talking about how you can get cash flow, tax depreciation, leverage, buy real estate without a credit score, and not have any income and still buy real estate. And we're gonna walk you through how you can do that. Where you're starting today, hey, don't blame me. Don't blame me because you don't know anything. I'm showing you how to know it, okay? You basically go to this free source, a LoopNet, a Crexi, a deal finder like we have, where you can see deals and problems. Like you're not gonna see deals and problem here, okay? I'm just gonna roll through this. Look at this deal right here in Buffalo, New York, 11 units. 11 units, what do we know about this 11 units in Buffalo? I'm just doing research. Let's say I just moved to Buffalo, okay? I don't know anything about Buffalo. I don't need to study all of Buffalo. I'm gonna sit in my computer and be, hey man, I could buy, what is that, 63,000 a door? Average rent in America is $1,200. Average rent in America is $1,800. In Buffalo, I don't know what they are, but I know this. Even if I get down to $1,200, how many units is this? 11? 63,000 a door? Is that what it says? Yeah, 63,000 a door. 63,545. It's a 6 cap. So what's the NOI of this building? Thank you. What's the NOI of the building? What's an NOI? The NOI is, if you take the 6.6 times the price they want, 700, equals, the NOI is $46,200. That's the free cash flow, or the NOI, net operating income, of the asset. Now, I'm going to be using the same terms with you guys over and over and over again. These aren't new terms. This is 6 pieces of a puzzle. It's literally a puzzle with 6 pieces. Easiest puzzle you will ever do in your life is the fewer number of pieces of the puzzle. It's going to be the deal, the location, the price, the down payment, the loan, and the cash flow. Some of the terms that we use are different in real estate. Location's location. The deal is the real estate. When I say the deal, it doesn't mean it's a good deal. It means for there to be a deal, there has to be a piece of real estate. The price I'm going to pay, $699, okay? The loan I'm going to get is going to be $400. The down payment's going to be $200. The cash flow is going to be, if I get a loan, it's not going to be $46,000. The NOI is before the loan amount. The loan is going to come off of this amount. So it's going to go NOI and then the loan. So if I had a loan and the loan cost me $30,000 a year, my free cash flow, it would go like this. NOI less debt equals the cash flow. Now, if I didn't pay if I paid cash, which by the way, we've been paying cash for everything, my NOI is my cash flow. Okay? So the full financial statement goes like this. Gross rents. This is not a house. This is not some place you live. This is a place where you're going to buy it and other people are going to live in it and other people are going to pay you to live there.
So gross rents would be the total of all of the rental income collected from
6 units times $1,200 a month times 12 times 0.90% occupancy is my rent. My total gross rents. Now, when you get to bigger deals, you got 300 units and it's brand new. You're going to have other income, VIP parking, garage upgrades, gym amenities, application fees, all this other income. But let's not complicate it. I have gross rents less my expenses equals my NOI. What's an expense? Taxes, insurance, electrical, utilities, water bills, advertising, marketing,
maintenance,
management fees. Okay, that equals my NOI less my debt. Debt is not an expense. Expenses are things I have to do. Property taxes, you don't have a choice. I had to pay property taxes. Think about expenses like this. I had to do it. I had to pay the electric bill, I had to pay the water bill, I had to advertise my property. I mean, I guess you don't have to advertise it, but somebody's got to find it somewhere, okay? Things that you have to do are expenses. I didn't have to fix the kitchen. I didn't have to put in new floors, okay? Now, I had to fix the faucet. That's an ongoing expense. But I had to paint it, yeah, but I didn't have to put new floors on it.
No.
And I didn't have to put debt on it. I could have paid cash, so that was my choice. You're like, no, I had to put debt on it. Yeah, but you didn't have to. You could have raised all the money. And I'll show you how to do that today, okay? So again, what we're gonna be covering is this. How do you buy with no money? How do you buy with bad credit? How do you use seller financing? All these are ways. How do you set up your operations? How do you raise money? And how do you find deals? I'm just simply starting with number 5, how to find deals, okay? And I also want to show you that for all of you out there, because I know a lot of you are like, I can't find any good deals, okay? There's no good deals out there, okay? Well, I don't know how many this is right here, Jared. What do you think this is? How many different deals?
I mean, I've got from 16 units to 180 units on Crexy, and there's 2,600 results.
And where?
All over the country.
Okay, I'm just going to go Florida because we're in Florida today. Let's go Florida. Let's see how many we get. Florida, just Florida. It's not giving me a total count here, but it says 500 units or 500 plus listings. Let's go to, I'm going to get it smaller than this. Let's go to Houston. What city are you guys in? Let me just see what city are you in? Put your city down. I'll look at your city, Highland, Utah. Okay, so I got 90 results in Houston. Let's see what my filters are here.
I've got 740 in Florida from 4 units to 200 units.
Yeah. Now, and then we got Colorado, Durango in the house. Let me see. Houston, Texas, Grand Junction, Colorado, Abilene, Los Angeles, LA County, San Diego, Denver, Louisville, Orlando, Ottawa, Houston. Let me put in Baltimore. There's money to be made in every one of these markets I'm looking at right now. Okay. So here's 36 results. Do you have any kind of parameters on this, Jared? I don't think so. No, you got all multifamily, any level, okay? Here's the deal in Baltimore, $359,000. You can buy that deal with $15,000 down. Here's 8 units in Baltimore for $500,000. That's $60,000 a door. This is ridiculous real estate. Like you can buy this real estate right now. Now, I don't know why it's on LoopNet, because it shouldn't be on LoopNet. There's something wrong with it that it's on LoopNet. This is the garbage dump. This is where stuff ends up that couldn't sell, or smaller deals. The point of LoopNet is not to find a deal, it's to find what? Who knows the answer to that? A name, okay? It goes like this, a deal, and then you make a call. So if I go to like let's see this Baltimore right here. Look at this 8 cap. What does that 8 cap mean? See, I'm gonna keep repeating this until you guys have it. I'm your friend here. I'm your real estate guy, okay? I'm your real estate friend. I'm gonna walk you through this until you got it. I've taught my kids how to do this. If I can teach my kids that are 14 years old and 12 years old how to do this, I can teach anybody how to do this. You just repeat it over and over and over again until I'm like, bro, this is simple. It's an 8 cap. Where was that 8 cap? Yeah, it's $4.7 million, $4,725,000, and they said it's an 8 cap. So what's the NOI? Who knows how to figure that out? Just take your computer, take your calculator, take your phone, do the math. Quit saying I'm no good at math. Remember, we said no more excuses. No more whining, no more bitching, no more crybaby, no more I failed basic math in the 6th grade. This ain't math, man. This is money. So you know good at math? Let's get good at money, okay? Quit thinking about it being math, okay? We're gonna take the numbers I have, 4.7,250,000 times 0.0825, multiply those two numbers, and I'm gonna have an NOI of 38,000, right? 389,812. How many of you came up with that answer? How many of you, let me see, oh, look at everybody, just put the answer you came up with. That shit's crazy. How can everybody come up with the same answer? A good teacher would give you the answer, show you how to do it, and back into it. Okay, if you came up with any other answer than that, you put in the wrong data. You can't get this wrong, is what I'm telling you. Like, this ain't algebra and trigonometry, okay? Here's another deal in Baltimore. Man, that's a good looking deal right here. 7 units, almost an 8.5 cap. What's 8.5 cap means? It means if you paid cash, you would earn 8% on your money. I don't know where you guys could get 8% on your money. You're probably being paid 2% in a checking account right now, or less.
Probably less because they haven't asked.
What? Go ahead, David. Microphone though, you got it. We got more mics, right? Or are we saving them?
If I understand, you find a deal and then you want to make a call and you're using LoopNet or Crexy, and you're saying it's a garbage dump, to find these deals. But then where would be a good deal to find what websites?
Well,
I understand you're just looking for leads. You can make a connection, say, hey, I'm looking at this. It might not pan out, right? And then you can introduce, say, I'm an investor. I'm looking for X, Y, and Z, X amount of units, this and that, which hopefully can lead to something else. But you referred to LoopNet a couple times.
No, but here's the answer to the question. Where do you find good deals? You find them by calling Matt and Larry, okay? Matt and Larry, 410. By the way, you're going to learn about area codes too. Like, you want to know area codes. Oh, 410 is Baltimore. Okay? And by the way, there's so much prejudice in this system. It's unbelievable. See, one of my numbers, like, what is this? What area code is this? Anybody know what area code this is?
754. The number?
My burner phone.
754 or 9?
It's a 305. It's a Miami number. So they're going to prejudice me because I'm in Miami. It'd be better for me to call from a 410.
Broward County.
Huh?
Broward County.
I think it's 754.
Broward, yeah, Broward. 323 is LA. 404 is
You've reached the
Colorado,
voicemail of
Atlanta.
Mike Cooper with Alex Cooper Auctioneers. Please leave your name and number, and I'll call you back as soon as I can.
Much better message, by the way. It's him. Hey, Matt, Grant Cardone, man, I was calling you and your brother Larry. It looks like, I think it's your brother. Yeah, definitely is your brother. And I'm calling about that 4-unit building that you have on Druid Hill. Can you give me a call? I'm in town right now, and I'd love to run by it, but I wanted to get permission first. Thanks. Okay. All right. So what am I doing? I find a deal, I make a call. Find a deal, make a call. Find a deal, make a call. Find a deal, make a call. I don't even care about this deal. Only reason I'm trying to look at this deal is very quickly, in the first 30 minutes of this, I'm looking at marketplaces. Imagine if I spent the next hour just on Baltimore. I would know every product in Baltimore for sale, what the rents are, what the NOIs are, what the expected cap rate is. And I would start building a network, okay? Real estate takes this. I'm not in your book yet. You guys are like, where am I at in the book? You're not in the book yet, okay? You're looking for deals, okay? It's real estate. Real estate is the deal. 2, then I need to get debt. You're not going to get debt until you have a deal. Don't even call a bank until you have a deal under contract about the debt. There's no reason to do that. Just call me and say, hey, what do you think the interest rate's going to be on my debt? I can tell you before you call and embarrass yourself with a bank that's not going to even give you a loan. 3, I need equity. Now, most of you don't even have the order right. You don't have the order of things right because you think because you don't have any money, you can't buy real estate. It goes like this: deal, debt, equity. Equity is cash. How much cash do you have? It doesn't have to be your cash. Remember, no more excuses. I don't have any money. Okay, but how much heart you got? Okay, number 4, network. Who's my network? Now, I just added the Cooper boys to my network. So whatever number of friends I got, man, you know, my dad used to tell me, you can't have enough friends, man. I don't know if he really meant friends. These aren't real friends. These are network. How many friends can you add to your network? And number 5, oh yeah, big C, confidence. How much confidence do you have about the deal, the debt, the equity, and your network? Because if you have complete confidence in the deal, you don't need number 2 and number 3. They will find you. A good deal will always attract debt and equity. A good deal, but it's going to come through people. You have to have all 5 of these things to make a deal work. Okay? Now, I'm back to my map right here. And I'm just showing you this, guys, because you don't have to spend any money to have a network, right? I'm building it out. Now, a better place to get real estate deals is from the real estate brokers. Like a, let me see, CBRE. Miami, oh, what would that be? Would that be Miami? CBRE.com/Miami. Yeah, let's see, where's my guy at? Properties, offices. What should I look for right now? Careers, about us. Let me see, offices. That's not what I'm looking for.
If you scroll down, does it give you the Miami office?
I'm looking for Robert Gibbon.
Yeah.
See if he's in. No, page not found. Brokers, maybe. Oh, look at this, okay? I go to CBRE, okay? CBRE is a commercial real estate investment firm that sells real estate. This is how they make their money, okay? They're gonna give me free reports.
And it's good to know who the top brokers are. Easy way to do this, Google.
Exactly.
Just Google it.
Yeah.
Top 20 commercial real estate brokerages
in
for
Baltimore.
multifamily.
In Miami.
You could even do in the United States to find the names just to get familiar with the companies. And then I'm just going through like Colliers International, Newmark, JLL, Cushman Wakefield, CBRE. These are all the big players. And by the way, when Grant says LoopNet is a garbage dump, these guys sell all of the multifamily. Almost all of the good assets are sold by these brokers, right? And these brokers are almost never on LoopNet. That's why he's saying you got to get in contact with the brokers that have the listings for these properties. And you can fill out to get on these guys' emails list from their site so you can start seeing deals coming through. It's very simple. It's not overcomplicated.
And strongly advise that you get a different than your Gmail account. Don't use a Gmail account. You should go out and create Stephen at
SVG Capital.
Yeah, something. Come up with something that sounds like you're a real estate investment firm. Okay, it could be Stephen at sinvestments.com, whatever. Like I don't know. Just don't be Stephen at Gmail, dude. It's weird. Okay, and definitely don't be Stephen.19423 critter bitter whatever. Like like you gotta act like the real estate guy. So like I have this separate account right here, okay? So here's Crexy. Crexy is a listing site. Now, I'm not going to really use Crexy for the listing. Other people will tell you to use Crexy and CoStar. You can throw money at them if you want to. It don't matter how much money you give them, bro. The deal ain't going to come to you because you found a deal. You got to contact this guy right here. What I really want off of Crexy is this cat right here. Who the dude is? Jake or Jack Sanders. JLL Denver. This is exactly what Jared's talking about. These are the players, not some guy that's got one 8-unit deal in Baltimore that wants to sell it one
that his
time.
aunt owns.
Huh?
His aunt owns it.
Dude, you want a guy that has 85 listings because I'm gonna be like, hey, bro, I saw your deal on Crexy. I'm trying to call one of these guys to show you guys what I would do. Okay. Bang. That's what I wanted right there. Okay, what do I want right here? I'm just trying to make a point to you. What do you see me doing every time? Give me a call. I got money burning in my account. I have to do something. Boom. I send him a message. That's contact. But a better contact is what? To call him. Let me see, where's my call? There's the number again. I'm just trying to show you how easy it is to talk to these people. If one of them pick up the phone, they don't work on
the weekend.
They don't work on weekends. I'm just telling you, he's got 2 kids. He's probably got a BMW, maybe a Range Rover. I mean, these people are so predictable.
They wear those vests, like a North Face vest.
Where's this
sleeveless
guy?
vest?
Where are we located?
Maybe a flannel shirt, you know.
This deal's in Corona. Corona what? California? Where's Corona?
Were you in Colorado?
Oh, I'm in Colorado, Denver.
Hi, you have reached Jack Sanders. I'm sorry I missed your call. Please leave a message, and I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Thanks.
Hey, Jack, I'm looking at your deal in Corona that was just recently renovated. Is it still available, number one? I'm trying to move into that market and buy some stuff in that particular market. Also looking at Cherry Hill. Call me back when you get a chance. My name's Grant. So what I'm going to do is spread little things. Like every one of these calls, I drop a little something extra to suggest that I'm in this market and I understand the market, which is going to be easy for you to do because hopefully you are investing where you live. There is no reason for you to live in Michigan and be buying in Miami. Okay, if you're going to do that, move to Miami and invest there. Or the only reason you would be in Michigan or Ottawa or Vancouver and invest in some other place is because you got somebody on the ground in that other place that knows that market. Because number 5, confidence. There's nothing more important. Even if you're investing with me at Cardone Capital, you need confidence in me and in the real estate that I'm investing in. The more you see it and walk it, the more real it becomes to you. You want a lot of conviction about the real estate that you're investing in, okay? All right. Now, why now? Okay, why right now? Why is this a time for you guys to get excited about real estate? Number 1, Trump victory. A Trump victory is going to be good for real estate. He's a real estate guy. He's been a real estate guy his whole life. He's never known anything but real estate. Way before he was in politics, he was involved in real estate. He will be great for investors of real estate. Number 2, tax benefits in real estate are tremendous. So 1, we got Trump.
Would you say that the tax benefits from real estate are better than any other investment?
There is no argument. There's no debate. Don't waste your time. There is no single asset class in the world. Gold investing offers no tax benefits. Silver, no tax benefits. Maybe oil and gas, okay, offers a tax benefit, but it's tied to it being a real estate play. A farm is a real estate play and it provides tax benefits, but not like multifamily. Multifamily, better than office, better than retail, better than storage, better than industrial. It offers the biggest tax breaks, and Trump will bring back, I believe, this year, the 100% depreciation.
Which means what?
Meaning you can accelerate the depreciation and take all 100%. In the 1990s, when I was first starting in real estate, actually in the late 80s, there was a savings and loan collapse. Okay, most of you probably aren't old enough to remember this, but it was a tremendous opportunity to buy real estate in this country. Back then, when you bought, let's say you bought a $10 million property, you wrote off $10 million the day you bought it. Shit was crazy. Okay, imagine you take $10 million, you put the 10 million into this building, let's say it was 100 units, and your write-off that year was $10 million. Like, it was fantastic, okay? And people were stupid not buying more real estate. You should have bought everything you could buy. Since then, they've lowered this, okay? So now I can write off about $4 million of this now because it's reduced now to the refrigerators, the depreciable items, the roof that's gonna have to be replaced, the gutters, the toilets, the things that go bad over and over, you get to write off. It's actually not a loss. You show it, it shows up as a loss, okay? And this loss that you get, even though it's not real, basically wipes out the cash flow tax event or pushes it off into the future. So back to Jared's question, there is no asset class. Bitcoin offers no tax benefits. None of the cryptos do, okay? Gold, silver, stocks offer zero tax benefit. So if you guys are investing in 401ks and IRAs because of the tax benefits, this thing is a beast right here. Number 3, there's a $1 trillion market play right now. There's a massive market correction. Let me just show you what's happening right now in the market, okay? I'm gonna show you some graphs here on my computer. Johnny probably had them on his too, but I'm gonna show you this. This is called housing inventory under construction. It's been authorized but not started yet, okay? This is just past 2020. Now you're gonna look around and you're gonna be like, oh my God, there's a lot of construction. Get all the data before you jump to conclusion. Let's go back to 1980. See this crash right here? We went from producing 1.4 million units a year. Remember Kamala said she wanted to build 3 million units in a year? It's never happened, ever, in the history of the United States. We built 1.4 and 1.7. Those are max numbers, okay? Now watch. In 1980, can you pull up the population of the United States of America in 1980? Get all the data before you jump to one piece of headline. Okay, in 1977,
226.5 million.
In 1977, we built 1.7 million homes in this country. How many people lived here?
226.
226 million people lived here, okay? In 2000, 226 million people. We have 335 million people. 110 million more people. And this year we will build 1.7 million homes. Now, what was this number? Did I exaggerate that number? Yeah, I did. 1.5. This was 1.5. Okay. This year we're going to build 1.7, like something. There's 110 million more people, plus 10 million immigrants that we let in the country through the South that don't have a place to live. Like, there's a major housing shortage in America. No. There's a housing shortage of desirable, indesirable locations, okay? If you look at, like, you gotta get, what I'm trying to do is convince you right now. The first part of today is to convince you, if you're not already convinced, and if you are, I wanna deepen your conviction about real estate. Let me just show you the population of America. Because I know you guys think America is a big country. Population of America. Where do all these people live? On map. Density. Let's see. I have no idea what I'm gonna see here. Look at this. Where are all the people? They're all over here. They're, like 80% of the country lives . Where? Okay. They live east of the Mississippi. this is basically vacant land out here. Now, if you look at these quarters and then added to that where people are moving from, okay? Dude, all these people up here in the Northeast, Illinois, Michigan, Minnesota, New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, bro, they all coming south. Some of these people are moving south because of the weather. Some of them are moving because their bones hurt. Some of them are moving because they're like, I don't want to do another cold season.
Taxes.
Some are moving because of taxes. Some of them are moving because I'm tired of the crime. Where are they going? They're not going to Louisiana. They're not going to Mississippi. They're going to the Carolinas. Like I go where money is, okay? Like I'm gonna follow the money. You ever heard that term, follow the money? Well, to follow the money, you gotta follow the people, okay? See all this up here, up in the top left-hand corner? Years ago, people were moving into the Northern California, Silicon Valley. My friend Bob said, you should invest here. I said, I'll never invest here, bro. This is gonna unwind itself. It's too expensive here. It had gotten too expensive. The rents were $9,000 a unit there.
One in two NVIDIA employees are worth $25 million.
Say again?
1 in 2 NVIDIA employees are worth $25 million or more.
Yeah, 8.3% of all millionaires in America are renters today. I'm gonna show you some other graphs that are gonna support that we will become a renter nation. All these people right here, all these red dots, these people are all gonna be renters for the most part. Not just because they can't afford a home, because they don't wanna own a home. We got 75 million people, all those red dots there, 75 million people in this country that are 55, 65, 75, and 85 years old. They ain't thinking about buying a house, bro. They're thinking about, how do I get to Miami or Fort Lauderdale so I can go on a Carnival cruise and get laid one last time? Okay? Like, that's what they're thinking about. How can I just have a weekend off? I don't want to fix my plumbing, okay? They're worried about going to a damn senile home. Critical care living, okay? What's it called? Assisted care living. It's $9,000, $12,000 a month. 10 years from now, it'll be 20 grand a month to put your parents away. You're not gonna be thinking about the house. You're gonna be thinking about where can my parents stay for the next 6 or 7 or 8 years before they pass. They're not gonna be buying a house. They can't even find their house. So you're having this major migration, right? You're having people leave all this West Coast right here and move to where? Notice if I show you migration patterns in the U.S., migration patterns. Now, some of you are like, man, when are we gonna get into the book? You're in the book, okay? This is what you have to know. Nothing is more important than your confidence, nothing. If you're not confident, you're not gonna do the rest of this migration patterns in USA. Okay, in 2022, 19% of all the movers in the U.S. moved between states, which is a larger share than in 2021. 20% of the American population moved. People don't like moving, folks. People say, hey man, going to a dentist, dying, fear of death, fear of speaking in public, and making a move. Most people don't want to leave. Let me just see if I can see a map here, images. Again, this is real time. We're doing this right now. This is not rehearsed, okay? By the way, Florida, number 9. Alabama, number 8. Tennessee, number 7. South Carolina, number 2. North Carolina, number 6. Arizona, number 5. Idaho, number 1. Oregon, number 3. Where did those people come from? Where do you think the Oregon and Idaho people came from? California. California is the place you ought to be. Used to be. Okay, now we're gonna go to Oregon or Idaho. Now, are they gonna stay in Idaho? Yeah, they're gonna stay there for 2 winters. And then they're gonna haul ass to Arizona. I guarantee you they're gonna go from pink to Idaho, straight to Arizona. So, you guys that are looking and willing to move because you wanna get rich, remember we're looking for 10 bricks. No, 10 million, not 10 bricks. We're looking to start with $10 million, 10 deals, each makes you $1 million. Would you be willing, throw it in the chat, would you be willing to move or invest time in another state if it meant you got rich doing it? Okay? Texas is number 19. I don't know if this is up to date. I don't even know if this is true. State migration patterns from most inbound to most outbound. That was 2020. This is 4 years old. So this is probably a dated map. But you get the point, right? Guess who fed Florida last year, okay? where did most people move from to Florida? Now, this used to be a phenomenon. It used to be from the Northeast down New York, New Jersey would come down. I think Michigan's in here. New York and California, okay? California never had people come from like 20% humidity into 93%, whatever the humidity is here, okay? People from California swore, I was one of those, by the way, I'll never move to Florida, but they're coming now. Why? No taxes, business friendly, hard on crime. They will throw your ass in jail here. You can wear a gun if you want to. Like all these pro-American laws in Florida that people from California are starting to seek and find more interest in. In 2023, more people moved to Florida from New York than any other state.
Georgia was number 2.
Georgia number 2.
So 71,000 from New York, 44,000 from Georgia, 39,000 from California, 23,000 from New Jersey. Other top states: Texas, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Virginia, Ohio, North Carolina.
Okay, now, what do you want to know about? What do those things have in common? Pennsylvania, Illinois, Virginia, Ohio, not Ohio.
Yeah, Ohio's in
New
there.
Jersey, those are blue states. Blue's moving to red, okay? Now, what else do we have in here? We got Ohio. Why is Ohio moving down here? I don't know, cold? They're a red state, pretty much a red state. They flip back and forth, right? Georgia, why is Georgia coming down here? So, I'm just picking Florida. You need to pick your state. Are people coming in or people leaving? Is money coming in to your state or leaving your state? Let me show you another graph here.
Interesting.
Okay. Median cost by home. Now, why do you want to know this? Hawaii, most expensive places in the country. Hawaii, California, District of Columbia, Washington, Massachusetts, Colorado, Utah, Oregon, Idaho, New Jersey, Nevada, which I don't believe, Montana, Arizona, where's Florida? Boom, Florida's down there. When is this, 2022? Okay. What is the median price of a home and why do you want to know? You have to know this. $440,000 is the average price of a home in America today. The average mortgage is $413,000. Why do you want to know this? That's the mortgage, okay? Because the average mortgage in America, if you take that number, $413,000 times 0.07, the average mortgage in this country is $29,000 a year. Divided by 12 is $2,500 a month. Average mortgage does not include property insurance, maintenance, taxes. What else do I have? HOA possibly, okay? Most of these new suburban neighborhoods right now have HOA fees. Okay, so you're going to pay an HOA for some common resources, maybe entering into the property, you got a wall around it, a gate, some security. So you're going to have taxes on top of this, $250. You're going to have insurance, could be $300. Your freaking insurance could be more than your damn than your taxes. Okay, we got property taxes, insurance, maintenance could be another $250 a month. It's going to be 1% of your bill. So now what are we at? $2,500. I don't even have everything here. $750. We got $3,250 to own a home in America. No, I'm sorry. To never own a home in America. Okay, because that mortgage is just another word for rent. Bank of America makes 7% on you. And you're limited to how much you can write off on that. Okay, now watch this. Average rent in America, $1,800. You got this gap, $1,800 for rent, $3,250 for a mortgage. Median home. Now, this does not mean California. California, average price of a home in California, $840,000. So they're like, man, I can't afford this anymore. New York City, probably 25% of the homes there are $1 million or more. What's the average price of a home? Look it up, Jared. Average price of a home in New York City, in Manhattan. Okay, damn parking could be $1,000 a month.
1.9, 1.4, 2.3, 1.3.
Average price of a home in New York City, $1.9 million. Beverly Hills or Hollywood. By the way,
$1 million.
$1 million, okay? Average price of a home in Miami. 560?
655.
655, okay? So we're here in Miami. People in Miami, by the way, complain about the prices. Guess what? They've been complaining about the prices here for 50 years. 50 years from now, they're gonna complain again. When I was growing up, the average price of a home was about $7,500. Average price of a home now is $440,000. So that's why you guys got to know this part of the math. This is all the math you need to know, okay? Like, okay, when I was growing up, it's 7,500. 7,500 divided by, I'm sorry, 440 divided by $7,500 equals 58.6x. If the average price of a home in the next 60 years goes up 58 times again, it'll be $20 million. That'll be the average price of a home. You're like, that's impossible. It's only impossible because you don't understand inflation. So if the average price of a home today in Miami is $650 and the average price in New York is how much?
1.4.
1.4 million. And the most traffic that we get in Miami is from
New York.
New York. These people are coming down here looking at, these people are coming from here to there looking at our real estate and saying what?
It's cheap.
Dude, it's cheap. Actually, that's not their complaint. Their complaint is it's not new. Fix it and I'll pay $1 million for. There's your opportunity.
Well, and you always say,
better yet, I'm leaving New York and I actually didn't have a yard and I really don't need a yard because we haven't never used a yard because we always bring our kids down to the park. So you got to figure out where people are leaving from to where they're going, okay?
And you always say this thing, you always say outsiders are the ones who change the markets.
Outsiders, you want to write this down. Outsiders make all markets. Insiders don't make markets. Okay? This guy's mortgage before taxes is $8,000 a month. So when he comes down here and I provide him with, Johnny, can you pull up, let me see my Boca deal, 10X Boca. Okay, why do you need to know all this data? Okay, look, and again, there's not a lot of data to understand here. It's about my conviction to my marketplace. All I study is my market. Do I smell food?
Yes.
Who's doing that?
I think we got,
it's catering for the ballers, you know.
Oh, okay. 10X, oh yeah, see this property right here? 10X Boca Raton. I paid I paid $140 million for that piece of real estate right there. It's 404 units. Let me see. And we should have given you guys this if I have it open. Did we open my spreadsheet on here? Let's see here. This is a list of all my real estate here that we control. I'm looking for my deals here. 10X Boca Raton, right? I'm sorry, we paid $164 million for that. Shit. Y'all want to check this?
That wheel in the back fell off.
$164 million. And the average rent there, when we bought it, it's 404 units. The average rent was about $3,000. And everybody told me I overpaid for this piece of real estate. I'm like, I'm not overpaying for this real estate, bro. It's been 98% occupied the entire time we bought it. Entire time. And people are paying, some people are over there paying $6,000, $7,000 a month, $3,000, $3,500. People are happy. Guess where most of them are from? Now I can't see it, Johnny. We got to lower it. Okay. Where do you think most of these people are from? New York. We knew they were going to be from New York, okay? Great property. Every one of them could own it. I think the average income of a person that lives there is over $400,000. They could easily buy a home in this marketplace, but they don't want to, okay? So that's the kind of real estate we're talking about, giving you an opportunity to take advantage of people that maybe don't want to buy real estate and they want to rent You want to own real estate, and we're in a $1 trillion market correction. Okay, number 4, glut of inventory in every market. There's a glut of inventory available around the world, and particularly right here in America. Also, I want to show you another graph here real quick. Okay. Notice that right now, first-time mortgage, percent of family income spent on a first-time mortgage is at almost the high all the way back to 1980. Okay, we're over 40% to own a mortgage, and that is going to make home ownership more and more unaffordable. And if you don't own a home, what do? You rent.
Yeah, Grant, for the viewers and maybe for myself, we hear like there's a housing shortage, but then you just show that there's a glut of inventory. So is that residential, multifamily glut of inventory? Can you elaborate a little bit more? And then if there truly is a glut of inventory, why isn't it selling?
Yeah, there is a glut of inventory. Like we have more homes listed today. We have over 2 million homes on the market right now. There's 2 million homes for sale today in America. The problem is they're not desirable, and I got to get a loan on it, and I'm not qualified to get a loan. So you can go build 2 million more homes. They're not going to build 2 million more homes. What they're going to do is build 2 million more apartments, and apartments is where you're going to want to be. People do not want to own a home. I'm telling you, nobody wants to sign up for a 30-year mortgage. To some people, yeah, maybe. Okay, they'll regret it. Everybody regrets buying a house once they buy one.
Well, and you got to have $100,000 down to buy it.
So
and you're gonna you're gonna have a mortgage payment of $3,500 a month.
The average home today is $440,000. If the guy kicks it down to $400 and gives you a $40,000 discount, you save $200 a month. So if he drops the price, $40,000, okay? And by the way, your housing correction, your correction will not be in housing. It will not be in single-family homes. It's going to be in the multifamily. Exactly what you want to buy today is where the correction is. It's not in one unit. So if he drops the price from $440 to $400, you save $200. I'd rather pay him $440 and say, hey, give me an interest rate of 3%. So if you're trying to buy a house right now, I'll give you a little house advice. I would not, unless I can sell a house with creative financing or buy a house with creative financing, I would not do either. Only if you can do the creative financing. So if I'm buying a house right now, I'm gonna be like, hey, this is what I'll do, dude. I want $440 for my house, okay? Anybody can discount it. I don't need to. I've got a great house, great schools, great locations, been taken care of, but I'm gonna give you 3% interest because my house is paid for. I'll give you a 3% loan for 3 years, okay? You pay interest only. You pay interest only. You put $40,000 down, not $88,000 down. Put $40,000 down, give me a check for 40 grand, and you pay me, I don't know, $15,000 a year. Interest only. He can't get that loan anyplace. And I'll bet you sell your house, all right? If you want to get out of that house and move into something else, you'd pick up 40 grand. If he doesn't make his payments, you go back and grab your house again. Okay, U.S. house growth at record high. This suggests that 12-month percentage change in index, 1976 to 2001. Understand, when you see these housing, we're building more houses. Most of the houses we're building today are not single-family homes. They're multifamily. They're 300, 400, 500 unit complexes. So if you drive around Miami right now, you're not going to see new homes being built. You're going to see these big monster products. Go to Raleigh, go to South Carolina, go through Denver, into Arizona. You're not going to see single-family homes being built at scale. You're going to be seeing these large complexes being built at scale by people that used to build single-family homes, like D.R. Horton. They're a big multifamily builder today. Okay, short-term rentals. Marlene says short-term rentals. I would leave that alone. I've been saying this for years now. Airbnb would bust. If you look at what happened in New York City, they completely got rid of Airbnb there. If you're going to do short-term rentals, underwrite it for a long-term rental and get your short-term rental upside. banning short-term rentals in New York City. New York short-term rental regulations started in 2025. Here's basically the regulation. You can do a short-term rental as long as it's 30 days. Got to have a 30-day agreement. Number two, can only be 2 people, can't be more than 2 people. And number 3, a little hiccup here, you have to live on the property with them for the full 30 days. So you got strange people coming to your house. I can't imagine they like that. And you have to like that. So if that's what you like for a short-term rental, I know a bunch of people that were doing short-term rentals in Nashville, Tennessee. They're changing their laws. Las Vegas, they're never going to. They'll never keep the law there because you're challenging hotels, and hotels are going to come take that away. So I'd be very careful on the short-term rentals. Okay. Now, back to your book on page. Well, I'm not even in your book yet. I'm just telling you why you should be doing this right now. Fannie Mae's got some unbelievable guidelines with 5% down right now. Also, and I'll get into this later, DSCR approval, meaning you don't have to have income to get an approval on a loan. They'll give you, check this out, let's say you had 18 units, and those 18 units are paying you $1,000 a month. You're going to get credit for $18,000 of income as income to you. So you probably don't have a job paying you $18,000 a month right now, but if you found 18 units or 28 units or 800 units that provided you with income, the bank's going to lend you money against the income of that property. And number 7, real estate that I'm talking about is inflation friendly. It is friendly to inflation, meaning when the printing press, the Fed, starts printing money again, okay? What happens is the value of real assets, gold, silver, real estate, go up in value, okay? 5 pillars of real estate, I talked about them earlier. Deal, debt, the equity, the network, and the confidence, okay? We're gonna share all of these with you. And for those of you who want reinforcement and to be part of our network, I'm gonna give you instant access today and tomorrow to our entire network of support all across the planet, by the way. How big is that network now?
Over 2,000.
Over 2,000 people around the world, mostly here in America, that are doing deals, researching deals, investing in deals, connected to deals that gives you an instant access to their network and their confidence and their equity and their debt and their deal flow, okay? Now, page 2, real estate myths. Number 1, all real estate is created equal. You're on page 2 of your workbook. My staff is like, oh, he finally got to the book. Okay, real estate myths. All real estate is created equal. All real estate is not created equal. There's a lot of different kinds of real estate. Just so happens the kind of real estate we're talking about today is the best real estate you can possibly invest in. It is multifamily, multifaceted, multiple flows of income, multiple opportunities, most stable, lowest Sharp score of any investment class that you can make is multifamily real estate investing.
Sharp score?
Sharp score is basically a score of how risky an investment is. Okay? Number 2, real estate management is a problem. It is. If you go 4 units, 8 units, 12 units, 16 units, but when you start scaling to 300, you do not have a management problem. I was doing an interview with Robert
Kiyosaki.
Yeah, Robert Kiyosaki, and he's like, management is the biggest problem in real estate. I said, no, Robert. Buying real estate, finding great deals is a much bigger problem than management. He's like, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, okay, whatever. I own 15,000 units, bro. Like, I don't know what you're telling me. Like, I don't have a management problem. Okay, they have a management problem. My manager has a management problem. I don't have a management problem. Get bigger, okay? You sound like your poor dad right now, not your rich dad. Okay, number 3. Loans are hard to get. Not true. Loans are not hard to get. Not even in this environment. Loans are expensive, but they're not hard to get. Okay, number 4, good credit is needed. Not true. These are myths. You do not need good credit. In fact, you probably don't need any credit. What's more important on number 4 is not credit, but in parentheses, put experience. If you don't have credit, they're going to be looking for your experience. Okay, number 5, you need money. This is a myth. You do not need money to buy real estate. You need real estate. How do you get the real estate? You find somebody who wants to sell their real estate for some reason. Maybe he's been there 30 years and he's tired. Maybe he's been there 3 years And he started the deal when the interest rates were 3%, and he looked up 3 years later and interest rates are 7%, and the interest rate, the loan is due. And so he needs money to pay off his loan. Okay, we'll show you where to find those deals in a second. Now, 7 reasons why it works for you right now. We're in a massive correction right now. Some people think this correction is just short of $3 trillion. This correction exists in and because of debt, okay? All real estate corrections in the history of mankind, if you look at all of them, this is going to be 1989. I started researching real estate. I didn't even know there was a correction going on, okay? It was massive. It was a savings and loan debacle. 1,900 S&Ls went under, almost 2,000 if you weren't around back then. You couldn't get a loan. You could not get a loan on a piece of property for nothing. I didn't know we were having this problem. I started shopping real estate. I guess I was 30. Yeah, it was 1988. I started shopping it right in the middle of the correction. Okay. Then we're going to go to 2010. Well, we had a slight correction in 2000, and then we had another one in 2020, and now we have another one going on right now. This was violent, by the way. This was like straight down and straight back up again. So it's almost a perfect V. And it was very short. This one was like 6 years. Let me see if I have those in here. Because some of these can last long periods of time. Let me just see here. Yeah, you see this one right here? Look at this. U.S. house growth at record high, okay? In 1980, people were buying homes in this country. Bang, it crashed. This cycle would last 9 years, okay? It took 9 years to get back to anything, never got back to where it was, and crashed again. Then it lasted, and then notice a big comeback. I started buying real estate right here, 1990. About 48 unit deal, 38 unit deal, 92 unit deal. I had 500 units in California, and then I sold the 500 units right here before 2000 and bought 2,200 units in Tucson, sold everything in 2008, and bang, we crashed. This crash goes from 2010 to 2000, I don't know, what is that, 15, 16? You're still losing money. These are single family homes, by the way. The entire time, people were paying rent. The entire time. Even when the crash happened, the rents continued. I owned a bunch of rental properties. If you owned a home between 2008, like I did in Hollywood Hills, dude, you couldn't sell your house. I don't care how good the house was. 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012. 5 years I was punished. I put my house on the market, nobody looking, nobody wants it. News is terrible, it's awful, okay? Now you see this red line up here and you're like, it's gonna happen again. No, it didn't. Let me tell you why. All housing crashes, okay? You wanna write this down. All housing crashes, all real estate crashes are a debt crash before a housing crash. In fact, if you go back to 2008 and 9 and 10, they're going to say the housing crisis, the housing bubble. No, that's not what it was. It was a debt bubble that blew up. When the debt blows up, see, because housing is tied to debt. So I go buy a house for $440,000 and I put 20% down, which is what you're going to put down today to buy a house. In 2008, people were putting what down to buy a house? They're breathing and getting a loan, okay? The house wasn't 440, it was 200 then, okay? But you basically could buy a house with no money and no job. Okay, so watch, back to present time, 440. The guy's gonna put 380 down. He's got a loan of 320. Let's say he bought this house 3 years ago. Here's what happened. He financed the house for 30 years at 2.8%. Okay, this loan is due in 2033. No, he bought it in 2020, 2053. Okay, the loan's due in 2053, 27 years. There can't be a crash. He's got a 2.8% interest rate. Okay,
here
here what
lowest
happened,
in history. I mean, like just the rates were zero.
what?
You're never going to get low. I mean, the rates to go back down there.
Right now the interest rates are 7%. Why would he sell his house right now? His loan is worth more than the house. His loan is 2.8% on $320,000. His loan, you got to do the math on this. Well, there's going to be a housing crash. No, there's not going to be a housing crash in America. There's going to be a housing crash in Canada, because in Canada they didn't allow long-term debt. They allowed 3 years. You're looking for 3-year adjustable cycles. When you have those, you have crashes. When you have crashes, you have reductions in price. Okay? If there is no debt crash, there is no housing crash. Now, where is the opportunity? It's not in the single family home. It's in people that in 2020 bought apartment buildings at 3% interest rates on what's called an adjustable. And the loan is due in 2024. It's due right now, 2025 and 2026. Because what he got was probably a 3-year plus 1 plus 1. I have these. I have 42 different loans. I have 5 of them that are adjustables. It had a 3 plus a 1-year extension and a 1-year extension. Every time it extends, though, you have to give the bank some money. Okay, these are very expensive extensions. So the reason many of you are not finding the real estate you want, how big was your first deal, Julie? Her first deal. Okay, I want you guys to hear this. We have more than one mic, guys. I'll bet you we got 3 or 4 of them back there. We're holding on to them. Just put them.
It was 184 units.
Her first deal that she ever did was 184 units. She skipped to the good part. Rather than her looking for 180 single family home transactions, she found one deal because of the information she's getting here, I would expect. They said, hey, you don't need to do one deal 180 times. Do one deal that has 180 units. Okay? And the reason you want to do that is because the one deal that Sherry bought, how long's your loan, Sherry?
30 years.
Sherry got a 30-year mortgage on a house that she bought 3 or 4 years ago. 30 years, what's the rate?
2.7.
Is it 2.7 the whole time?
Yeah.
You mean next year it doesn't go up?
That's right.
So why is she ever going to be in a hurry to sell? What's your payment there?
Yeah, it's $9,000.
Her payment's $9,000 a month. Now you're like, $9,000 a month, that's a lot of money. Okay, yeah, but what would your place rent for?
Probably $12,000 a weekend.
Yeah, she could rent it for $48,000. If she could get it rented every weekend, she could pick up money on it. See, that's why this will not be a housing crash. In 2010, there was no Airbnb. There was no short-term rentals, okay? And there was no 3% interest rates. Interest rates were probably 7 or 8%. So I'm just telling you guys, quit looking where there's no crash, because there's no crash in single-family homes. If you're in Ottawa, Toronto, Vancouver, Winnipeg, Calgary, Edmonton, there's a crash. Because Canada, what's his name, Trudeau? Okay, Trudeau will not allow, your government will not allow, for some reason, long-term debt. So where's the play? The play is anybody that did a 40 unit to a 400 unit transaction. The bigger, the easier it is to find these deals. And if you just go Google this, you'll see my data supported. Let me see here. Commercial debt due in 2024. Let's see. Okay, rated corporate debt in the U.S. increased over 12 months, $12 trillion. That's trillion. Let me see. How much short-term debt on commercial real estate?
So pretty.
As of June 24, I said 2.7 trillion. There's almost $3 trillion of outstanding debt. 3 trillion that is expiring, okay? That somebody, it's tied to a piece of real estate. So imagine a guy bought he bought a property. You're like, okay, wait a minute, Grant, you're talking too big, bro. This is too big for me. Okay, it's 2024 now. He bought this piece of real estate. He's in Houston, Texas, and they built it, or they bought it. Let's say they bought it. It was a rehab job. A lot of people did this, and they the guy bought 80 units for $16 million. And what he did was he went to the bank. Let's say it was Starwood. Starwood did a lot of this. Okay, they're a big institution, bought a lot of real estate. I'm just giving you some names of people you could track. They bought a 16 million, 80 unit deal, $200,000 a door. And they said, we're gonna go in and rehab it, and we're gonna spend another $20,000 a door to rehab it. So they went to the bank and they said, hey, we need a loan for 16 million plus another $2 million for a rehab. And then we're gonna raise the rents. We need $18 million. We're gonna put a very little amount of money down. Starwood went to them and got a good deal. Said, we'd actually like to borrow the whole 18 million. They probably did, by the way. And we want 3.5% interest, and we only need 3 years for our plan to work out. And they started the deal in 2020. And what happens with a group like this, like I'm just using their name, but it could be, there's 20 other guys. There's 100 other guys actually that did this. NMHC. Here's a great resource for you. NMHC.com, free, or .org. Let's see. I know I'm giving you guys a lot to eat right now, but we're not in a hurry, so mark quick facts. Let's try this. Networking, advocacy, research notes, NMHC top 50. National Multifamily Housing Council's authoritative ranking of the nation's top 50 apartment owners. Let's go to the top 50. Gray Star, 108,000 units. Last year they owned 98,000 units. So they actually added 10,000 units. The owner of the company is Robert Faith, if you want to call him. Tell him hello for me. MAA, okay, Eric Bolton Jr., they own 9,000. Guess what their hold time is, by the way? MAA. You'll see them all in the Southeast region. Guess what their hold time for a piece of real estate is? Forever. Morgan Properties, okay? Number 3, 92,000, a friend of mine, Jonathan Morgan. He owns mostly value-add real estate. He would do something like this right here. Most of his equity comes from sovereign funds across the ocean. Nuveen, major institution, insurance company, $90 billion worth of real estate. They own 84,000 units. Now notice what they did from 2023 to 2024. They added 11,000 units. They're buying real estate, folks. I bought $500 million worth of real estate from that group because of this list right here. Equity Residential, they added 1,000 units. I can't even find a net seller in here. Look at this, 17,000 units. Cortland, sold 4,000 units. There's a name for you. They're in Dallas, all across Texas. They're in Atlanta. 75,000 units right there. They sold, you see the net selling? Stephen DeFrancis is the owner. He's out of Atlanta. They sold 3,000 or 4,000 units. I'll bet you those 3,000 or 4,000 units they sold had one or two things in common. I'm giving you the list. You guys want to know where the list is? Jared talked about all these brokers. I'm giving you the list of the owners. One or two people are going to sell this. Either the loan is due. These are massive institutions, right? Okay, so like Cortland, if I bought 10% of his portfolio, I would end up with 8,000 units. If I bought 1% of his portfolio, he wants to sell his property. This is what he does. He's an apartment guy. Now, there's no reason to talk to the people at MAA because they're not sellers. And Avalon Bay, when you see Avalon Bay in Houston or San Diego because they have big presence there, dude, don't even bother. Their whole time is forever. They don't sell real estate, okay? They own it forever. So when you guys are driving through Houston, Texas, you're like, oh my God, there's so many buildings. There's so much of this. Half the people are high net worth individuals, lots of money, like the Hines family. And they're like, we're not selling this shit. We're going to own it forever. When do you think the Catholic Church is going to get rid of the Vatican? Is it the Vatican or the Basilicus or whatever it's called?
The Vatican.
They ain't selling it, man. How long has it been there? Okay. Equity Residential is a seller in all cycles. Michael's organization, not sure who that is. We got Related Group, big owner right here. Their whole time? Forever. But you'll go down this list, man. I can show you the top. You just keep going through here. Okay, we'll get on this list. Mill Creek, they sell every cycle. They build and sell. Okay, now, what are you looking for? I'm looking for a loan due, or I'm looking for something that was bought 10 years ago. It was bought 10 years ago, 7 to 10 years ago, and the loan is due and they're ready to go. Go back to your list right here. You see Tide Equities right here? Did they see the list, Johnny? Or they see me? See this group? They busted out in this cycle. You know why they busted out? They did this right here. They bought 25,000 units, put it all on adjustables. The loans were due in 2024, and they lost everything. The entire portfolio got turned over. Let's see if they've restructured yet. Tide Equities. Now, as you listen to this, how would you guys like to know this game the way I know this game? How would you like to know the game the way I know this game? Okay? I started this game the same way you did. Yeah, you will. Yeah, you will. Yeah, you will. Duh. You can. Lender goes after Tides personally for millions of dollars, okay?
$33 million.
$33 million. Tide Equities could lose 2 more North Texas apartments. These are going to go back to banks. These are deals in play right now. LA investors spent billions on apartments in Metro Phoenix, faces foreclosures all over the country, dude. He'll lose everything, every unit. This happens every 10 or 12 years, man. It's a great time to be alive. Okay? Tide Equities co-founder seeks to flip Brentwood Estate, $26 million. That's probably a house he bought. Okay? Tide loses 2 more Dallas-Fort Worth apartment properties. See, but you guys never see this. You're like, where has this information been? Because you have been looking for tires at Krispy Kreme. Okay, if you want to look for Krispy Kreme, you got to go to the Krispy Kreme location, right? If you want good health, you got to have good health in your house. If you want to find great real estate, you got to know what real estate you're looking for. And so what I'm trying to do right now is convince you and show you where these deals are. Now, you're probably stuck with a couple problems right now. Hey, where do I get the money? Now I'm showing you where the deals are. The correction's in place. It's happening. Where do I get the money? Or where do I get the credit, okay? Well, you don't need that because Joe Biden and the last administration put into effect, number 5 here, some credits so that you could buy real estate, but they're tempting you to buy single-family homes. Also, interest rates are moving right now, and I believe Donald Trump will continue to move those. And number 7 reason why real estate's great now is a lack of yield. We need to fix that page, that whole page, okay? All right, Fannie Mae regulations, okay, on page, what page are they on right now? 6? 2, 3, 4 units provide you with 5% down. These are not the best deals, though. I'm just telling you, if you want an easy way to go, just remember, easy to get, hard to get rid of. 2, owner occupied within 60 days for 12 months. Yeah. But this.
I'm with you.
You okay?
Yeah.
Number 3, the maximum loan amount for 5% Fannie Mae down is $1,396,000. This is not the best deals. These are easy deals, but not the best deals. And you can do 75% of your rental income must exceed the mortgage was eliminated, which is a big deal, okay? Now, why is real estate better than other investment classes? For all you crypto bros, okay, all you Bitcoin maximalists, the gold bug people, okay? You guys that like to invest in stocks and you like to freaking buy on margin. And my boys, the Nigerians, who like to do their margins and their puts and their calls and their bullshit, okay? I'm gonna show you why real estate's better than all of those. Number 1, they're better than stocks. It's better than stocks. It's better than cash for sure, okay? Make a note on number 2. You cannot save money. It's impossible. Quit trying to do it. It's a myth. It's a lie. The banks told you to save money. You're not saving money, you're losing money. Understand, when you leave money at a bank, you're losing money. Number 3, IRAs. Why is real estate better than an IRA? You're 50 years old. I'm sorry, you're 42 years old. You're retiring when you're 72. You contribute to your IRA for 30 years. Okay? You don't pay taxes today, 19% or 20%, 15%. You don't pay taxes today so that when you are 72 years old, you'll be forced by the IRS to withdraw. This is true, what I'm telling you right now. You'll be forced by the IRS, the I, R, and the S, to withdraw 4% a year for the next 25 years, which will make you 97 years old. You will be forced, whether you need the money or not, you will be forced to withdraw your money when interest rates could be as high as 69%. So do you want to pay taxes now at 19 and control your money for the next 30 years? Or do you want to pay taxes? Imagine you're 80 years old and let's say you had $1 million here, or let's say you had $4 million. Check it out. IRS is going to be like, you have $4 million in your IRA. You have to withdraw $160,000 a year. You have to, even if you don't need the money, by the way, you have to withdraw the $160 a year. And out of the $160 a year, we're going to keep, let's say it's only 50%. We're going to keep $80,000. You would be much better off dissolving your IRA today. Or better than that, you're 72 years old. You have $2 million invested in real estate because you've been stashing it away. And when you're 72 years old, rather than selling your real estate that's now worth $10 million, because it went up in value, okay? Now you withdraw not 4%, you withdraw whatever amount you want because it cash flows at, say, 5% a year. So $100,000 a year is free cash flow. You withdraw the cash flow, the free cash flow, you withdraw that from the real estate investment, and you still have your $10 million of equity in your real estate. You never tap it. With the IRA, what are you going to do? Withdraw from it 4% a year for 25 years is 100% withdrawn, so it's all gone. It's taxed. You don't get it. You got to pull it out, and you got to pay them taxes. Could be 50%. Here, you're paying cash flow. You're getting paid on cash flow. This will be taxed at whatever the rate is in the future.
Capital gains.
It's free cash flow at a capital gains rate, lower rate, and you never touch your $2 million, which has become $10 million. This could be in a living trust, by the way. We're just working on that with my kids right now, where I'll take all my real estate, roll it into a living trust, pass it on to my kids as the beneficiary. I use the money while I'm alive, however I see fit. And when I die, it passes on to my kids. It's not $2 million passed on to the kids. The cost basis is $10 million. So they could keep it for the next 30 years, and it could go from 10 million to 20 million, and they're only going to pay gains when they sell it based on a $10 million price, not a $2 million entry. Okay, you're like, man, I got a lot to learn, bro. Okay, are you committed? Just go back to this. Every time you get confused, what do you go back to? How committed are you? You fall off the horse, you're ice skating, you fall, you're learning how to dance, you look terrible, or how committed are you? That's all you got to go back to. You don't overwhelm yourself, dude. Just go back to, how much heart do I have for the game? Okay, I'm not asking you to learn how to dance, by the way. There ain't no money in dancing, Dave. Okay, but he might get married, right? The heart, man, what is your heart? How committed are you to getting out of the middle class? How committed are you to learning the strategies of the wealthy? How committed are you to, to becoming a real estate investor where your tax bill every year is $750? You're making millions of dollars, okay? But your tax bill is $1,000. Like, how committed are you to building real wealth when you sleep? Now, why is real estate better than stocks, cash, IRAs, 401ks, gold and silver, crypto, and even your own business? Why? There's a lot of reasons, okay? There's a lot of reasons why. Number one, it's real. Number two, it's 24/7, 365. It's always there, okay? When you can't work anymore, it still works. Cash flow. Okay? Tax write-offs. Tell me how these other things. Tell me what tax write-offs stocks have. None. Cash, none. IRAs, none. 401ks, none. They don't have tax write-off. They have tax penalties that they're delaying into the future when taxes are. Gold and silver, no tax benefits. Crypto, zero tax benefits. Your own business, maybe, but you're having to work it every day, okay? This is 24/7, I don't have to work. Cash flow. No cash flow from stocks, no cash flow from cash, no cash flow from IRAs, no cash flow from 401ks. There is no cash flow from gold and silver. There is no cash flow from crypto. And your own business, 70% of all small businesses don't have any cash flow. Debt, I can get debt. In fact, I can get debt on an apartment deal. Can't get it on stocks, can't get it on cash, can't get it on IRAs, can't get it on 401ks, cannot get it on gold and silver or crypto. And you probably can't get a loan on your own business. Okay, page 6, why to get rich. 5 ways to get rich. 1, you can inherit it. So when you're starting to think about, I don't want to do this, there's too much to learn. Okay, good. Try to inherit the money. What's the chances that you're going to inherit $10 million? Johnny, what's the chance you're going to inherit 10 million, that I'm leaving you 10 million? See, he already gave up. Okay? So you guys have zero chance. What's the chance my kids get to inherit 10 million?
Pretty good.
Bro, they hacked the system. They just got to act right. Okay, I literally have them every couple of days. Like, hey, you thinking about me? Sabrina's like, you got me? Okay. Okay, number 2, marry it. Much easier, by the way. Number 2 is much easier than number 1. They both come with a price. And I would just tell you guys, you single people out there, it is easier to marry. You can marry more money in a day than you can make in a lifetime. And I highly recommend it, by the way. But there is a price to pay. Number 3, you could start your own business. Number 2 would be much easier than number 3. Number 3 is a possibility, but very difficult. In fact, you want to make a note here, 91% of all people that own a business don't make $1 million a year. Number 4, investments. Number 4 is much easier than the first 3. And number 5, you could get lucky. And number 5 is probably the hardest of the bunch, particularly to repeat. You'd have a better chance of inheriting the money than getting lucky with money. So you see, you guys got to figure out, here you're going to add one more, number 5, or number 6, work. Yeah, maybe, but just because you work hard doesn't mean you get rich. Okay? Ultimately, there's only one way to get wealthy. It's through investments, okay? Now, if you've decided today that the only way you're going to get wealthy is through investing, then you got to decide, okay, what am I going to invest in? Because you can't study everything. Is it going to be stocks, bonds? Are you going to trade? Are you going to be a long-time holder? Are you going to go into crypto? What are you going to invest in? Your own business? You're going to be a football star? You're going to get married? You're going to try to inherit the money? What are you going to invest in, okay? And that's why I had to do the same thing when I was 28 years old. I started making a little money. I had some extra money. First thing I did was take care of myself, get myself in good order. Second thing, I started working on my business, got my business in order. Third thing I did was get better at my business. And the next thing you know, I had money left over. I'm like, okay, what am I going to learn to invest in? And I decided that real estate was best for me because number 1, it protected my capital. You're on page 8. Number 1 reason real estate is better than all other all other asset classes. And I'm not talking about a house. A house is not a way to protect your capital. It's a way to destroy your capital. Number 1, protect your capital. Number 2, provide you with cash flow. See, I want everything on this list, not one thing. Now, a house could be a way for me to protect my equity over long periods of time. But the reality is, if you study housing in America for the last 100 years, the biggest return or the average return after inflation on a house is about 1% a year. That's not a protection of capital. You're going backwards. Number 3, long-term appreciation, a life investment. I get long-term appreciation. Let me just see if I can find this. Rents in 1958. The average rent in 1958 was $75 a month. The rents have gone up 24 times. In 1958, people were complaining about what? Rent. Goddamn rent's a lot of money. You can't rent. Renting's a fool's man. It's stupid. Don't rent. Own the home. See, what you guys your parents didn't quite get right is like, by the way, $75 back then was like $530 today. So it was a lot of money. $75 was a lot of money. The problem is we don't understand inflation. So your parents said you should own a home. What your parents didn't understand is, no, you should own the block of homes and rent them all. Don't own 40 houses across the entire city. Own every block on the Monopoly board and you win. Because every time you roll the dice, I collect rent. That would be the ultimate way to play Monopoly. I'm just going to own everything as you come around the corner. Okay, so string the whole line, right? Don't own every railroad, bro. Just own one block. So every time Dave comes around the board and gets out of jail, bang, he's like, God damn, I got to go through Grant's neighborhood again. And I'm like, bro, I can take a nap now because I know if you roll a 2, a 3, a 4, a 7, a 11, it don't matter, bro. As long as you hit between these 12 blocks, you landing in my shit, and I collect rent. Okay, so long-term appreciation. Rents are going to go up. Number 4, tax write-offs. Number 5, I went over some of this. Leveraging good debt on good real estate. I get good debt, sometimes as much as 4 times. Number 6, protect and benefit from inflation. Actually benefit from inflation. I'm the beneficiary of inflation. Number 7, it's proven and tested over time. Great graphics here, guys. Nice. Number 8, easy access to debt. I bought a deal once. I'll tell them about that little deal me and you bought.
Yeah.
Okay. Me and Jared bought a deal. It was I think they wanted $6.3 million. I think I paid $5 million, put $400,000 down, something like that, right? What'd you put? How much you?
150.
Jared put 150 of it. I put the other 250. Okay. We owned it for 2 years or less, and I went and got a loan. I didn't pay 6.3. I paid $5 million. I put $400,000 down. So really, I only put 400 grand down. I got 150 from Jared. So really, all I paid was 250 to control $5 million that was worth 6.3. I'm making money every time I make a look at this deal, right? So it was 104 units. It's called Stewart Breeze. Stewart Breeze. Is that the name of it, Jared?
10X Harbor Breeze.
Oh, Harbor Breeze. 10X.
Stewart.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Harbor Breeze. Yeah, this property right here. Look at it, how ugly it is. It's so ugly. You remember what the rents were when we bought it?
I don't.
Yeah. Anyway, we got in there, we painted it yellow. Yellow is one of my favorite colors. It pops. The banks hate the color. They're like, we don't like that color. I said, you ain't buying it, I am. Okay? All right, so it's 104 units. We paid, what did I pay? I ended up paying. No, we paid 250 and 150.
Mm-hmm.
We paid 400 grand. That's what we paid for the property. Everybody with me? We increased the rents on the 104 units about $200 a month. A month. Went in there, painted it, fixed it, put in a couple of trees, cleaned it up, changed the name of it, told everybody we got you, we got you. Rents went up. When the rents went up, the value goes up, okay? We went and got a loan on it, a new loan, because I put a short-term loan on it, even though I don't like short-term loans. We put a short-term loan on it and executed on our plan. And we, can't find it, there it is. We went and got a new loan on that property. I'm going to show you it right now in my spreadsheet. Did they get this? We should have gotten all of you my
The blank one. They got sent that out.
The blank.
Yeah, when they invested in the last opportunity.
And let's see here, Harbor Breeze. The annualized income of this property today, we started with this, is now $1.3 million of NOI. Okay, that's the NOI. The new NOI of the property is $1.3 million. Assume no loan on it. Jared paid $150, I paid $250. The property makes $1.3 million of NOI today. Okay, now I want you to take the $1.3 million and you're gonna tell me what the property's worth. Okay, I'm sitting here, Jared's like, how are we doing on that property? I don't know, let me see, my annualized NOI is 1236. 1236. Divide that by the cap rate. Let's say it's a 5, it's not. Well, I mean, let's say it's a 5. Okay. Divided by a 0.5, what's the property worth?
24.
Who's got a number for me? $24,720,000. Okay, so this is called leverage. And we're about to do this, by the way. We're getting this underwritten for a loan right now. I say, I want a new loan on my property. Okay, what did we pay for it? He paid $150, I paid $250. Okay, let me see if this is in here. Let me see, Stuart Breeze is which one? Line number 10. It's a good number. 10X. No, I don't have the refinance number right now, but let's just take, I'll show you how to figure out what the debt, what the NOI, if I take that NOI number 1236000 and you use what's called a debt yield, I'm getting a little complicated now. 13, what I said the number was? 12, what was the NOI?
1.3 NOI.
1.3 what?
1.3. Well, it's 1296, but just 1.3.
Okay, 1.3, and if you divide that by what's called a debt yield, let's say at 8.5.
And that's basically the rate that you're going to be borrowing at?
And not really. It's a little complicated, and it's just a rule of thumb, right? It's called a debt yield. Don't even worry about it. Just trust me. I don't really want. I want you guys to not trust me on 99% of what I say, but on this particular thing, I just want you to trust me on this one thing. Okay? So I want to use the debt yield. Basically, that is the yield. I take the debt and I bury it up into the bank, some banks, not all banks.
You're backing into how much debt the property will support.
Yeah, and they're saying, hey, we need most banks don't even use a debt yield. They tell you they don't, but at the end of the day, some of these metrics, okay, I use as little cheat sheets. For instance, when I was financing cars in the car business when I was 25 years old, 26 years old, I used little factors. So when somebody asked me what the payment was going to be, I'm like, boom, payment's $323 a month. They're like, God damn, you good. I'm like, yeah, I know what I'm doing. I was just using a little factor. I would take $11,000, multiply it times 3, boom, your payment's $300. I would basically take the loan. It's just a little cheat. It's a hack, okay? So I'm just giving you a little hack. If I divide that 1.3, what?
Yeah, I'd take 20,000 times 1.36 divided by 36.
Yeah. So this tells me I could get a loan of $15 million on this property today. Okay, what did Jared pay for it? $150. What did I pay for it? $250, okay? Remember the property. It was $5 million. We put $400,000 down. We owe $4.6 million. I can go get a loan for $15 million, okay? You're like, wait a minute, bro, you're losing me. Of course I'm losing you, because the freaking math got good, okay? Because nobody taught you how to create wealth. I would get a loan for $15 million. It would pay back the $4.6 million loan we have. We would end up with $10,400,000 of cash. And we didn't sell our real estate, okay? I would give Jared his $150 back. I would take my $250 back, $400. And we would have $10 million to split between us and still own the real estate. So what do I owe Jared? How much of that do I owe you, Jared? Let's see.
12 or 13%.
So Jared gets 12% of the 10 million. He gets 1.2 million. Boom, Jared. Here's your 150 back and 1.2 million dollars.
And that property is cash flowed. I've been distributed 650,000 over the last 10
Okay. So this is what happened with Jared's deal. And I'm just Jared. Jared gave me 150. We've owned it now for how many years? 6 or 7?
10.
Okay, 10 years? Sorry, time flies. He's been given 650 back already. Let's say I gave him another, what did I say? I'd give you another 1.2 million. And he still owns 12% of the real estate that's now worth 24 million bucks. And it still cash flows into the future. We never sell the real estate. So this is in addition to the job that he does every day. So I'm just telling you guys, like real estate has, and we're on page 8 right now. It's easy to access debt to purchase. It's easy to get debt in the future. It's easy to get debt as you go on. Number 9, easy to scale. It's very easy to scale. It's 104 units. What do I mean by scaling? 104 units, take 1 unit. Let's say we raise the rents $200. These are units. I raise the rents $200 on your 1 unit. Cool, that's $2,400 a year. That's awesome, man. That's phenomenal. Okay, that's great. But it's still only $200 a month. Let's keep it. How excited you get? All right. You go to dinner once a month. Boom, you're out of money again. $104. I'm sorry, 104 units times 200. Do the math on this. Times 12 equals what? 104, 200, huh? Oh, $249,000. That's something to get excited about. Everybody with me? Okay, that's new income. That's new income. You want 2,400 or you want 249,600 bucks? By the way, these rents are going to go up $200 at some point in the future based on the last 58, 60 years. Rents are going to go up over time because of inflation. As the Fed prints money, the awful Fed that we should get rid of, as they print money to somehow solve your problems, they just create more problems for you because things will get more expensive. Number 10, real estate is very, very difficult to displace and to disrupt. These 104 units, very difficult to rebuild those 104 units at that property today. Okay? All right, exercise. Jared, you want to take them to the exercise?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Jared is going to take you to the exercise, page 10, to see how much you've learned in the first 2 hours.
So basically the first exercise is going to be to check all that apply for each asset class. Want you basically to go across the top, we've got cash, stocks, crypto, gold, and a house. And then down the line here, you're going to see, does it protect your capital? Does it provide cash flow? Does it appreciate? Are there tax write-offs? Can you get good debt? Is it good debt, meaning paid by somebody else? Protects you against inflation. So when inflation goes up, what happens to the value of your asset? Proven and tested over time, easy to finance, easy to scale, hard to disrupt, and liquid, meaning you can grab it back anytime you want. So that's going to be the first exercise. The second is going to be how much you get a list of your assets, basically. So how much do you have invested in each of these asset classes? One is going to be cash or cash equivalent, so cash, savings, checkings, money market. Investment real estate, 401k, crypto, gold, or house. And if you have house there, just put down how much equity you have in your house, and that's going to give you a list of your assets. That's the second. And then the third is going to be, what was your biggest takeaway from this first piece? So we're going to give you guys about 10 minutes to run through those exercises, and then we will be back with the next section. See you soon.
Who got it? 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 Yeah, sure that money is calling. So I gotta ask who got it? Who got my money? Say who got my money? Who got my money? Say who got my money? I gotta get it. What you finna do about it? I'm finna get it. Hey, deal estate. I hear the money knocking, knocking. Ding dong. Tell me, do you got it? another deal right before the morning. Yeah. Talking credit or cash, every question they ask, we gon' get to the bag. But they don't believe it, they say, how he achieve it, they say getting rich is a fantasy, Uncle G, what they say. Watch where you getting advice, get you a millionaire mind. Do you some millionaire math and multiply like chapter 5. Then I got one question, hold up, 2 questions. Can you keep it 100? Do you want blue blessings? Say we got all the answers, that's a scuba lesson. Do whatever it takes, like season 2 especially. Mikey B gon' ring the bell and get the 2-stepping. I doubled up and Jay say, homie, quit your 2-Xing. Dominate, don't compete. Champion came to win. What you say, Uncle G? Can we ask him again? I say, who got my money? Who got it? Who got it? Who got my money? Who got it? Who got it? Who got my money? Who got it? 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 Yeah. So that money calling. So I got what you gonna do about it? Who got my money? Say, who got my money? Who got my money? Say, who got my money? So that money calling. So I gotta ask who got it. Okay, let's get to the paper. Talking millions on the phone. Okay, let's get some new haters. Ain't no feelings in the zone. Okay, you talking Premier. VIP all about business. I never hope for the money. Me, I go out and I get it. See, me, I go out on a Tuesday. You know, every day Tuesday. And you know, Sheriff stay groovy. It's a 10X move. You know, we stay on the move. Gotta get money, they do it. Getting the wins, never losing. We never talk, we just prove it. Who got it? 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 Yeah, sure that money's calling. Who's got my money? So I gotta ask who got it. Who got my money? Got my money. You got my money. No. I got one question. I got one question.
Who's got my money? And keep asking until you have answers. And once you have answers, then you go to who's got that money and you do whatever it takes. Once you commit to this concept fully, the money will follow like magic.
When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow. Prove what? Getting money, never losing no. But I'm broke, but now I'm living at it. They just count my zeros and some decimals. And I wish you would try to test me, yo. You should listen to the lesson, no. Masterminds out of Mexico, I invested though when I let it grow. Regiments I got a pocket for. Rips the income and your taxes low. Spend it right and then invest some more. And if you don't believe me, ask my Doc Cardone. What you mean? You mean Uncle G? Planting seeds for these money trees. Who got my money, please? Everywhere you wanna be like Visa, MasterCard, American Express. I bought the bank and I bought the checks. I buy apartments, I send checks. Yo, billionaire went undercover, help y'all discover who did it best. Just bought 2 choppers, can't wait till they see the face and they see what I do next. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow.
Yeah, and only then do I buy something stupid. How stupid can you go? You can go as stupid as your cash flow.
You know what heals all ills? Deals. Look who went from meals to bills. It's eat what you kill when you're in the field. In the pipeline overflowing, I don't drip, I spill. We don't seek balance, nah, we want extraordinary. If you really knew my dreams, it'd be more than scary. We got more to spare, ain't no shortage, baby. Winning by the chopper and another for my lady. Talking about the bird and the strap, say the word and she handle that. Fully loaded, put it at the target and you know we letting off every man. Got my money, who got my back? You can never get it if you never ask. Big bags, legendary swag. Only one thing better than cash. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. two, not two. You don't about to do what? Walk in that door.
Chapter 6, Step 4, Who's Got My Money?
Before the morning, yeah. Talking credit or cash, every question they ask, we gon' get to the bag. But they don't believe it, they say, how he achieve it, they say getting rich is a fantasy, Uncle G, what they say, watch where you getting advice, get you a millionaire mind, do you some millionaire math and multiply like chapter 5, then I got one question, hold up, 2 questions, can you keep it 100, do you want blue blessings, say we got all the answers, that's a scuba lesson, do whatever it takes, like season 2 especially, Mikey B gon' ring the bell and get the 2-stepping. I doubled up and Jay say, homie, quit your 2Xing. Dominate, don't compete. Champion came to win. What you say, Uncle G? Can we ask him again? I say, who got my money? Who got it? Who got it? Who got my money? Who got it? Who got it? Who got my money? Who got it? 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 Yeah. So that money calling. So I got what you gonna do about it? Who got my money? Say, who got my money? Who got my money? Say, who got my money? Swear that money calling. So I gotta ask who got it. Okay, let's get to the paper. Talking millions on the phone. Okay, let's get some new haters. Ain't no feelings in the zone. Okay, you talking Premier. VIP all about business. I never hope for the money. Me, I go out and I get it. See, me, I go out on a Tuesday. You know, every day Tuesday. And you know, Sheriff stay groovy. It's a 10X move. You know, we stay on the move. Gotta get money, they do it. Getting the wins, never losing. We never talk, we just prove it. Who got it? 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 Yeah, sure that money's calling. Who's got my money? So I gotta ask who got it. Who got my money? Got my money. You got my money. No. I got one question.
Who's got my money? And keep asking until you have answers. And once you have answers, then you go to who's got that money and you do whatever it takes. Once you commit to this concept fully, the money will follow like magic.
When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow. Prove what? Getting money, never losing no. But I'm broke, but now I'm living at it. They just count my zeros and some decimals. And I wish you would try to test me, yo. You should listen to the lesson, no. Masterminds out of Mexico, I invested though when I let it grow. Regiments, I got a pocket full. Rich the income and your taxes low. Spend it right and then invest some more. And if you don't believe me, ask my Cardone. What you mean? You mean Uncle G? Planting seeds for these money trees. Who got my money, please? Everywhere you wanna be like Visa, MasterCard, American Express. I bought the bank and I bought the jets. I buy apartments, I send checks. Yo, billionaire went undercover, help y'all discover who did it best. Just bought 2 choppers, can't wait till they see the face and they see what I do next. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow. When I walk through the door, I'm talking
buy something stupid. How stupid can you go? You can go as stupid as your cash flow.
You know what heels on ills, deals. Look who went from meals to bills. It's eat what you kill when you're in the field. In the pipeline overflowing, I don't drip, I spill.
We don't seek balance, nah, we want extraordinary. If you really knew my dreams, it'd be more than scary. We got more to spare, ain't no shortage, baby. Winning by the chopper and another for my lady.
Talking about the bird and the strap. Say the word and she handle that.
Fully loaded, put it at the target, and you know we letting off every man. Got my money, who got my back? You can never get it if you never ask.
Big bags, legendary swag. Only one thing better than cash.
When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you're getting cash flow. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you're getting cash flow.
When I walk through, no I walk through, no I walk through, no I'm talking to, not to, you know about to do, what? Walk in that door.
Chapter 6, Step 4, Who's Got My Money? One.
Here right now.
Okay, so look, you should have your biggest takeaways on each of these sections. What's your biggest takeaway from what you've heard so far? Throw it in the chat. What did you get out of the first section? This is very, very important to learning. You don't try to learn everything all at one time. You're like, okay, what did I get out of that piece? Because you're not going to get it all, okay? It's impossible. You're not ready to get it all. So you have to play this game over and over and over again. I just want everybody to understand you can't go to the gym and do a workout today and think that every muscle in your body is developed. I mean, you got to go back tomorrow and back again and back again. Your expectations need to be set. Hey, I'm going to pay the price every day. I don't know, for 5 years, 10 years, whatever, dude. Like, what price are you willing to pay? How much heart do you have to create financial freedom in your life? And I was 28 years old when I started my journey. Well, I was really 25 when I started. I'm like, dude, if I got to pay the price every day for 10 years, what? Who cares? No bars, no clubs, no weed, no alcohol, no jacking around. You know, to the best of my ability, I'm going to keep my head down for 10 years so that by the time I'm 35, I can actually have some choices. Okay, so takeaways.
Can I say one thing really quick too? Like,
Please.
imagine, guys, you know, I'm sure there's a movie you've seen that you've seen a bunch of times and you know the lines that they're gonna say before they say it. Like, this stuff is like, you can't watch the movie the first time and know all the lines. And you're going through right now and you're getting all this stuff and it's new for you. But that's why you just got to keep coming back over and over and over again. Go over these things. Go over your workbook. Take a bunch of notes. There's so much stuff that Grant is covering that's not in the book right now that's so important. We're going to give you a copy of the book filled out at the end. So don't worry about filling everything in. Worry about what Grant's saying right now.
Yeah, exactly. And then also, let me just say that, like, I never do the presentation the same way. Like, I'm not worried about the book. I'm worried about like getting hammered into you right now. The most important takeaway for you right now in this first section is, do you understand that this is your asset class? Because if you're still thinking about all these other things to do, you're not going to do anything. Nobody does 5 things at one time. They do nothing. That's what you end up doing. If you have 5 choices, you'll do none of them. So when I go to dinner, these guys can tell you I go to dinner, I don't never even look at the menu. I'm like, here's the menu. I'm like, I don't need the menu. Well, sir, don't you want to know? Bro, what's the best thing on the menu? Blah, blah. Good, I'll have that. Okay, give it to me. So like if it's even close into something I'm thinking about, let's go. He works here. He should know. The guy that's serving the food has more conviction about the best shit than I do. That's all I want. I just want the best meal. So I go there, I'm like, I want banana pudding, Foster's, whatever. But they got this other thing that's unbelievable. Sherry bought me this coconut cake for Christmas. Okay, it's Tom Cruise's favorite cake. She sent it to me. I'm like, man, I wouldn't have ordered that. Thing's sick. I'm like, Sherry, go get me another one. She's like, they're sold out until February. I got to wait for 2 months to get it. Okay, What's my point? You got to know what you're looking for, because if you can't see it, you won't find it. So we talked about that. You see, you get what you see, okay? That's what you get. You get whatever you see. You get what you see. Make a decision when you're walking into the grocery store. I'm going to get X. And that's what you're going to get while you're there. Don't wander into the grocery store of life and just look around on the shelves. Then you end up with a bunch of stuff you actually never needed, never wanted, and shouldn't have paid for. So right now you're looking at single family homes. Quit looking at them, folks. There's no deals there. You can try as much as you want. You are not going to find a deal in single family homes. If you're trying to sell your house right now, remember what I said? If you're not going to do, I mean, these are just takeaways that I'm remembering I shared with you. If you're not going to do some kind of creative financing and you're trying to sell your house, don't waste your time. You ain't going to sell it. All you're going to do is wear it out on the MLS. Now, I have 2 homes for sale on the MLS right now, and they're not really for sale. They're just dragging. They're dragging. I get free PR out of putting a listing up. Grant Cardone's house for sale in Malibu. Yep, sure is. And I'm only going to take Bitcoin for it. Okay? So I'm just a troll. I'm trolling myself on the internet. Okay, so let's see. What else did you get today? If it don't cash flow, don't do it. You need cash flow. Cash flow is the holy grail of finance. It is the single most important thing that will get you through all corrections, all problems, and all situations, particularly passive income. Okay, now, I also said to you, it's only going to be passive if you don't have to pick the checks up. If you're doing what my uncle did, had 70 or 80 single family Section 8 homes, and once a month on the 15th, he had to go leave his house and drive around town and stop at each house and get his little check, okay, from each one. And then he had to go to the government and get his check. Now, look, there's going to be some work here, but if you had 80 units in one location rather than 80 one-unit locations, wouldn't that be easier? My uncle spent 40 or 50 years accumulating 80 units. And I'm not hating on him for doing that. That was good. I had 80 units in 30 days after my first purchase. 2 purchases, 80 units, done in 30 days. It's 48 and 38, whatever that is, 82. I had more units in 30 days than he accumulated in 40 years. It's just simple math, man. It's like, okay, I learned what my uncle was doing. I'm like, how do I scale it? Compress the time around it. Okay, Julie was a doctor. Can we get the camera on Julie? She was a doctor. And Julie, yeah, you guys ought to just keep that thing over there with you, man. It's not over there with you. Why do you have to go around? Okay. So Julie was a doctor. Tell me your story, Julie.
I was a doctor and made a decision that I wanted to retire in 1 year in 2018. It took me 4 years, but I did it by buying investment real estate that cash flowed and many syndications that I joined. And then in 2023, I decided to join Grant's program and decided that, and this has been motivating and getting me into a point where I was able to join a deal as a GP and was able to buy 184 doors a couple weeks ago. And we closed on that.
Yeah. And the first thing she did was she made a commitment. Look, I'm gonna quit being a doctor. What kind of doctor were you?
I'm a doctor of internal medicine. I did hospice and palliative care, so I took care of people at the end of life.
Oh, wow. Wow, don't get me all down.
For 20 years.
Wow.
At the
Wow.
VA.
Wow. Wow.
Tough one.
Yeah, somebody's got to do it. I thought you were like into rectal exams and stuff.
Don't
Good
like doing
stuff.
those.
I probably had to do something.
And by the way, that's what this is like. Okay, these 81 unit homes. My friend Ryan Secca, who works with me at Cardone Capital, he had 23 units when he came to work with me. And I said, Ryan, how much of your time is spent once a month? I said, how many of these older women do you have where they rent from you and they don't pay you? They don't send the check to you. They're like, come pick the check up, honey. I said, how much time? He's like, oh my God, there's this one woman. He went to this long story about this one woman every month. Come pick the check up, honey. And she would sit there and talk to him, and he'd have to spend 2 hours to get the check. Okay, which is cool. I mean, maybe if that's what you want to do. But if you want to think like a business person, study Sam Zell. Okay, study Donald Bren. Study Fred Trump. Study what Grant Cardone has done in his business career buying real estate. Scale your real estate portfolio. All these people, by the way, every person I just told you came from nothing. No connections. They weren't the best in their class. Okay, they're average, everyday people that's like, I'm gonna scale my real estate. Sam Zell, I'll bet you Sam Zell had probably one of the highest street IQs. Okay, meaning just an average guy, not a book IQ. Okay, all right. Can we get that list of names again? You mean from the NMHC? Just go nmhc.org and you'll see the list of names. If you're talking about the names of people I just gave you, Donald Bren, wealthiest real estate investor in America today. Probably owns more real estate by dollar value than any other single individual. He built Orange County, California. Number two is Sam Zell, Z-E-L-L. He's not alive anymore, but he retired with, or died with about $5 billion worth of net worth, most of it in real estate. Created a company called Equity Residential. And then a third person would be Fred Trump, Donald Trump's dad, who created a tremendous amount of affordable multifamily in New York City. Just imagine Donald Trump, young Donald, collecting checks in black neighborhoods when he was 23 years old. Hey, rent's due, you know, and you're going to vote for me one day. Okay, let's go to page 14, the must-haves of real estate. Number one, you have to first find an asset, okay? The real estate itself. This is not a book thing. Look, you have to find their asset, okay? 80% of the real estate deal, of the process, of the problems, I would assess the asset is 80% of the effort in this game. Maybe even higher than that. And if you can just trust me on this, okay? The better the asset, the easier everything else gets. I don't mean a shiny asset. I mean, the better the story around the asset, the scale of the asset, the potential of the asset, the location of the asset. So if you ever see me, some of the stuff I buy, if you go to cardonecapital.com and register yourself there, oops. You go there, it'll ask you to register, and you can see all the real estate we're buying there. Okay, you can see a deal I'm doing right now in Melbourne, 300 units. Just look, if you don't know what to do, find somebody that you respect and admire and see what they're doing. Just see what they're doing. And if you do what they do, let me just study what Grant's doing, okay? For instance, we're buying a 300 unit deal right now. You're going to hear me talk about below replacement costs. You're going to hear me talk about the location. You're going to hear me talk about it being stabilized. And you're going to hear me say it's a 4 to 5% cash flow in year one. And you're going to see me say that I paid cash for it. So what do you know? Okay, what do you know immediately just by what I just did? Hey guys, oh, by the way, it's in the Space Coast, up there where Elon's at, in Melbourne. It's in Florida. Let's see what other clues you can take from me. Oh, it's brand new. It was built by somebody else and we just bought it from them. Let me see what else. The rents are $1,800 a month. It's, what else? Okay, what do you know? Hey, it's below replacement cost, BRC, below replacement cost. I bought it because the location's, I believe, very positive because of the Space Coast and the jobs going in. You can literally follow me into Melbourne and go buy something similar. It's stabilized, 4 to 5% cash flow. We paid cash for it. We didn't put any debt on it. Why would you do that? I'll tell you why in a second. It's in Florida, it's brand new, and the rents are $1,800. So now you could go do something completely different. I'm gonna buy something 1979 in Bukapak, whatever. But you're just making it up, dude. Like, why don't you just find something that works? You went to your mom and said, Mom, how do you make your chocolate chip cookies? And Mom said, do this, this, and this, okay? Or maybe you did a turkey this year. When you did a turkey, you went online and you said, hey, bro, how do I slow cook a turkey? Now, you could look at 3 or 4 different recipes and end up with whatever, which is what most people do. Or you could just find one guy that you believe is your guy for slow cooked turkeys and just take his advice. It'll fast track you and you'll have more confidence. How many of you this season, this Turkey Day and Christmas, you actually cooked something and you used 3 or 4 different recipes to figure out how you were going to actually slow cook? Who do you get?
No. I cooked a baked French toast, and I combined like 3 recipes.
Oh, you did? But does your confidence break down a little bit? Like, which one am I supposed to be doing right now?
Yeah, or I forget which one I looked at.
Exactly.
And then,
Exactly. So I would tell you right now, particularly in the beginning, study one person. Do not study 3. Okay, get your menu and your recipe from one guy. Do not search all over the internet, and go hard with one guy or one gal or one chef until you figure out how to perfect that. And then you might want to start searching other ways to do things, because all you're going to do, even if you do it right the first person, if he studies 3 different recipes and gets some freaking awesome thing the first time, he still will not have confidence the next time he does it. Because now he's going to be like, where were the 3? What did they say? What was the combination? Like, just repeat the activity. My partner, Brandon Dawson, talks about mimic,
model, mimic, and master.
Model, mimic, and master, okay? There's other people that would try to watch me do things, and they're like, he did that, I'm gonna do that, okay? But, it might not be what you're trying to do right now. Like, if you're a real estate investor, we're buying institutional quality real estate, okay, in great locations. If you look at the rest of my list of the stuff that we own, investments, look at the real estate I'm buying, okay? Here's a property we just bought, 331 units. This is a recorded event, recorded right there in the middle, the edge at Flagler Village. It's a recorded event. You could actually go put in the Flagler Village property, Grant Cardone. Google search it, and I guarantee what's going to come up is Nuveen Investments sells Grant Cardone a 300-unit deal, and they paid cash. The deal before that, 10X at Jacaranda. Guess who sold me that? Nuveen. I gave you that name earlier. They own $80 billion worth of real estate. By the way, all this was 10 years old. What did I tell you earlier? Look for something that's 3 years old or something 10 years old. It's 3 years old. They just bought it 3 years ago, or it's 10 years old. Okay. 10X Flagler Village. Notice how I'm naming all my real estate 10X. Now, you can't copy the 10X, but you could come up with something. Highly recommend it. All 3 of these properties within about 15 minutes of one another. So what am I doing? I'm scaling everything. I'm doing neighborhoods. I'm not doing one over here and one all the way across the world, okay? 10X Forum, 10X Tarpon Springs. Notice how all these look the same, okay? The Edison down here. 10X Miami River. 10X Weston, 10X Sunrise. Most of these are in Florida, okay? Here's a couple deals in Houston. All I'm saying to you is you can literally follow what I'm doing. You could match or mimic the website, the names. Like, you can't use that name, but you can kind of model it, if you will. We want to help you guys, okay? Look, I own 15,000 units. Right now, there's a couple thousand people watching this right now. About 7,500 people with the people online, okay? I have 15,000 units. Let's say out of the 20,000 people that are watching this right now, let's say 10%, 2,000 people do anything with this. And let's say out of that, 200 people, 10% do what I do. That means 200 people are going to go get 15,000 units. Times 200. That would be 3 million units. We would be the largest network of multifamily on entire planet Earth, okay? 10% of that, if only 20 people did this, we'd have 300,000 units. We'd be the largest single owner in the country. 10% of the 20,000, 10% of the 2,000, 10% of the 200. If just 20 people do what I did, we would own more real estate as a group of 20 people than everybody else, including Blackstone and Nuveen and Starwood on planet Earth. That's what I'm doing here on a Saturday that I want to remind you I'm doing. I want to build a network of people, okay? If you guys are into this, let's go. Now, let's keep it real though. The chances of you being one of these 20 or even one of these 200, keep it real, man. Your heart's only big for so long.
Better chance than trying to win that $1 billion lotto ticket.
Yeah, but go back to what the ways to get rich. What are the ways to get rich? You can inherit it. Shit ain't gonna happen. I'm still thinking Bob's gonna put me in his will. Right? How you gonna get rich? Did I have that in here or did we add that?
No, you did.
You can inherit it, you can marry it. Elena already did that with me.
Buy a business or
you can start a business, grow a business, scale
Invest
a business.
or get lucky.
You can, but brother, the failure rate on a business is so heavy, it's unbelievable.
2/3 within 5 years. 2/3 within 5 years. Fail.
Yeah, or you could become an investor. You're not going to get lucky. This isn't luck. This is. I've been buying real estate for 40 years. I've been looking at real estate. 38 years, every single day for 38 years, man. Sooner or later you get good at it, and the next thing you know, you end up with a bunch of real estate. Okay, you can do this, guys. You can do this, but you got to decide. Remember, hey, man, you're gonna go wherever you see. Okay, like whatever you're looking at, that's where you're going. That windshield of yours. Okay, you can't look at every distraction on the road. Everything that's happening around you cannot look at. You need to look at where am I going exactly? And then you look for that target. Okay, so maybe your first target this year. Let's just set a target right now. What's your first target for acquisitions in 2025? You don't know anything right now. Every time you get lost, what do? Hey, what am I committed to? Every time you get confused, what am I committed to? Okay, don't worry about the problems and the bullshits and the distractions. You just go back to what's my target in 2025. Number of units, okay? 500 units. Look at this, okay? Look at the people committed. David says 60 doors. David, you're just saying that because you're being reasonable. You could do one purchase and have 60 doors. Okay? For all of you that did this, I'm gonna do 60. Anything less than 100, I'll just tell you right now, I know this because I've done this. Anybody that says less than 100, what happens is you go to your head, not your heart. You're like, okay, let me be reasonable here. Okay, that's a big problem. If you're gonna be reasonable, do nothing. I'm gonna get 60 units because you figured with 60 units, I got enough money, I got enough connections, that's not too big, it's not too small, I can handle that. Okay, good, but dude, why don't you just add a 0, bro? Okay, 2 deals. You can do 2 deals, each 300 units, over with. 600 is easy. How many your first deal? 184, first deal. My first deal was 48 units. By the way, about 1 unit, 2 units, and then I started looking for multifamily. I started saying, okay, I wanted more units. I started looking for more units. I wanted to buy something under replacement cost. I'm gonna buy something that's going to the bank. And that's what I found. I found exactly what I was looking for, okay? You're looking for a red car, you get a red car. Some of you don't get the red car because you go to the car dealership and the guy talks you into a gray car. And you compromise yourself and you end up with a freaking gray car that you hate for 4 years, knowing you should have bought a red car. Okay, 48 units. Second thing I bought was 38 units. Third deal I bought was 92 units. This deal right here was easier than these 2 deals. The 92 units was easier than the 38. The 38 was easier than the 48. It got easier as I started doing more deals. So like, I get 92 units, I got some confidence, boom, I go buy 300 units. I get a little more confidence, next thing you know, I go buy 2,200 units in 3 days in Tucson, Arizona. So number 1, okay, must-haves. Now that you know what your target is, anytime you're lost, go back to your target. Anytime you're confused, go back to your target. Number 1, you gotta have assets. Number 2, you're gonna have to acquire debt. So number one, I got to have an asset. It could be a retail. It could be maybe somebody decided today, hey, I don't want to own multifamily. I want to own a bunch of retail. I'm RK, the RK group here in Miami. They own probably every shopping center within 10 miles, this surrounding 10 miles. You go to a shopping center here, they're collecting rent from somebody. These shopping centers here do incredible. And they bought a bunch of this during COVID when every headline in the country was retail is over forever. No one will ever go to a store again. No one will ever. You remember when they were coming out saying no one would ever hug again? I'm like, that's so stupid, bro. Okay, take your mask off. Come on out. We're going to hug it out, bro. We're going to trade diseases. Trade tongues. We're going to be going crazy, spitting on each other. Okay? And we're all back to that. Everybody forgot about any of that stuff. Okay? So number one, the asset. RK, this group here in town, man, they own every shopping center on Collins, Hallandale, like literally 10 miles. It just says RK. They live in our Regalia building. Number two, debt. Even if you don't use debt, we're not right now. We're not using debt right now. We're just raising money from our investors. It's a form of debt, okay? But we would rather do that. We're basically kind of inverting the process where people, most of the time, they get an asset, then they get a loan, okay? And then they might refinance the loan in the future. What we're doing is we're not getting a loan, and then we're going to go get a new loan later in the future when interest rates go down. So we get an asset now, we pay cash, and we go back to a bank after Trump gets in and go to bank and say, hey, we don't have a loan on this asset, we'd like to get a loan. Well, you want to pay your deal off. No, we paid cash for it. Okay, the best time to go to a bank and get a loan, banks will help you when you don't need help, and they'll take advantage of you when you do need help. They never help you when you want help. Okay, number three, cash. Now, the block on cash, capital, equity. You're going to hear that, capital, equity, cash, whatever, right? The block on cash is mental. There's no shortage of money. There's more money on this planet than there are phones, people, houses, real estate. Anytime there's a shortage of money, boom, they just print it. So there's no shortage of money, okay? You guys think there's a shortage right here because your parents told you to save money, and they told you that money doesn't grow on trees and save for a rainy day and all this other bullshit because your parents didn't know anything about money or how it was created or where it came from. And they actually think it's something. Okay, money is actually debt. All money is actually debt. So number two and number three are actually identical. Okay, because I think, what does it say on a US dollar? Doesn't it say?
In God we trust.
Something else though.
E pluribus unum.
No, it's something else on it. It's a federal note. It says it's a federal note. It's debt.
Here.
Thank you, Johnny. This note is legal tender for all debts, public and private.
Federal Reserve note.
And it says at the very top, a Federal Reserve note. Okay. It also says on here it's $1. What it should say is what it buys, 10 cents. So this product was built in 2017, okay? In 2017, that was what, 8 years ago? This product is worth about $1. It's probably worth 50 cents. Okay. And then they even tell you if you burn this, oh my God, you burn it, that you're breaking a law. Okay. It's garbage, dude. It's garbage. Okay. Okay, what happens to money? I lose it, it's trash, the kids steal it, your wife takes it. Okay, I literally went in my wife's safe the other night. She's got freaking, I'm like, where the fuck you get that from? She's got like 7 or 8 or 9 bands. Okay, I hacked into her safe. I'm like, God damn, bro, what you doing all that? So I didn't even talk to her about it. I just took it out of her safe and put it in my safe. Okay, and then she came to me the other night. She's like, did you get in my safe? Sure did. Okay. And then I changed the number on my safe. Okay, number 4, build a network. See, notice a building, when you got cash sitting around, in 2020, $1 million in the bank They say today that same $1 million in 2024 is worth $750,000. You lost 25% of the value, purchasing power of that money by saving it at the bank. Now, if I took that $1 million and I bought a building, and I put $1 million in that building, and that building's cash flowing at let's say $60,000 a year, free cash flow, just free, pumping out $5,000 a month, $5,000 a month, $5,000 a month, $5,000 a month, okay? And I put $1 million in that building. Is that $1 million still in that building? Let's say it's got 60 doors on it. Is that $1 million still in the building? Sure it is. So let's say it was $1 million, 60 units, pays me $5,000 every month. Okay, let's say the cash flow goes to $7,000 a month, from 5 to 7. Is the $1 million still in the building? Yes, because the value of the building is based on the cash flow of the building, not based on the value of the building. The cash flow in real estate, you want to make a note here, the cash flow of this real estate determines the value of the building. Okay, number 4 thing we got to do, build is a network. Fastest way to build a network is through real estate. Okay, like this is just it's so easy, man. It's like you're joining a group of people that are cooks or barbecue or cigar smokers or dancers. Like they all want to talk about they're involved in this like-minded thing. Real estate investors. Hey, what do you do for a living? You probably want to have a card. Let's say if you work for Cardone Training Technologies. When you go out to real estate events, you probably want a different card that says you're a real estate investor. Right? So hey, I work at Cardone Training Technologies during the day, but I'm a real estate investor. So you'd want to say, you know, Jerry Johnson, real estate investor, blah, blah, blah. Because you're in a network of people that do real estate investing. And number 5, you got to grow your confidence. And that's just going to come from time. Number 5 is time and deals. And if you want to take the time out, just do deals. Okay? If you want to take the time and the deals out, invest, number 5, invest in somebody else you trust. So this is a recommendation for everybody here, okay? Do not, if you want to increase your confidence, become an investor first. Become a passive investor in others' deals. So there's nothing wrong with you being what's called a limited partner, LP, in 5 of my deals. Or find some partner that you want to partner with and be with them in a deal so that you would have cash flow. We just did 4 deals. We did 1, 2, 3, 4, let's see. Those deals all paid cash, all Florida. Those 4 deals were about 1,200 units. And you could have put money in fund number 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. How many are you in, Dave? How many funds are you in?
I'm in right now today 15 different funds.
Dave's in 15 different funds, okay? So when Dave goes to the bank, he's getting married. Let's say he's going to go, I don't know, he's going to go do something. So he's going to look at his net worth. His net worth is he's got 15 different funds that he spent no time, no energy on. But how many checks you get a month?
15 checks.
15 checks plus?
Plus 15 checks from Cardone Capital. Plus I get my Cardone Training Technologies.
Yeah.
Every month.
So he gets 1 check for trading time, and he gets 15 checks because he made a decision. How much are your 15 checks? What do they pay you a month?
Just over $8,000.
So $8,000 a month comes in every month to take care of bills, problems, situations, mysteries, whatever. Okay, he's a limited partner. So when somebody says, have you invested in real estate? Dave would say what?
Yes, I have.
How many deals you got, Dave?
I'm in 15 different funds.
Yeah, he could say, yeah, I'm in 15 different deals. We own 4,500 units. I'm an investor in 4,500 units.
4,500 units.
Let's say he goes to the bank. The bank's going to ask for his net worth statement, okay? They're going to ask for his balance sheet. This is what they're going to see about Dave's balance sheet. Okay, Dave's balance sheet is going to be this job he's got, and this job pays him. What do you earn a year?
$1.2 million.
$1.2 million a year in earned income, okay? Now, the bank doesn't look at his earned income very friendly because they're like, what if you lose your job? What if something happens to you? Okay? So they're only going to give him so much money on this if they give him any money at all. They probably won't. Because they know if something happens to him, bang, he's got taxes from this, 600 grand a year, so he ends up with about $600,000. But his balance sheet over here is going to show all his other investments. Okay? There'll be 15 of them, by the way, and any cash that he has. He could have some cash. Maybe he's got some stocks. You have any stocks?
No stocks.
Better not. Okay? And then he's got all these limited partners. Oh, what is that? What is that? What are you invested in? And then he starts showing the bank all these investments that he has. By the way, those investments, how many agree? Those investments will outlive Dave.
For sure.
Okay? Those investments don't have bad days. They don't get in arguments. They don't bother him, distract him, confuse him. Okay? He should focus on his main thing, which is that $1.2 million. Grab all the money out of the $1.2 million he can and throw as much money as he can into deals. How many deals are you in, Jared?
15.
Jared's in 15 deals with me. Jared's focused on his main job with me. We work together every day trying to create more income. We take the income, dump it into the real estate. What do your 15 deals pay you?
25 grand a month.
25 grand a month, okay? So you got a long way to go, Dave.
Long way.
Okay, all right. Okay, so that grows confidence. Now, just because Dave and Jared aren't doing deals, did they grow confidence in deals? Dude, where does confidence come from? It comes from making successful actions. I did something successful. That's why you guys should never lose money. You want to write this down. Never lose money in your investments. Never. It ain't worth it, man. You're going to go buy some Ripple or some Solana or some Ethereum or Dogecoin. Everybody's like, you should have bought Dogecoin. Bro, I don't know what I'm doing. What are you talking about, bro? Like I don't do shit. I don't know that if I don't know how to do it, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to go buy a supercar. Okay? Like every time I've ever done this, you go buy the big watch, you go buy, oh, the watch is an investment. No, it's not. It's not an investment. It doesn't pay you. If it doesn't pay you every month, it's not an investment. Now, if you're buying a piece of art because you enjoy a piece of art, just understand you're buying a piece of art that you enjoy on the wall, but don't think that you're going to sell it and make money on it because it's probably going to get faded because the sun hit it every day and it's going to be worth less in the future than it is today. Not true with the real estate though. Okay, so look, go to page 15, the proper deal sequence. This is the proper sequence that most people, by the way, have out of order. You know these, but you don't have them in the right sequence of actions. Number one, find the asset, the right asset. Now, I would suggest to you, if we're getting started today from scratch, your right first target should be a deal with a profit of $1 million. Unless you're a passive investor, if you have your own money, your own time, your own energy, and you're going to be the GP or general partner on the deal, and you're going to run point, do not mess with a deal that can't make you $1 million. Leave it alone. Everything below $1 million profit, leave it alone. So what we're going to do is get you looking for that red Lamborghini, okay? We're going to get you looking for that perfect partner. We're going to get you looking for that perfect vehicle. The perfect vehicle would be first target, it's a $1 million profit. I think you would have that, right, Julie, on your deal?
$1 profit.
Yeah, she needs to make basically she needs to get the value of every unit up $5,200. Would you pay $180 a door?
$89 a door.
$89 a door. If she sells the asset for $100,000 a door, they make 11 grand a door. So she's on target. Okay. Now, if she bought 20 units, same energy, same time, same trouble, same problems. Everything's the same. It's just actually more trouble to manage 20 units than it is 189.
It's about 100,000 over 5 years on 20 units.
Yeah, 100,000 what?
For total profit, as opposed to $1 million.
Oh, you think you get out at what? 280? You think you get out at 180 a door?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's going to be tough. 1972.
No, that's for a newer asset that I own. That's.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Going to be about.
Okay, so first, right target. Find the right asset and target a $1 million profit. Number two, next thing you're going to do is contact a broker. Now, I'm going to make one exception here because if you're building from zero, You just want to be looking at units calling people. Like I've called 3 people today. How many of them have called me back? They're idiots. I don't know how to say it. This is why, this is proof Americans are lazy. This is proof right here. Sorry. Oh yeah, but all Americans aren't lazy. The 3 I called today are. Okay? They're lazy. I'm working. I'm worth more than all 3 of those guys and all their family members and their grandparents and their parents and their kids put together. And I'm working and they're not. So yeah, I'm calling them lazy, okay? Elon Musk has a right to call people lazy. Compared to him, everybody's lazy, including me. Okay, number 3, underwrite the deal. Find an asset, contact a broker. We're gonna make an exception in the beginning, just start contacting brokers on every deal you see. You're gonna study deals even though they're not in your target group to understand what deals look like. Contact a broker. 3, underwrite the deal. 4, make an offer. Now, when we talk about underwriting deals, okay, basically I'm gonna take the gross income less the expenses. I need to know the NOI. I need to know the cap rate in the market. And then I can offer a price, I know. And then I can offer a price, okay?
Yeah. We have a whole section on underwriting.
Number 5, get debt quotes. Okay, once I have a deal under contract, controlling the deal, I'll get a debt quote. You can have those sent to you, by the way. They look like this. You'll be on a list anyhow. Let me see, debt. Debt quotes. Debt quotes look like this. They come to you like this. Here's a list you can get on right here. Gray. See what this looks like? Oops. So much stuff open, man. Okay, see, this is Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. All this is going to come to you. This data's free. Like, you're in an ecosystem where they're going to just give you this stuff. Like, this is not like they're going to sell you something here. There's nothing to sell. They're just like, they're going to give you free information so you can one day do business with them. Here's a 15-year loan, a 12-year loan, a 10-year loan, a 7-year loan, a 5-year, a 7-year ARM. Ooh, what's that? Okay, 10-year ARM. Ooh, what's that? What's the spread? What's the rate? What's the spread? What's the rate? What's the spread? What's the rate? What's a 55, a 155, a 65, a 125? Dude, don't worry about it. Like this is like, it is what it is. Like, it's just the space. Okay, now where do you get this from? Go to Greystone. Greystone Loans. Don't know them, never done business with them, never gonna know them, probably never gonna do business with them. I use them. Guy named Steve Vanner. Okay, I don't know Steve. I'm on his list. I don't know how I got on his list. Steve Vanner, steve.vanner@grayco.com. Boom. He'll give you exactly what he's given me. There you go. Gifts, Christmas continues. Okay? Now, why don't I know Steve? And why am I dragging on him right now? Because I don't know. I don't know why I don't know him. Here's his phone number, 917-472-2778. I don't know him. Why don't I know him? He's the managing director of some company called Greystone.com. Giving free information. Oh, Cushman Wakefield, here's more information. You can get on his list, fill it out, give him your email address. Bunch of data in here. Here's what's called a U.S. 10-year Treasury. Here's what's called a SOFR 1-month term. Lots of stuff to learn, right? Here's a SOFR swap 10-year. I don't know. I don't need to know any of this stuff. I need a good asset. That's all I need. What's the order of things? Okay, if you know the order, what's the order? First a deal, then you make contact, then you underwrite the deal. Debt later. I'm not worried about the debt. Good debt will find a deal. Find a deal, write the deal, underwrite the deal, then get a debt quote. Okay? All this other stuff makes you smarter. There's a whole bunch of people smarter than me that don't own the kind of real estate that I own. So I don't need to be the smartest person in the room. There's a whole bunch of smart people in this. The debt guys are smart. The real estate investors are smart. The builder that built the damn building, he built it. Bro, engineered it, figured out how to get loans and shit on it, spent 3 or 4 years putting it together, designers, architects, art on the walls, colors, paint, palettes, furniture. I didn't do any of that. I waited till he was finished, found the right asset, contacted a broker, underwrote the deal, made an offer, went to a lender. Hey, bro, where's the money come from? They figure out where to get money. I don't even know how it works. Fucking money's crazy to figure that out. Then number 6, I go to my friends and say, I got a deal. I got a deal. Jared, you want to put some money in? Yeah. Dave, you want to put some money in? Yeah. Okay, good. And you guys are like, yeah, but I ain't you. Good. Go to your friends, family, members, people that know you in your marketplace and community. They'll give you money if you have a good asset. Number 7, close the deal. How do I do that? Don't worry about it. The bank's going to help you and the broker's going to help you. They want to get paid. Okay? They will push your deal through. Sherry can tell you this from working in the lending business. You do not need to know how to get the loan. The people giving you the loan, right? Oh, yeah. Dude, they will be like, sign here, sign there, say this, say that. You need this and that. Hey, by the way, let me get you this for you. How about I do it for you? They'll walk you through the whole deal. Number 8, manage the asset. You don't need to manage the asset unless it's 60 units. But if it's 300 units, you don't need to manage it. And if it's 300 units in a great location, in a great location with a Whole Foods and a Starbucks close by, across the street, you'll get a great leasing agent as well. Okay? This is a trick, man. The better the location, the easier the people are. Number 9, raise the rents. You could force rents, or you could just wait for time to raise rents. Sometimes time just does the thing for you. Number 10, manage the asset for a sale or refi. This is the order, the proper sequence, the order in which you do things. Number 11, sell it, refinance it, or bundle it. And number 12, scale it. I did it once, I do it twice, I do it 3 times, I do it 4 times, I do it 5 times, I do it 6 times. Okay, how many houses you gonna buy? 1. Why? Dude, if it was good for you, why don't you go get 10 of them? You know why? Because it ain't good for you. Well, who would have 10 houses? Nobody. So now, if you're gonna buy a car, what would be better than buying a car? Buy a car dealership and never buy a car. Just make money on cars. Like, if you're not gonna do it 10 times, don't do it. Drugs. If you're not gonna hit 10, what is it called when you hit a...
Hit a what?
When you smoke a bong or whatever.
Take a bong rip.
Take a bong rip?
Take a bong rip.
Dude, if you ain't gonna do it 10 times, don't do it once. Okay? Relationships. If you ain't gonna sleep with her 10 times, don't sleep with her 1 time. You understand what I'm saying? I tell my kids, if you're not gonna do it 10 times, don't do it 1 time, because it's not good for you. All right? Okay, asset is senior to everything. The most important thing on page 17 is the ass et. Put some ET on your ass, okay? Number 1, and we got to fix the, number 1, location is senior to everything. Number 2, number 1, you cannot change the location ever. Once you have a location, you can't change it, can't fix it, can't enhance it, you can't pay to make it better, nothing, there's nothing, no amount of money can make a location better, including you owning everything around it, okay? You can't be the only investor in the marketplace. You could buy the whole block, but you need somebody to own next door, okay? You can't be the only person buying the asset. Number 2, what type of asset are you gonna buy? Number 3, what size deal? We're gonna get clear on this in a second. I'm showing you how to classify the exact asset you're gonna buy. Number 4, what is your potential profit gonna be? We talked about that in our earlier slide. Hopefully $1 million. Number 5, monthly cash flow. 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000. If you're gonna be a general partner, actively putting the deal together, let's say you find a good deal, my buddy, I got a buddy that does subject to stuff. He does subject to, he gets this ranch or whatever, he gets this house or he gets this, whatever it is, right? And he's like, Grant, I bought it with no money and it's gonna cash flow $200 a month. I'm like, okay. Can you believe that, Grant? I just basically signed subject to. I signed it and I got it. I'm like, okay, bro, but he's like, wouldn't you want to do that deal? I said, no, I actually wouldn't want to do that deal. Okay. I don't want to do that deal because it'd be like I had to sign something. I get $200 a month because $200 doesn't change my life. And the moment I signed this, I became obligated to something. So I got to pay attention to it. I got to pay taxes on it. I got to there's a lot of stuff you got to do here. And it ain't worth $200 to me. Just because you give me something for free doesn't mean it's worth it. It doesn't mean I want it. That thing comes with an obligation. Number 6, how and who will manage it? Who's going to manage this little beast right here? Okay? When she slips and falls and I get sued for it, that $200 is going to go away as soon as the lawyer signs me up the first time they sign me up. Okay, number 7. 6, who's going to manage it? Number 7, how do I exit? How am I going to get out of this little beast? I got a buddy just bought a piece of real estate. I'm like, bro, get out of that thing as fast as you can. Can you get out of it by January? Get in, get out. Okay? If it's bad, get out of it. A lot of you watching right now are in a piece of real estate you should get out of, not stay in. Okay? A, you could sell it, get out. Maybe you lose money, move on. Now, when you're in a deal that's bad, don't look at losing money, look at getting money back. So let's say I bought a watch and I paid $25,000 for the watch, and now the watch is only worth $15,000. There's 2 ways to look at this. I'm losing $10,000 or I found 15 grand. Okay? The right way to look at it is I just found $15,000. You didn't lose 10 grand. You got, because you've already lost the 25, okay? My daughter, me and my 2 daughters we get 3 bobas last night. 3 bobas, they're like $11 each, you know. And the second daughter says, I didn't want a boba. And I said to myself, God damn it, you're wasting my money. But it's too late because, see, I was willing to buy her a boba. The fact that she didn't drink it doesn't make it cheaper. I'm still out $11. Everybody get it? See, you bought the watch for $25,000. You kept the watch for 3 or 4 years. You sell the watch for 15. You didn't lose 10. You found 15,000. And you don't have the watch anymore. And by the way, that might be better than all of it because now you don't have the memory of the watch or the piece of real estate that you bought and you shouldn't have. So those of you that have a house and maybe you got a bunch of equity in it, let's kick this up a little bit. You bought the house for $400,000. You thought it was going to $6 million. It didn't. It's paid for. You have no money, zero. There's $400,000 worth of equity. You think the house is going to be worth $600. Bro, get your $400. Find the 4. Yeah, but I didn't hit my target. So get 400 grand. Go find it some other place. Maybe the target's in another kill. Number B, refinance the asset. This is a great way to leave or exit the asset without getting rid of the asset. So imagine you go out next year and you buy 600 units. And you push the rents up on the 600 units and you sell the 600 units. Now how many do you have? 0. But what if you could take the 600 units and did what me and Jared did, those 104 units. We bought the 104 units. We had time go by. 7, 8 years go by, we financed, put new financing on the asset, got money back, and we still have our 104 units. We could take that money and go buy another 104 units and scale the portfolio. C, bundle your assets together. There's another exit as well that I'm going to do next year, and it's called a REIT, R-E-I-T. So C and D, bundle. You can bundle your assets. Some of you out there that might have 6 or 7 or 8 different houses, or maybe you got a bunch of little units. What you could do if you want to sell them, don't sell them 6 different deals. Put 6 deals on one financial statement and sell them as a bundle. The other thing you can do for the more sophisticated, D, not in the book, is REIT, R-E-I-T. Okay, real estate investment trust. Okay, types of real estate on page 18. Number 1, single family residence, SFRs. Terrible investments, shouldn't even be considered one. In fact, I wouldn't even consider it an asset on your financial statement. A great financial planner would never put this on your financial statement. It would always be considered a liability. You have to have a place to live. End of story. Because you have to have a place to live, you should not count it as an asset. Okay? Number 2, mansions. These are for rich people. Okay? I mean, you could try to do it, but it's for rich people. And you know, good to look at. Be nice to stay in one, maybe. Most of them are cold because they're too big. Okay, number 3, apartments. Great investment, man. You could just look at it and see how good it is. A lot of doors, a lot of jobs, a lot of activity, income, cash flow, depreciation, tax write-offs, like so much good stuff here. It's unbelievable. Number 4. Number 4, office buildings. Very complicated. Okay, now, some people are going to make some big money in office buildings in this cycle. We're in a major, major correction where you're seeing properties where that people had $100 million in that they're paying $10 million for them. Like unbelievable opportunity. So I'm not negative on office, but it is complicated and requires a lot of money. Number 5, retail. During COVID, they said retail was going to die. It didn't die. It got bigger and stronger. People will always, I don't care how much of an AI society we become, you're still going to go down the street and get your nails done. You're still going to go down there and get the wax. You're still going to go to the barber shop. Threw you off, didn't I, when I said the wax thing, huh? Did you get waxed? You get your head waxed? Have you ever had that waxed?
If not, I use the Bic.
Okay.
Every morning.
Okay. Okay. Number 6, self-storage. Great investment class. Okay. Those have gotten really bid up over the years. You'll see them all over, you know, cities across America where people do the dumbest stuff. Me included, by the way. They'll spend more money on storage, storing stuff they've forgotten. Pictures that mean nothing to you. If they meant something to you, you'd have them in your house. Okay, furniture that you bought 20 years ago. Okay, number 7, the wedding dress from whenever. Okay, number 7, mobile homes. I got a buddy owns, I don't know, what does he own? What did I say that?
40,000 pads, yeah.
44,000 pads at $500 a month.
Does he own it? Does he have debt on it?
No. I mean, he's got 20 million of debt. Do this, 44,000, put it in your phone or your calculator, 44,000 times $500 a month. A month. Free cash flow. Now, you got to do better than that. It's got to be like some cash register, dude.
So then what would you go? You'd times that by 12.
Times 12.
So that's 264 million, and then how would you?
264, and
what's the cap rate on that?
Let's take 80% of that. Let's assume less than 20% for expenses for his NOI.
211, 200.
Divided by 7, and it'd be $1.7 billion.
That says 3 billion, unless I did my math wrong. Oh, 0.07, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you'd still be there, Jarrett. Let me see. 264 million times 0.8 divided by 0.08. Yeah, 2.6 billion. That's what I offered him.
And that's a secondary business, not a primary business.
Yeah, no, this is his secondary business that became a primary business. And he owes $20 million on this. So now he'd be a perfect guy for me to go to and say, bro, I want to buy $2.8 billion. I'll buy the whole thing from you. Let's do owner financing. And give me like 18 months to close out the whole deal. So anyway, I'm working on this project right now for 2025. Land farm, oil leases, empty lots. Okay, you keep them, you can have them. I'm not a farmer. You want to be Bill Gates, go be him. But Bill Gates is already rich. Okay, guys, you know, get rich, and then you can start doing what the rich do. And maybe you want to do it, but there's no income and you're not a farmer. So you guys that are moving, I remember Kanye moved to what do you go to?
Montana or
Montana
Wyoming,
or something. I mean, they didn't even last the whole winter. He's like, yay, no. Okay, number 9, exercise, okay? All right, I want you to check off which of these provide the following categories. Go through in your own time, or right now. Which one protects capital? What provides cash flow? What's long-term appreciation? What's your tax write-offs? What's the good debt? What protects against inflation? Proven and tested. Some of these will check off and some of them won't. Next thing you do, basics and the rules. What are the 5 must-haves of real estate investing? This is to show you how fast people forget something. Number 3, I want you to rank the 5 must-haves. What's most important, very important, somewhat important, and the least important. And then I want you to do your investor assessment and your score on page 24.
Let's do a 20-minute and just give people a chance to get a break, get some food.
So, yeah.
So we'll see you guys. We'll see you guys back here in 20 minutes.
19 minutes and 14 seconds.
Talking meals, here I'm talking hungry. Talking meals, now I'm talking money. Yeah. And I just feel like you got that for me. Yeah. Another deal right before the morning. Yeah. Talking credit or cash, every question they ask, we gon' get to the bag. But they don't believe it, they say, how he achieve it, they say getting rich is a fantasy, Uncle G, what they say, watch where you getting advice, get you a millionaire mind, do you some millionaire math and multiply like chapter 5, then I got one question, hold up 2 questions, can you keep it 100, do you want blue blessings, say we got all the answers, that's a scuba lesson, do whatever it takes, like season 2 especially. Mikey B gon' ring the bell and get the 2-stepping. I doubled up and Jay say, homie, quit your 2-Xing. Dominate, don't compete. Champion came to win. What you say, Uncle G? Can we ask him again? I say, who got my money? Who got it? Who got it? Who got my money? Who got it? Who got it? Who got my money? Who got it? 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 Yeah. So that money calling. So I got what you gonna do about it? Who got my money? Say, who got my money? Who got my money? Say, who got my money? So that money calling. So I gotta ask who got it. Okay, let's get to the paper. Talking millions on the phone. Okay, let's get some new haters. Ain't no feelings in the zone. Okay, you talking Premier. VIP all about business. I never hope for the money. Me, I go out and I get it. See, me, I go out on a Tuesday. You know, every day Tuesday. And you know, Sheriff stay groovy. It's a 10X movie. You know, we stay on the move. Gotta get money, they do it. Getting the wins, never losing. We never talk, we just prove it. Who got it? 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 Yeah, sure that money's calling. Who's got my money? So I gotta ask who got it. Who got my money? Got my money. You got my money. No. I got one question.
Who's got my money? And keep asking until you have answers. And once you have answers, then you go to who's got that money and you do whatever it takes. Once you commit to this concept fully, the money will follow like magic.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the center of the ring as we introduce the formidable boxer, Cardone. Standing tall at an impressive till it's badass. Yeah, I'm after what I want. Money that I'm getting for investing, not to flow. Till it's badass. I'ma give you what you need. Chopper in the air, on the ground, I got a team. Till it's badass. After what I want. Investing, not to flow. Give you what you need. On the ground, I got a team. Family, you know I got the team up. Got my soldiers with me, Scarlett and Sabrina. Real estate, so you know we in the deal up. Room full of women, room full of big thinkers. Clydesdales pulling all the. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow. Rule one, getting money, never losing hope. But I'm broke, but now I'm living adding digits, counting zeros and some decimals.
And I wish you would try to test me, yo. You should listen to the lesson, no. Masterminds out of Mexico, I invested dough and I let it grow.
Benjamins, I got a pocket full. Raise your income and your taxes low. Spend it right and then invest some more. And if you don't believe me, it's my Cardone.
What you mean? You mean Uncle G? Planting seeds for these money trees. Who got my money, please? Everywhere you wanna be like Visa, MasterCard, American Express. I bought the bank and I bought the jets.
I buy apartments, I send checks.
Young billionaire went undercover, help y'all discover who did it best.
Just bought 2 choppers, can't wait till they see the face and they see what I do next. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow.
Yeah, and only then do I buy something stupid. How stupid can you go? You can go as stupid as your cash flow.
You know what heals all ills? Deals. Look who went from meals to bills. It's eat what you kill when you're in the field. In the pipeline overflowing, I don't drip, I spill.
We don't seek balance, nah, we want extraordinary. If you really knew my dreams, it'd be more than scary. We got more to spare, ain't no shortage, baby. Winning by the chopper and another for my lady.
Talking about the bird and the strap. Say the word and she handle that.
Fully loaded, put it at the target, and you know we letting off every man. Got my money, who got my back? You can never get it if you never ask.
Big bags, legendary swag. Only one thing better than cash.
When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow.
When I walk through, no I walk through, no I walk through, no I'm talking to, not to, you know about to do, what? Walk in that door.
Chapter 6, Step 4, Who's Got My Money?
Who got it? 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 Yeah, sure that money is calling. So I gotta ask who got it? Who got my money? Say who got my money? Who got my money? Say who got my money? I gotta get it. What you finna do about it? I'm finna get it. Hey, deal estate. I hear the money knocking, knocking. Ding dong. Tell me, do you got it, got it? Step inside the office, and you see us ballin', ballin'. Cause the every day, you know that we bossin', bossin'. Yeah. Said I gotta get that dough. Gotta get it. Said I gotta get that dough. Hold up. Talking meals, here I'm talking hungry. Talking meals, now I'm talking money. Yeah. And I just feel like you got that for me. Yeah. Another deal right before the morning. Yeah. Talking credit or cash, every question they ask, we gon' get to the bag. But they don't believe it, they say, how he achieve it, they say getting rich is a fantasy, Uncle G, what they say. Watch where you getting advice, get you a millionaire mind. Do you some millionaire math and multiply like chapter 5? Then I got one question, hold up, 2 questions. Can you keep it 100? Do you want blue blessings? Say we got all the answers, that's a scuba lesson. Do whatever it takes, like season 2 especially. Mikey B gon' ring the bell and get the 2-stepping. I doubled up and Jay say, homie, quit your 2-Xing. Dominate, don't compete. Champion came to win. What you say, Uncle G? Can we ask him again? I say, who got my money? Who got it? Who got it? Who got my money? Who got it? Who got it? Who got my money? Who got it? 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 Yeah. So that's what you got it. So I got what you gonna do about it? Who got my money? Say, who got my money? Who got my money? Say, who got my money? So that money's calling. So I gotta ask who got it. Okay, let's get to the paper. Talking millions on the phone. Okay, let's get some new haters. Ain't no feelings in the zone. Okay, you talking Premier. VIP all about business. I never hope for the money. Me, I go out and I get it. See, me, I go out on a Tuesday. You know, every day Tuesday. And you know, Sheriff stay groovy. It's a 10X movie. You know, we stay on the move. Gotta get money, they do it. Getting the wins, never losing. We never talk, we just prove it. Who got it? 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 Yeah, sure that money's calling. Who's got my money? So I gotta ask who got it. Who got my money? Got my money. You got my money. No. I got one question.
Who's got my money? And keep asking until you have answers. And once you have answers, then you go to who's got that money and you do whatever it takes. Once you commit to this concept fully, the money will follow like magic.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the center of the ring as we introduce the formidable boxer, Elena Cardone. Standing tall at an impressive 5'9" this powerhouse of strength and determination is about to grace us with her extraordinary 10X skill.
10X badass. Yeah, I'm after what I want. Money that I'm getting for investing, not to float. 10X badass. I'ma give you what you need. Chopper in the air, on the ground, I got a team. 10X badass. Yeah, I'm after what I want. Money that I'm getting for investing, not to float. 10X badass. I'ma give you what you need. Chopper in the air, on the ground, I got a team. 10X badass. After what I want. Investing, not to float. Give you what you need. On the ground, I got a team. Family, you know I got the team up. Got my soldiers with me, Scarlett and Sabrina. Real estate, so you know we in the deal up. Room full of women, room full of big thinkers. Clydesdales pulling all the way together. Family forever, getting bigger, getting better. Gulfstream got us in the air with no feathers. ELE and they elevate with every letter. 10X everything, nothing's gonna stay the same. A boss and mama, wife, those the biggest roles to play. 10X women, and they here to change the game. Empower with my women, with my fiery flame. 10X badass. After what I want. That's the not to flow. I'ma give you what you need. On the ground, I got a team.
Building empires, breaking chains, taking over, leaving trails of fire, no restraints. With every step I'm rising higher, no one can detain. I'm a force to be reckoned with, my legacy remains. Lady E on the beat. Oh, that's a banger. To be an amazing mommy and create your own economy. Now that's gangsta. Walking in the chase every day like I'm a banker. When you see a boss babe, maybe you should thank her. The family is the fortune miscellaneous, no brainer. More than an entertainer, I'm a world changer. So remember my name, engraved in the stars. No boundary can hold me, I'm shattering these bars. Building empires, the ruler of the charts. Yeah, I'm the queen of this game, you're the queen of hearts. And I'm a badass,
Yeah, I'm after what I want. Money that I'm getting for investing, not to float. 10x badass. I'ma give you what you need. Chopper in the air, on the ground, I got a team. 10x badass. Yeah, I'm after what I want. Money that I'm getting for investing, not to float. 10x badass. I'ma give you what you need. Chopper in the air, on the ground, I got a team. 10x.
X ladies, just say it if you a boss. Swiping visas to season with Amex card. Turn the heat up, I need you to make it hot. Tell them haters I can't hear them from the top. 10X ladies, just say it if you a boss. Swiping visas to season with Amex card. Turn the heat up, I need you to make it hot. Tell them haters I can't hear them from the top.
Heels on, lock strap, Queen E on that. Billions in the bag, so I got a big bank. No fake, all facts, big check, no tax. Ain't a rich and Millie, this 1,000 unit contract. Saying no to normal is my normal thing to do. Me, I'm building my empire, so you could build them too. What you own, I'm too strong, I'm 10X. My ladies rock it best, ladies rock it best. Building empires is in my DNA. Getting this money is in my DNA. This for the family is in my DNA. E-L-E-N-A, E-L-E-N-A. Just say it if you a boss. Swiping visas to season for Amex card. Turn the heat up, I need you to make it hot. Tell them haters I can't hear them from the top. Yeah, building empires is in my DNA. Getting this money is in my DNA. This for the family is in my DNA. E-L-E-N-A, E-L-E-N-A. Look who came through bustin' new choppers. Talking about the hammer and the helicopter. Tell me what's my manners, I was never proper. Be a gold digger, babe, we want the best offer. She know how to hold on the fort. Babe, you gotta know your role. You know I be shooting for sport. Try not to get out of control. If you talking me and G, we going toe to toe. But if you get me in the ring, we going blow for blow. And trust me, you don't wanna box with me. Here to steal the show, it's called our robbery. Success is my duty, this is who I gotta be. Just know you can't spell Cardone without the E. Ladies, just say it if you a boss. Swiping visas to season for Amex card. Turn the heat up, I need you to make it hot. Tell them haters I can't hear from
The queen must be the strongest, toughest, smartest, and most disciplined person in the empire.
Who's got my money? Who's got my money today? Yeah, who's got my money? Getting money, never losing no. But I'm broke, but now I'm living adding digits, count my zeros and some decimals.
And I wish you would try to test me, yo. You should listen to the lesson, no. Masterminds out of Mexico, I invested dough when I let it grow.
Regiments I got a pocket full. Raise the income and your taxes low. Spend it right and then invest some more. And if you don't believe me, ask my doctor down.
What you mean? You mean Uncle G? Planting seeds for these money trees. Who got my money, please? Everywhere you wanna be like Visa, MasterCard, American Express. I bought the bank and I bought the jets.
I buy apartments, I send checks.
Yo, billionaire went undercover, help y'all discover who did it best.
Just bought 2 choppers, can't wait till they see the face and they see what I do next. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow.
Yeah, and only then do I buy something stupid. How stupid can you go? You can go as stupid as your cash flow.
You know what heals all ills? Deals. Look who went from meals to bills. It's eat what you kill when you're in the field. In the pipeline overflowing, I don't drip, I spill.
We don't seek balance, nah, we want extraordinary. If you really knew my dreams, it'd be more than scary. We got more to spare, ain't no shortage, baby. Winning by the chopper and another for my lady.
Talking about the bird and the strap. Say the word and she handle that.
Fully loaded, put it at the target, and you know we letting off every man. Got my money, who got my back? You can never get it if you never ask.
Big bags, legendary swag. Only one thing better than cash.
When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow.
When I walk through, no I won't do, no I won't do, no I'm talking to, not to, you know about to do, what? Walk in that door.
Chapter 6, Step 4, Who's Got My Money?
Who got it? 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 Yeah, sure that money is calling. So I gotta ask who got it? Who got my money? Say who got my money? Who got my money? Say who got my money? I gotta get it.
Yeah, we already had a network, but we needed the deal. What most people do is they try to raise money before they have a deal. And so we didn't do that. We had a deal, and everybody, we're just talking about, Julie asked, hey, when did you start raising money? About 5 or 6 years ago. And when we have a deal, it's easy to raise some money. When you're just trying to raise money for a deal that you don't have yet, it just, I mean, I know people that do that, but it never feels good to me. So then I'm committing, because I'm getting money from regular people. I'm not going to institutions. So for you guys that are like short on the money game, you don't have enough money and you want to do deals, the traditional way to get money from the marketplace is basically you put 10% in and you can get the other 90% from a big lender, a Blackstone, a BlackRock, some group, KKR. There's all these groups that are very easy to get connected to. Once you start playing in the real estate game, you just ask them, hey, do you know anybody that would give me a 90-10 deal? Basically, you would put in 10 million and they'll put in the 90 million. And then you could go buy $100 million worth of real estate. You could even go bigger than that because you take $100 million and go get $200 million worth of debt. So this $100 million plus $200 million worth of debt, and you could buy a $300 million deal. You got to come up with the first 10. They would come up with the 90. Now the problem with that is this: they're going to put a gun to your head. The documentation is their documentation, not your documentation. They're going to ask for a pref return, meaning some percentage of this deal goes to them first. So their money's first always, which is fine. I mean, they gave you a bulk of the money. That's your biggest partner. Okay. The lender's got to get his money, the $200 million of debt. They got to get their money. This guy's got to get his money next. And they're going to tell you they want a pref. A pref is a preferred return, a certain amount, probably 8, 9, or 10%, maybe more than that. We want ours, and then we do waterfalls. If you do above that, then you get to share in the profits, which is one way to do it. I didn't do it like that. Rather than me making one pitch to $90 million, I went and used the 2012 Jobs Act. Barack Obama passed it, allows me to crowdfund to the marketplace. We're going to talk about this more tomorrow, how to crowdfund to the marketplace and take a deal. I chose to do it this way, not because it's easier, but I think it's better for me, the asset, and the investor base. I think it's better for everybody because, one, I'm allowing people that need the investment. Blackstone does not need another investment. They're worth, I don't know, $1 trillion. BlackRock's worth 10 or 12 trillion. Vanguard's worth 11, 12, 13, 14 trillion dollars. KKR's worth, I don't know, $800 billion. They don't need more money, man. Trillion. The everyday people need the money. So I decided, and nobody's ever done this at scale before, to scale through my audience. We have about, my audience, just to show you how hard this is, okay? And not to talk you out of it, but it's not easy. We have 160,000 customers a year that buy a product from us. You guys would be counted, you bought to be here today, okay? We probably have 16 million people follow me on one social media program or not. 160 million people probably see our content a year, about 1/8 of a billion. 16 million follow, maybe 16 to 20 million. 160,000 buy, 18,000 are investors. This investor number will continue to grow though, because investors are hard to get rid of. It's very sticky because I'm paying you money every month.
So in doing that, how do you get the substantive relationships with every investor?
How do you get what?
The substantive relationships that they require by the SEC to,
Yeah.
you need to do that. You don't need to do that with crowdfunding.
No, the 501, what did we, 501, no, what's our raise? It allows people that.
It's a section of the Regulation D fund, right?
Yeah, Regulation D allows me to go raise money. I can get all the data for you. Or you could call Ryan and just say, what fund is it real quick? But it's approved by the SEC for me to raise money from people that know me. Don't have to be friends, don't have to be family. They have to be accredited or could be non-accredited. So out of this 18,000 people, about 2,500 of these are accredited. They make 200 grand a year or more. And 15,000 of them or so are non-accredited. They make 200 grand or less. Now, that being said, you don't need to worry about any of this on your, 506. 506, okay. So in the beginning, if you're trying to do like $1 million raise, guys, I did this for the first, 20 years that I did real estate. Friends, family, brother, uncle, my friend Dale, bro, it was a subscription letter. I didn't even use a lawyer. You are investing in my deal. I have control. You have no control. Literally, it was written in this caveman-like language. You have no control. I have all control. If I have money to distribute, I will. If I distribute to me, I distribute to you. I can't promise you nothing. This could be a loser, blah, blah, blah. Go ahead.
It's the 506C.
506C.
506C allows the issuer to raise an unlimited amount of capital from an unlimited amount of investors so long as each investor is accredited. In contrast, 506B is a safe harbor under the Securities Act in which allows security issuers to raise an unlimited amount of capital, an unlimited amount of investors, and up to 35 sophisticated investors. However, the issuer cannot engage in general solicitation and can only sell to pre-existing substantial.
Yeah, when you breach this, when you use this, you can't go on social media and say I have a deal. Right. So
it's how the fund is set up.
But look, all this don't complicate this. Okay, you're going to go to friends and family first, and you're not going to go to anybody. Look, I'm your friend now. You only need one friend, bro. Like, you get a deal that's too big for you, you don't need one penny. Like, you go to KKR, they want 10%. I don't need you to put any money in. Find me a deal that you can't take home. It's in my market. I like it. It's big enough. It scales. Find me 10 of those. Okay? Find me 15,000 units I can close this year. Bro, I'll put you on all of them. We'll work a deal out. You don't need any money. You don't need credit. That bottom line is, I am your network. I don't know if you guys are paying attention to this. You're like, okay, what are we doing here? What are we doing? You're getting connected to a freaking player. Okay? I don't want 15,000 units. I already told you guys what I wanted. Did you hear it earlier? I want 150,000 units. I want 300,000 units. I want to put together a network of people that own the country. We get our country back. Okay? Who makes the rules in this country? People that own the real estate make the damn rules. So if you guys if you want to keep going to the bank and feeding the freaking beast in the institution and taking a knee and kissing the ring, well, fucking quit complaining about it. Okay, you keep your money at Wells Fargo, quit bitching about it, bro. They got $7 trillion under management. You leave your money at Charles Schwab, guess what? They own the freaking universe. You leave your money at Fidelity and Vanguard, guess what? These are the rulers of the universe because you took a knee, got in line, and gave your money away. Sorry, okay? You're part of the problem. So what we did was we created a vehicle and said, hey, we want to educate people. So the people that invest with me at Cardone Capital, all 60, they know exactly what kind of assets I'm looking for. The best investor is an educated investor, not a stupid investor. Somebody that is educated, okay, I understand long-term, cash flow, tax write-offs. I can't control the market. I can't be like, tomorrow everything's worth more money. There's cycles and dips. We go for long periods of time, 10 years and 10 more. Okay, we'd like to never sell if we don't have to and get everybody their money back. So we want an educated investor. When you go to New York and get money from New York, Julie, this is what we're going to tell you. We need our money back in 3 years. We'll give you one year extension, maybe two, but I doubt it. We want a 12% preferred today, probably is what they want, which means every $10 million they put in, they want $1.2 million back. In 10 years, they will have their $12 million back. But they're not going to even go 10 years. They're going to put you on a tap out right here. They're going to be like, in 2027, we need our money back. We'll give you the 20. Well, what if the world's falling apart in 27? They're going to be like, hey, shoot yourself in the head, bro. We want our money back. So that's what's going on right now. There's $2.7 trillion worth of debt in the marketplace right now, where all these big institutions, they all borrow money from one another. Okay, like I'm just cracking the code for you guys. I'm showing you behind the curtains of what goes on. This 2008 was a stripper buying 10 houses.
Taxi cab driver.
Cab driver buying 10 houses. The pizza delivery man buying 10 houses. There was no Uber back then. Okay, and by the way, that was not like, I don't know why everybody gets all sensitive when I talk about the stripper buying 10 houses. She did. Okay, it was the bellman at the store buying the bellman at the
hotel.
The hotel that was buying 10, whatever. That's not a critical comment about her. Okay, about the stripper or him, the stripper. Dave, you were a stripper, weren't you?
Yeah. Well, because they all their money's cash and they were stated income loans.
Yeah. So but I could feel everybody get a little like, oh my God, that was uncomfortable. What are you talking about? That's what happened. Okay. And by the way, the stripper's not the problem. The problem was that some bank, this all started under the Clintons. Somebody at the political level, politicians have used real estate for 50 years to control voters, right? You deserve a home. Okay, that's a lot better than you deserve a trap. You cannot sell a trap. You can sell a dream. You deserve a home. Everyone deserves a home. Everyone should have a home. Every black and brown, every single mom in this country deserves their own house. So what we're going to do is give a 100% loan. We're going to change the law so you can document more than that, okay? We can actually go pay an appraiser to say the house is worth $160,000, when the truth is the house is not even the market value of the house. They disregarded market values and used appraised values. And we're going to give you 100% of that, and you deserve a home. In fact, you could have 10 of them if you wanted to. and they buried Americans in this thing. They did this in the 1800s with the ranchers. You guys just need to study history. This shit has been, this is called pulling the rug. We're going to give you a bunch of debt. We're going to get you to buy your assets. We're going to pull the rug, bro, and we're going to get all your shit back. Guess who were the biggest real estate investors in 2010? A company called Blackstone. They bought 10,000 units on this beach right out here. 10,000 condos. It's when I became interested in Miami. I'm like, I was looking on a map, I saw this news, I'm like, God damn, they bought 10,000 condos. Guess how they paid for them? What do they have? Cash. Where do they get their cash? They raise it all. Okay, they literally raised enough money to buy 10,000 condos, paid for it in cash, put renters in all 10,000 of them, no debt, waited for the debt market to go down again. They drive it up to seize people's properties. They're running this game right now. They push interest rates up, crashes the real estate market. Everybody that owns real estate has to get out of it. They come in and grab everything with cash because they're connected to the Fed and the printer. They grab the real estate with cash. They drive interest rates down, another part of the cycle. They drive rates down, and guess what they do? They take their real estate that has cash flow, they go borrow against the 10,000 units, all of it. They print a piece of paper called a bond, okay, a treasury bill. They sell it to grandmothers under a new vehicle. They create a new fund, treasury bill fund, whatever. Hey, it's going to pay you 3 or 4 or 5% dividend. Boom, they sell it to a bunch of grandmothers. They cash out of all the real estate with the bond, put all their dough in their pocket, no tax event, because they borrowed against the bond. Okay, and the cycle repeats itself. They have a bunch of renters in, and then they go sell off all the real estate, or they put it into funds. Now, what happened in 2020 was COVID hit and the cycle started again, okay? And then money got really cheap, zero. Blackstone went out and bought tens of thousands of units. Look up and see what they bought just in Florida. I think they came back to Florida and did 10,000, but this time they freaking, you know, Jay-Z says you don't get high on your own supply, or somebody said that, okay? What happened was Blackstone, big offender. They went and grabbed a bunch of adjustable cheap debt in 2020, 21, and 22. How many units did they buy here?
I'm looking.
I'll bet you they bought 10,000 in Florida, 10,000 units in the state of Florida, probably 100,000 across the country.
21 and Jan of 14, they spent $25 billion on 16,000 homes to manage as rentals. That's what he's talking about. Deploying capital from the $13.3 billion fund that it raised the previous year.
Okay. Now they're going to raise money from a fund, and then they raise the money. How much? 25 billion?
13 billion.
They were raising $2 and $3 billion a month. $25 billion. Now, right now, if you're watching this, you're at your house right now watching this. You got your dog there. Your 2 kids are bugging you out. And you're like, what the hell am I watching right now? Dude, you're watching the greatest real estate opportunity in your lifetime.
Oh, here we go. Here's a headline from April of 24. So Grant's been talking about this correction the entire year this year. Blackstone betting $10 billion on multifamily going on the real estate offensive in South Florida.
Yeah. So this is what these guys do. They go to a sovereign fund. They're buddies at Teachers Credit Union. California, CalPERS, a California fund, a pension fund. Florida fund, billions. These guys have billions of dollars of fireman money, police money that comes in every 2 weeks, right? They go to Dubai, Abu Dhabi. Hey, here's a check for $5 billion. Boom, here's the Blackstone, $5 billion. Okay, there's so much money, it's unbelievable in the system. So Blackstone takes the $25 billion. That's not good enough for them. You remember the 90-10, right? The 90-10. Julie's going to go put 10% of the money up, get 90% from somebody, and then she's going to go get a loan for 3 times that. What do you think these people did? They raised $25 billion from their rich friends, institutions. These aren't really individuals. It's a guy that runs a company that gets paid 300 grand a year and goes to strip joints, sends him to the strip joint. He's happy there, gets him drunk, sends him on a vacation. Boom, give me a check for $1 billion. Bang. This is how this game works, man. I've never done any of that, okay? I've never met anybody in a strip joint to get money, and I've never gotten money from any of these groups, ever. Okay? I do go on Instagram and talk about how good my deals are. That's how my money comes in. Okay, so these guys, not only did they raise $25 billion from the teachers, the CalPERS, the Prudentials, the MetLifes, the New York Lifes, the Teachers Credit Union, the sovereign funds, then they went and put debt on this shit. Not even 3 times, probably 4 times, because they are Blackstone, you know. So they got $100 billion worth of real estate. And they did all this between 2020, 21 and 22. And they loaded up, bro. They backed the truck up hard. And then they bought their own they started inhaling, consuming their own drug. And they put this on 3-year debt at 3%. And they didn't know, because they were listening to their boy Jerome Powell, okay, say, we're not raising rates. September 2020, we're not raising rates. We will not raise rates. We will not raise rates. 12 months later, they had raised rates 500 basis points, 5%. It went from 0 to 5% in 12 months after this guy, Jerome Powell, who is an extension of Dr. Fauci. Fauci couldn't sell the freaking program anymore to the American people to go get the vaccine, and where he stopped, they tried to insert Ukraine. When Ukraine didn't work, they went to inflation and interest rates. Now, I know some of you think, oh, he's in conspiracy shit. Let me tell you why I buy real estate, because I believe in conspiracies. Okay, I don't believe shit I can't touch or understand. Inflation, I can't touch it or understand it. COVID, nobody could ever explain it to me. Real estate, give me an address and I'll go see it. Your 189 units, I don't need to believe you. I need to go Google it. What's the address? Okay, here I'll show you one.
It's on Pritchard Lane. Let me get the rest of the address.
Name of the apartment building.
Villa Ladera.
Villa La
Dera, D-E-R-A.
Where?
Dallas.
There it is. Okay, I don't need to believe her. I don't need to believe Fauci. I don't need to believe the CDC, the WHO, the Joe Bidens, the Donald Trumps. I'm like, let me see what that is. See, this is me. I'm just a simple guy. Bang. Is that it? Okay, it's purple, it's orange, it looks like it's a high school.
We thought prison, we're painting it.
Okay. So, 100 billion, this is one group. And you're like, what does that mean? All this is bad debt. All that's bad. And you're like, man, how could a company this big make a mistake? You guys need to do a little history, man. Just do a little history. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, how many times have they been broke? Every time. What are you talking about? They're always broke. Okay, so this country's done this over and over again. Our entire banking system's broken. It's not uncommon for 600 banks to fail in 1 year. Banks are terrible investments. They make awful decisions. Okay, so back to the real estate. Why do you want to be in real estate? Because this cycle is going to continue to repeat itself. And if it continues to repeat itself, we will continue to have banking collapses. Okay? Real estate corrects when the debt is in crisis. When debt is in crisis, the Fed, 2008, we got to save Ford Motor Company. We got to save Chrysler. Chrysler's been saved 3 times. The airlines have been saved 7 times or something. It's crazy, dude. Like this will always continue to happen. This is what I study every day. When is the next crash? And where do I want to be when the next crash happens? Because there's some part, pull up David Trepper. There's some part of the crash that works.
What about Tepper?
Yeah, just look him up. Look him up in the news recently. Okay?
Do they have to sell all that property?
These guys?
Yeah, right now.
100% they're going to have to sell it all. Now, remember that group I said I bought 3 deals from? They were buying this stuff. Everybody was doing it. This is not like just a Blackstone. Starwood, Blackstone. Look at all those people's names I showed you. They increased their portfolios, not made them smaller. The issue is, when they increased their portfolios, did they use debt? The last 4 deals I did, $500 million worth of deals, we paid cash. Why am I paying cash? Because I don't have any debt. I got no debt against me. I can't lose that asset. Okay, because debt's not friendly right now.
Gee, what were you trying to? What
David Pepper News.
David Tepper.
Yeah, David Tepper. And put in contrarian. He made a fortune in 2010.
Okay, is that what you're trying to find?
Yeah. So you see, you're looking at this right now. You guys are looking at this. Maybe you were born in 2010.
Yeah, he turned 27 million into 50 billion.
Yeah, 27 million into $50 billion. Being a contrarian, okay? So how do you be a contrarian? You have to study. You can't be emotional in the cycle, right? When you see these ups and downs, you're like, okay, what's happening here? In 1980, what was happening? Big expansion in America. And then it fell apart. So money got cheap. It got easy. What happened? Falls apart. Okay? Look from 1990 to 2000. Oh my God, the world went to this massive 10-year expansion. The internet, boom and bust. Bang. 2000, it collapses and then falls apart again in 2008 because of the housing crisis. So every time there's a debt problem, there's a housing problem. It affects everything. Money's not cheap and easy anymore, and people that can go in and scoop. You can make more money in one deal in your lifetime than you can make your entire lifetime. In 2012, I bought 1,016 units, if you guys could pull up the article, in Miami, Florida. I just finished telling you about Blackstone buying 10,000 units. I'm in Los Angeles, California. I didn't live here at the time.
It's called the Farage portfolio.
Yep. And I'm sitting in Los Angeles and I see Blackstone and I start looking at Miami. I'm like, God damn, Miami. If you ever look at Miami on a map, you're like, from a Google search, you're like, God dang, that's sexy. You don't just look at Miami, the Florida. Look at Miami Island. Miami, the what? What's it called? Miami Beach. Yeah, it's called the beach. I never knew why it was called Miami Beach because there's Miami Beach and then there's Miami. Okay? And these guys were buying 10,000 units all up and down Miami Beach. And this is 14 years ago. 14 years ago is not that far. Man, Miami's going to become a New York. The first investment was with Blackstone and then everything that followed it. And it just so happens COVID actually improved the quality of life in Miami because it started driving people from Illinois, Michigan. Like, who would have thought people from Michigan would move to Miami? But they did, okay? New York City came down here, New Jersey came down, Boston's coming down, and then tech came down. Illinois started coming down. Ken Griffin came down here. All this money, Ken Griffin's worth $54 billion, okay? And brought his company down here. He's building 1 million square feet of office in downtown. All these jobs and opportunities, technology's coming, banking's coming. It's not just drug dealers. See, in the 1980s, we were drug dealers in this town. It was Miami Vice, it got a bad rep. The town never fixed its promotion. Hollywood, California. Why so much money going to Hollywood? Because they're in TV, man. Anything that's on TV can hurt you or help you. Waco, Texas, what was that remembered for? A TV event, right? You understand what I'm saying? So the real estate that you invest in, you want it to have some glow because it grows faster. Austins, the Dallases, the Houstons, the New Yorks, the New Jerseys, the San Franciscos, the Oaklands, these are known name cities. San Diego, California, okay? But they have these cycles and they have these blips. Well, look where we're at in the cycle right now. You're at the top of this cycle. And you're like, well, why are you buying real estate right now? Because my cycle is already in correction. This is housing. This is single family homes. I don't have a map for you on apartments, okay? We're in massive correction. I just bought $500 million worth of real estate. It's documented in the records. This real estate should have sold for $800 million. I know I'm 300. Me and my investors are $200 to $300 million in the money today. We just bought a deal in Melbourne, $88 million. That's replacement cost. You can build it today. It won't be up for 3 years. If you started today, 24, 25, 25, 26, 20. It wouldn't be finished till 27, okay? I got Elon Musk and SpaceX literally 30 minutes north of us. I can go to my deck and watch rockets bang, bang. I'm like, shit's Great. We got engineers living in our property. We're 85% occupied. It cash flows at about 4 to 5% the first day we own it. It was $88 million to replace it, and I bought it for $72 million. I'm $16 million under replacement cost. Okay, so I'm already in the money. I'm stealing. So it's cash flow positive. I get big tax write-offs. It can't go away. I can't build it again. If I tried to build it again, it wouldn't be built for till 27 or 28. Looks like a sure thing to me. Boom, I plot my money and I pay cash. I wait for the debt market to get friendly again, back to 4%, and I go get a loan for $60 million. I get the loan for $60 million, return it back to my investors, Jared, Grant, Elena, everybody that invested in a deal. I'll send $60 million back. We own a $90 million piece of property now. Let's say it's 2 years from now for $28 million. Seems like a good investment to me. Oh, by the way, particularly if we go through another crash and the Fed starts printing money again, which they will. You know they're going to print again. Donald Trump's going to print again. They all print every time. They just figure out a new way to print. Even if they just tell the bank, hey, just extend all your bad loans. By the way, that's another form of printing. Without printing, just extend all the bad loans out forever. And nobody ever gets paid back for anything. Okay, anyway. Okay, you know I'm convinced. The question is, are you guys convinced? Okay, here's the 10 commandments to get you further convinced to what you're going to be looking for. Number 1, thou shalt not find compromise location. Okay, thou shalt find a superior location. Do not compromise your location. Number 2, thou shalt have cash flow of a minimum of $2,000 a month. So when you leave here, if I have you convinced, if I have you like, okay, I'm ready, bro, I'm gonna make $1 million off of one deal by March of 2025. That's the goal. My next birthday is March 21st. By March 21st, everybody here buys one deal. Everybody that's here, one deal. It's gonna be $1 million score. You're not gonna compromise your location. And it's gonna have $2,000 a month positive cash flow. Number three, it shall be a financeable deal. My deals that I paid cash for, I didn't say they're not financeable. They're financeable now. It has to be financeable, but it doesn't mean I'll finance it. Okay, number 4, it should support management. You should not be picking up those checks.
So typically, if they're looking for a deal that will support management, like what are your kind of guidelines for that? How big?
Well, look, the smaller you go, the more the management fees are. So if you're going to go 14 units, you're going to pay 10% management. Go ahead.
The $1 million in your deal, what time horizon is that?
I don't know. How fast can you take 32 units and raise the rents? $400. Faster you can do that, faster you make your $1 million. So like I've had property I found, we bought a deal 2 years ago. We raised the rents $500 a month on 204 units. And we raised the rents $500 probably in the first 13 months. Multiply 500 times 204.
Yeah, so a lot of people are asking that too. Like if somebody has a lease for $1,000 a month, you can't come in and change their rent price.
You can't over 13 months though.
But once that lease renews, then
they're all renewing at 13 months, right? So nobody gets you don't rent an apartment for more than about 14 months. There's a reason why, because I want to renew you at a higher rate. You don't get a 3-year rent, okay? That's not it. So it's.
And sometimes too, like if you buy a property that's maybe been owned by somebody for a really long time, sometimes they'll actually get their tenants will be like they'll sign a 2-year deal and then they'll just go month to month, or they'll sign up a 1-year deal and then they'll just go month to month because they're managing the property loose. They're being lazy with it, and you can go in and start raising those rents immediately.
I mean, that deal that I did, $500 a month. Just do the math on this. $500 a month. Everybody do the math. Grab your phone, grab your calculator. 500 times 204 times 12. 1224. Okay. Assume not kept at all. Assume the first $2,000 a month we were charging pays all the expenses at the joint, and the extra 500 that we raised the rents, because we didn't do that much there. We spray washed it, changed the name, put in 2 palm trees, and raised the rents. Why are you raising the rents? Blame it on Joe Biden. I don't know what to tell you, fuck. You know, it's inflation. I don't even understand it. I just have to. Okay, all right. The location's so desirable, nobody left. Okay, that's what you want. I got a Trader Joe's across the street, bro.
Is that Boca Raton, Grant?
Yeah, the Boca Raton deal.
Meisner.
So, Meisner. It's called Meisner. So now you did the math. Is 1 point what? 1.224. But what's the new value that I created?
Which cap rate?
What's the new value? Because you know, now I have $1.2 million more cash flow for my investors, but that's not the score. What's the value created? If you divide that by 5.05.
That would be the cap rate. So you're dividing the 1.
Which I would never sell it for a 5, by the way. This is a 4 all day long today. This is irreplaceable. Can't get it again. Can't buy it again. Can't build it again. Like, nobody is going to dispute this. This is not a conversation to have, not a debate, not an argument. F you if you don't get it. That's mine. I got it. There's more Bitcoin than there is of that. There's 21 million pieces of Bitcoin. There's only one of those ever going to be right there in that location. So it's got to be sick. That's why you don't want to compromise this location. What is that, $25 million?
24.5.
$24.5 million of new value. I did that in 13 months. You get what you seek out. If you believe all men are dogs, all men bark. Okay? What you ladies need to be looking for is some beasts. Quit looking for dogs and start looking for men. Start looking for grinders. Quit looking for 6'4" blue eyes, okay? And start looking for some freaking guys that can take care of you. And quit talking about, I don't want a man to take care of me. That's stupid. Okay? God damn, you do want a man to take care of you. You kidding me? I want my real estate to take care of me. I want my kids to take care of me. I want my wife to take care of me. I want my damn employees to take care of me. I want to be taken care of. Fuck yeah, man. But I want to take care of other people too. So let me take care of other people. Number 5, thou shalt know your exits. How do I get out of this deal? Exits. Okay, you go into a movie theater, man. You sit down, man. I know you're carrying. You should be. Okay, where's the exits? I got one over here, I got one over here, and I got one in front of me. Maybe 2 in front of me. Okay, where can they come in from? How do I get out of here? Number 6, thou shalt be refinanceable. I should not try to be a holy man. Number 7, thou shalt exit at a higher cap rate. Meaning, I bought it at a 4, I gotta assume that I'm gonna exit higher. Not good, but you should assume the worst case. Number 8, thou shalt have positive job growth in my market. What you don't want here is you don't want sucking out. Like, you're never going to find me go invest in, I hate to pick on places, but yep, that would be one. North of there, Flint, that would be one. There's negative job growth in markets. There's parts of Lake Charles, Louisiana, where I grew up, that are never going to grow again. They're going to keep depleting out, and everybody will keep migrating to the southwest until they're going to have to migrate to another part, okay? Like New Orleans, Louisiana. No offense, if you live in New Orleans, I'm probably not an investor in New Orleans under any conditions. It's just, you're fighting the whole time, man. Like, you're fighting more people leaving than coming in. If you have more people leaving than coming in, you don't have any job growth. You don't have any rent growth. You're going to have more housing than you have people. You're going to have poverty everywhere. The Mississippis of the world, man, they're just tough places. Until somebody goes into Mississippi and says, Elon goes there and says, I'm going to build SpaceX for Mississippi, Mississippi's going to just keep being a problem. That's why you have so much poverty there, so much lower education, so many schools that are failing, hospitals that are failing. Ain't nobody changing that shit. The best thing the government could do is tell you the damn truth. There's about 10 places in America to live, and the other choices don't work anymore. Now, if you want to be off the grid and you want to go live in the middle of the wilderness, I know a lot of you guys think that you're what's his name, from Yellowstone?
Kevin Costner?
Nah, Kevin Costner does not live in Yellowstone.
Dutton.
Yeah, John Dutton. I know you guys think you're John Dutton because you watch Yellowstone for 5 seasons. Thank you very much. That's not Kevin Costner, that's John Dutton. And I know you love the whole thing. I ain't giving up 1 square inch. Okay, bro, you get your food delivered by Uber. You ain't a rancher. Shit ain't gonna happen, okay? 3 days of cold shit. You can't even build your own fire. Stop it. Number 9, thou shalt have competitive advantages.
Can I say one thing real quick?
Please, Jared.
Top 5
Say more than one thing, Jared.
Top 5 worst cities for job growth. Riverside, San Jose, Stockton, Bakersfield, San Francisco, all in California.
All in California, by the way. If you'd have looked this list up 10 years ago, none of those 5 cities would be on there. You got to watch these cycles. The cycles happen. So, you come to Miami. I'm in Miami, so I'm going to talk about Miami right now. Go to Fort Lauderdale, man. Go to Brickell. Like, you can't come here. You can't fly into this city and not say, God damn, this is beautiful. Did y'all have that experience when you came in here? Go to Scottsdale, Arizona. You're going to be if you're from California and you drive through Scottsdale, you're going to be like, God damn, this is clean, bruh. This is a clean city. Huh? Check out the cars. Cars are great. You know what? All that's California shit. Okay, difference is the roads are clean, the graffiti's not there, the crime's not there yet. Now you go down to Tucson and you're gonna see all the things you don't like about Arizona. And number 10, thou shalt make $1 million for every deal that I do, okay? Okay, guys, remind yourself of these 10 commandments, okay? You're gonna live by them, more importantly, you're gonna profit by them, okay? Now I'm gonna show you some paths to the math. And we teach this in our business courses. By the way, if you've never been to any of our business events, you should come to the business events, okay? Most of our real estate investors, by the way, about 90% of them own their own company. So a great source of meeting new people is our real estate conference. When's our next one? When's our next conference?
January 13th and 14th.
In?
Scottsdale.
Scottsdale, Arizona. Okay, when's our next real estate conference? 23rd and 24th?
13th. 2 days after that. The business summit is 12 and 11, 10, 11, 12.
10, 11, 12 is for business summit.
Yeah. And then real estate is 13, 14.
Right. So if you guys want to come hang out with us in Scottsdale, this is a business summit, okay? All we're talking about right here are 2 business owners is about how to scale your business 10x. Why do I want my business to grow? So I have money to invest in real estate. And then we do our real estate event. Okay? All my businesses service my real estate. Every business I have is to connect me with more people, put me on a purpose line with mankind, help people get bigger and better, not to be dependent upon the government, and then any money left over is to fund my real estate activity that can live after I can. Because my business will die when I do. Your main business, your main profession, your trade, whatever it is you do, boom, it's going to be over. At some point in time, in the future, AI or God is going to take you out. At that point, you're going to disappoint your family because you're going to leave them in a situation, or your investments will continue to take care of your family, okay? Now watch, I'm going to show you the path. And I always say this, man, follow the money. I don't know why more people don't get that. The saying is easy enough. Everybody repeat after me. Follow the money.
Follow the money.
Okay, write it in the chat. Follow the money. Follow the money. Okay? See, what you guys do is follow your heart. I don't know where we got, like, y'all got stuck in that Romeo and Juliet stage. Y'all know how that shit ended, right? And they killed one another. Committed the big suey. Okay, don't follow your heart, man. Follow the money. Follow the money. Let's do the math on the money. Okay, what's the target? The target is $1 million. It just so happens real estate is the easiest way to make $1 million without learning a new skill. Nobody's going to pay you $1 million for a job. Okay, you're not worth marrying. You can't bet enough at the casino to make $1 million. You're not going to inherit it. Your parents would have already given it to you. By the way, if you have parents that have $1 million, I can show you how to, don't wait till they die. I can show you how to actually get it fronted to you now so we can start getting it to work. So you inherit 10 million, not 1 million. Okay? The best, fastest way to make $1 million is by investing in a piece of real estate that would be 32 units where you raise the rents $200. That's all you got to do. Find the right property, 32 units, Keep it occupied at 90%. Not even 100. Do that for 12 months in a row, and you will have $69,000 a month coming in. If you were in a market cap or cap rate market, the 6%, you will make $1,152,000. Follow the
money.
Follow that money, baby. Now, you could become an artist. You could. The chances you becoming an artist and making $1 million, I mean, bro, come on. Dave's got a better chance of growing his hair back. Okay? All right? Okay. Now, inverse this. We're going to inverse this. $1 million profit potential, a target profit of $1 million. You're in a market cap of 0.06, a 6 cap rate market. You're going to divide that. The broker's going to be like, what are you looking for? I'm looking for an asset that will make me $1 million. I expect a 6 cap, okay? 32 units, 90% occupied, where I can raise the rents to $173 a month.
You clicked already. They can see it.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay. So what are you telling the broker you want? I'm looking for something to make me $1 million. I need 32 units or bigger. I need to be able to raise the rents $173 a month, and I don't need to keep it full. I just need to keep it at 90%. Okay. So I'm going to show you a little cheat sheet here. Okay. If you have 4 units, I'm going to show you how hard it gets as you get smaller. If you have 4 units, you got to raise the rents $1,250. If you have 8 units, you got to raise the rent $625. 16 units, $313. 32 units, $157. 64 units, $79. I think you're on page 29. And 122 units, you would only have to raise $41 a month. And trust me, no matter how bad your real estate is, if it's in the right location, you can raise it $41 a month. I won't even know that you raised it $41 a month. Why are you doing this? Why? Shit ain't my fault. Blame it on Joe. I blame everything on Joe Biden, okay? Okay, why not? Okay, he'll take it.
Oh, yeah, okay. Just show him the chart. Show him the chart.
What chart?
They didn't see the chart.
Oh,
y'all need to screenshot. Y'all need to screenshot this.
It's in your book. It's page 29.
Yeah, they fill it
Why
in.
Why do they need to screenshot it?
Well, so they can
it's
fill
in
it
their book.
Yeah, they can fill it in though.
It's not in their book?
No, it is. They got to fill it in.
Oh, well, you got to fill it in, guys. I can't do everything for you guys. But you find 10 deals that are too big for you, I'll buy them all. I can't do everything for you. I can't tell you what page to be on every time, where to fill in the blanks. But you find 10 deals that are too big for you in a market that I like. Hit the criteria of the stuff that I buy. Go to CardoneCapital.com. Make sure it looks like the stuff that I buy. I'll make you a partner in that deal. You don't need to put any money in. Okay? But do not find me a deal that I already know about, because I probably already know about it. So you're threading the needle here. So you call me up, Gary, I know about the deal in Miami, man. It's off market, bro. I know about the deal already. Trust me. You got to have some special, some unbelievable, relationship with somebody that's connected to somebody probably on that top 50 list or 100 list. Okay, number of units. This is called the increased value formula. You're going to learn this cold. Make a note here. I'm giving you hacks. They will not teach this to you in a real estate class. This is the increased value formula. Okay, make a note here. It assumes that you're paying a fair price at the purchase. I don't really care about the price I'm paying at purchase, just to be honest with everybody. Price is not probably the 5th or 6th least important thing to me. Listen to what I just said. Price is probably on the list of important things, 5th or 6th on the list. Why? Because I'm going to assume, because it is a commercial residential real estate, and because there's going to be an appraiser involved or two, because there's going to be other market comparables, and because other professional real estate investors will be buying this asset, and because there's going to be a major banking institution funding it, that I'm assuming that nobody's going to get TF'd. If you know what TF stands for. Okay. Okay, like somebody will overpay for a single family home. It's very difficult when you're looking at 300 units and the price is $104 million. everybody doing this deal, would you guys agree? Everybody doing this deal at $104 million is probably educated. So I don't know, maybe the guy gets ripped off for $3 or $4 million, he paid too much, but I mean, he's not getting ripped off for 24 million. Okay, watch. I'm assuming, on this page you're gonna write, assuming you're paying a fair price. Now all I'm concerned about is, what do I gotta do to add value to my investors, okay? You take the number of units times the rent increase. They have this in their book, right? This should be, in the future, guys, this should be animated.
Okay.
Number of units, yeah. Number of units times the rent increase. You just simply take the number of units. You say okay, but you're not going to remember it because you didn't write it down. Number of units times the rent increase because you're talking about something else. Times the occupancy. Fuck you. Times 12 months. Yeah. Can you play that Kanye Jay-Z opening?
Yeah.
Times 12 months divided by the cap rate. You're like, man, this is complicated. It is not complicated. Quit telling yourself that. Remember, at the very beginning of this, you said you're not going to make excuses. You're not going to cry. You're not going to cry, baby. You're not going to blame anybody. You're just going to learn it.
It's running.
Okay?
Yo, fuck you, Kanye, first and foremost.
What's that play again?
For making me do this shit.
You missed the first one.
Motherfucker.
Oh, wow.
You missed the first part.
I had to.
Okay, so let's do a little exercise. Let's see if you guys know the formula. That didn't work. You got 13 units. You were able to raise the rent $60 a month. The property trades at a 6 cap. It has 96% occupancy. What is the increased value using the increased value formula? $13 units. You raise the rent $60. The cap rate is a 6, and it's 96% occupied. Yeah, Marlene said it's not complicated. It's just foreign, right? Okay, I got some answers coming in. $149,760 seems to be the answer on number 1. Is that true?
That's what most people are getting.
Okay. Everybody will come up with exactly the same answer, which is reassuring. This is not like going to a doctor or an accountant, by the way. These people are never right, or an economist. You know, they took a tax return from a guy, sent it to 49 different firms. I don't know if you heard about this. 49, I should be a talk show. Like, I should do comedy at night. They sent it out. Dude, I should have a talk show, dude. Okay? So I'd love to do that, right? So 49 different companies, consulting groups, took this guy's tax form. All 49, by the way, came back with a different assessment of the taxes due. They sent that to the IRS and found out that all 49 were incorrect. Okay? This math right here, all 49 people will come up with the same number, the same answer every time. Now, why is that important? Because everybody is using the same math and the same multiplication and the same formula. This is not like the CDC or the WHO. Okay, everybody's using the same computation here. There's no bias in the system. Number of units times the rent times the occupancy times 12 months divided by the rate cap is the increased value. Okay, now in the second deal, 40 units, Dave, we could raise the rent $60, and your market trades at a 5 cap, and it's 90% occupied. What number did y'all come up with? Okay, most people are coming up with $518,400. I said it was a 5. See, now the reason you guys can't hear. No, I'm serious about this, is because you're confused about all the symbols. Like, you could tell me anything about any deal. All I hear is the things that are important to me. Like, we do this Wednesday call with a bunch of real estate people in a club, and we invest in deals. They're like, man, I got this deal. It's 216 units. The rents are $1,350 a month, and I'm in a 5.5% cap rate market. Da da da. And I'm like, I just collect the pieces that are important. Nothing else means anything to me because all I'm calculating for is this. You guys will learn how to do this, I promise you. Number 3, 200 units. Ooh, juicy, Lucy. Ooh, juicy. Okay, $25 a month increase in a 6 cap market rate, in a 6 cap, and the property has a 95% occupied. What is the increased value of the real estate? And then Jared, you're gonna do the panel, right?
Yeah.
I like it, Jared. Okay. What is it? What numbers y'all come up with? 54? Oh, I got a lot of different numbers coming in right now. That's scary. I'm terrified.
50,000.
950,000. If you got $950,000, you and Dave Robards go to the same school. That's called the Grant Cardone Real Estate Investing Interactive School. Okay, the best school where we laugh, we have fun, and we always give you the right answers, which is what all schools should do, by the way. Every school in America should give the kids the right answer. It's unbelievable to me. The kids get, literally still today, take a test. You got 2 answers wrong. Which one were they? Not telling you. I'm like, I can't believe, why would you leave a kid in mystery, man? Tell me what I got wrong, bro. I got 98 out of 100 right. I want to know which 2 I got wrong. Nope, we don't do that. We want to keep you screwed up. Okay. Now, what I want to do now is I want to make you guys understand, and I'm gonna prove this. Real estate is for everyone. You're not a coder. You're not a ball player. You're not a dancer. Okay, you have no great talents. You don't even look good. You got a bad face. You're short. Bad flat feet. Nobody wants you. Nobody's going to hire you. You have no great skills. You have no languages that you speak. You haven't seen into the portals of the future of technology. Bro, real estate's perfect for you because this is your last hope. This is your last frontier. Okay? And we want to prove it to you. This isn't about something Grant Cardone did good. Okay? I just knew when I was 8 years old, my dad would drive me around. He was a stockbroker. And on Saturdays and Sundays, all the kids would get into the car. It was a Lincoln.
Town car, Continental?
Continental. It's a Lincoln Continental. Man, my dad was so proud of that car. 5 kids would fill up in the back. We're all pushing and arguing and everything. My mom and my dad were in the front seat, and my dad would drive around looking at real estate. And I was always asked myself, my dad died when I was 10, and I wondered when I was 12 and 13 and 14, I'd reminisce on these times that I had with my dad, and I'd be like, I wonder why my dad was looking at real estate on the weekends, but he was selling stocks during the week. And I always had the fond place in my heart about real estate. Today I know that my dad was looking at real estate because he knew it was a way for him to off-ramp, because real estate was a better investment than stocks were. He was selling stocks. He was a broker. Okay? Why am I telling you that? Because this thing's for everyone. And what I want to do right now, Jared's going to come up here and interview some people that have worked with us to become very successful in real estate. Some of them had less knowledge than you had when they started. Jared, take the chair, bro.
Thank
okay?
you.
Beautiful panel.
Thank you. All right. What do you guys think so far? Let's get some love in the comments for GC, for giving some remarkable information today. This real estate thing, guys, I'm just telling you, like, you heard one deal. Like, that one deal changed my life, but I've done that 15 times. And I didn't come from a family where we talked about real estate. Other than a house, my parents didn't have anything. All their money went into a 401k. And so when I started making money working for Grant, I was like, you know, I remember I had made my first, like, I had 100,000 in my bank account, and I was tripping because I was terrified. I didn't know what to do. And so I said, Grant, what do I do with this money? And he said, I do this all the time with, give it to me, is what he said. He said, give it to me, and I'm going to put it in these real estate deals. And, you know, he had a big house. We had a good business. I had worked with him for about 1.5 years, so I saw how he operated and moved, and I was like, okay, here we go. And that started my real estate investing career. And like Grant said at the beginning, I got committed, just like the folks that we're going to bring up now. I got committed and just said, hey, look, anytime I have extra money, I'm going to be frugal. I'm going to live, you know, below my means, and all my extra money is going to go into real estate. And you know, over the course of the last 12 years, I've put in about $4.5 million bucks, and today it's probably worth 15 or 16 million dollars. And so I've actually made more money working a full-time job over the last 15 years than I did, made more money in real estate than I did working my full-time job. So it's changed my life. So it's changed Grant's life. It's changed my life. But I want to bring in some people now who are not connected to us. They're not employed here. They haven't been with Grant for 15 years like I have, so that you guys can hear from them how they got started and what the impact's been for them. I think we got Hayden first. Hayden, what's going on, bud? How are you?
I'm doing good, thank you.
Good to have you here, man. Hey, so let me ask you, before you started working with us, Hayden, were you investing in real estate at all?
I had no idea. 12 months ago, I had no idea about anything with respect to real estate. I had a 401k that had me concerned about my retirement. And so in my research, I ended up landing on this call that you guys are on right now. And from this call, I went into the mentorship program where I showed up every Friday early with my questions, went through the material not once, but 3, 4, 5 times. And I established relationships. And as a result of that, I ended up on the LP side of 6 deals, 1,700 doors north of that, an RV park with about 113 pads. And now I've improved my my condition with retirement. I've established these relationships, and it's all a result of getting into real estate and establishing these relationships.
And where did those deals come from? Did you invest in your own on those deals? Did you go find the investors just randomly? Like how'd you get connected with those people in those deals?
Great question. So they were all relationships I built in the mentorship program. There were people that were starting their own deals, people who had syndications already established, and through offline conversations, we built the relationships, the trust, and that's where I invested my 401k money into these real estate deals.
Awesome. And how has your confidence changed? Because a lot of people, they're seeing this stuff for the first time. How has your confidence changed hearing the words and understanding the math over the last 12 months being a part of the program? And I think he froze. I think he's frozen. All right, let's go to Jacqueline. Jacqueline, how are you? It's good to see you.
It's so much so that
Hi, Jared. How are you?
This
is great.
Yeah,
I'm so happy to be here. I've just learned so much over my experience with Grant, and he, as you know, my business partner is my daughter. Mm-hmm. So we first started off, we were going to buy a single family home. And then we met Grant Cardone, and since we've been working in his community, we now have our first 82-unit apartment building under contract. We're set to close at the end of January, so super psyched.
Yeah, that's awesome, Jacqueline, and I love that you and your daughter get to do that together. Question for you: over the course of the time that you've been kind of learning from Grant and been around this, for you, how has your confidence changed? Like, you completely shifted course. You were like, hey, we're gonna buy a house. What are the types of things? Because a lot of people try to go that way because they think it's easier to get deals done. It's easier for them to swallow. So what would you tell somebody right now that's like, man, I wanted to get into real estate. I was going to do single family. And now having the experience of likely having to go through a ton of calls and look at a bunch of deals in order to find a deal that you finally got under contract. What would you tell somebody who's trying to make that shift right now into thinking a little bit bigger?
Well, I would just, say put yourself in the room with people that are already doing it, that are already successful, and that are like-minded. And what Grant does, I think, is very unique because he actually provides the roadmap of the steps to do along the way. Institutions, they're just not sharing this kind of information with you. I mean, when we're on calls with him, he's, you're in his head. He's telling you his strategies he's calling brokers and teaching you how to establish relationships and just every step along the way, along the whole acquisition. I mean, when I first started, I could barely say I'm a real estate investor. Now I'm saying that with full confidence. I am a real estate investor. And I just love what, that it's doing for my family. We're going to build generational wealth. And I love that it's enlightened them. So yeah, I mean, the confidence has been huge.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And thanks so much for being here. Good luck to you in the next year. JP, how's it going, man?
Awesome. Hey, Jared.
It's good to have you here. So before you started following Grant, learning from Grant, what was your real estate experience?
Not that much. I did some single family investing, and I started actually kind of investing into as a passive investor on the LP side into multifamily. But I always wanted to actually become an operator and run the deals myself.
And
so I joined the real estate club with zero units.
So you come in, you had some single family that you had invested in, you started learning from Grant, got involved in his programs, and so what changed for you? So now you're like, I was going down this single family route, I was a passive investor, like what changed for you and where are you at now?
No, it was just eye-opening. I joined the real estate club. Actually, my journey is much shorter. I kind of came across the WealthCon 5-6 weeks ago, back in November. I talked to some of the folks from the team, and they recommended the real estate club. I joined that, and then 2 weeks later, I pitched a deal. Grant was on it. We reviewed it with the team. He had some feedback. He gave us the thumbs up. And we actually were short. We were like kind of running against a pretty tight close, and we were short on the funds that we needed to close. But with after that deal directly, people reached out. Like people pinged me during the call. We talked to them the same day, and we were able to raise a couple $100,000 just from that one call. And then I'm really glad to announce we actually just closed this week on my first syndication deal.
Love it.
288 units.
288 units, awesome. And it got the GC stamp of approval too from the club call. So that's awesome. So five weeks in, you raised 200K from the group and ended up getting your deal over the line. Congratulations, man. That's an awesome story. Mel, we got Mel here. Mel, how you doing?
Hey.
It's good to have you here. Good to have you
from
here.
Winnipeg,
Manitoba,
Canada.
Yeah, Mel. Before you started following Grant, what was your real estate experience?
Actually, I'm a realtor and I own my own brokerage office, and been doing business as a realtor in the residential side for over 13 years. And only to find out that it's a different kind of world when you're in the investing side.
In multi-unit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And so talk to me. It looks like you joined you started working with us in February. And
that's correct. So I started in February in the mentoring call. And then we were so excited to see the real estate summit. So we went in July.
Now that's the 2-day live event. You went to the Real Estate Summit?
Mm-hmm.
That's the same event we have coming up in January, by the way, guys. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. And then so we learned even more during the summit and meeting a lot of great people there. We were so inspired going back. And during that same month, in July 31st, we found this deal, 28 units apartment in one of a prime location in Winnipeg. And we are competing with 2 other buyers at the time. And I was like, we better get this. And we did. And I'm so happy. We never had, we never had any experience of buying a property over 400,000. And now we're talking about 4.6 million for the 28 units.
Amazing.
And what we did is just to sell our house, get the equity on it, and find the rest of the funds needed, raise capital from friends and family.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So look, one thing I want to just point out to you guys is nobody here is doing this on their own. Nobody is you know, sitting on a stockpile of cash and then going out and finding deals on their own, figuring it out on their own. Like one of the biggest things that I always see in these calls is people get so overwhelmed because they think they need to do everything. And, you know, Grant is as big and successful as he is, he's not doing it on his own. There's 18,000 investors in Cardone Capital. He's got employees that are looking at deals. He's got brokers that are bringing him deals. He's got banks that are bringing him debt quotes, and he's got management companies. Like, there's all these relationships that you have to be successful in real estate. One of the common things is, how do I get started with no money? You get started by finding great deals, like Mel found. She found a great deal. She found a great deal, understood the process, got the deal under contract. She's selling her house to get the money. She's raising money from friends and family. That's what everybody does to get started, unless you're independently wealthy and you got a big inheritance, Julie. Thank you so much for being here, Mel. I appreciate it. And then we got John here, and I want to share with you guys something after John wraps up here that I think you guys will really enjoy. John, before you got started in Grant's programs, were you involved in real estate investing? Like, what was your experience?
So I bought a bunch of single family homes. It took me about 14 years to acquire 28 single family homes. And then I went to the real estate summit. When I got to the summit, everything that I thought I knew about real estate, I didn't. I was so focused on single family. That's what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to buy. And when I went to the summit, as soon as I left the summit, I knew I was doing everything wrong. Since then, I have bought 120 RV pads that I'm the GP on. We're currently developing 165 storage units. We're also developing 130 RV spots, and we're developing a 100-unit apartment complex at the same time.
Pretty big swing
All
there,
from
dude.
the knowledge of the
You
group.
went from all in on single family to all in on multi-unit. And what he's talking about is RV pads, which Grant talked about. He loves it. Provides cash flow, low expenses. Storage units, same thing. Each one of the units provides income. Your expenses are low. There's no tenants. These are all the types of assets that Grant loves. They provide passive income. The economics, the math, the increased value formulas work the same way on those as well. And John, how important is it when you're getting started, when you're making a transition from single family into multi-unit or commercial passive income producing properties? How important is it having a network of people to raise money from, to find deals with, to talk things with? Like, how important is that?
That's everything. Just not knowing it as much as what you think you did. Reaching out to people in the club and the team, and getting calls from other groups that have done it. Finding out how to do. We've never done a storage unit, so reaching out to a couple people that are in the club and getting their insight was everything. Also reaching out to brokers and stuff like that, learning how to do all that. It's just everything. And then the market. At first we didn't know the market. Now we're confident we know it. We're killing it. It's been great. It's everything to have a team. Couldn't do it without it.
That's awesome, John. I appreciate it. So guys, we just wanted to share with you some people that have had success. None of these folks here had been investing in real estate for their whole career. None of them had a silver spoon. They're all figuring it out on their own, just like you. The most important deal you're ever going to do is your first deal, because that's the one that gets you started. You actually get into cooking the recipe. You start figuring it out. Like if you have a grandma or a grandpa, or maybe you're a cook or something, and you have a recipe that you've perfected. It doesn't happen the first time you do it, but every time you do it, you get quicker, it gets better, it gets easier to do. You don't have to look at the recipe. You can just start doing it from memory. And so that's what happens is time is the most important thing in real estate, because time is what gives you the value. Time is also what gives you the confidence in the education. But you have to start consuming the information on a regular basis. It's like going to the gym and lifting weights. If you go in and expect to spend 3 hours in the gym, like we just spent 4 hours here today, if you come in and you spend 4 hours with us and you think that that's going to give you the six-pack abs and the muscles and everything, like all that's going to happen is you're going to work out really hard and you're going to be really sore the next day, and you're going to be like, I didn't get the result I was looking for, and you're going to bail on it. And so what we wanted to do is we wanted to put together a way for you guys to do the same things that these folks shared today, which is get connected to a group. Give yourself some time with this. Give yourself the opportunity to connect with people, to learn more, to get more experience, to hear more calls, to meet more people. And so for the longest time, people were asking us, how can we get this network? Like I've just been looking in the chat here. How many people have gotten connected with somebody over the last 2 weeks since you invested in this program? How many of you have gotten connected with somebody that you didn't know before? Just put it in the chat here. Just put me or yes or 10x or something with somebody you didn't know before. Because the reality is when you guys go home and you're like, hey, I want to invest in real estate, like you have to create your own network. And as all of these people mentioned, the network is like important things that you guys can have done so that you can be successful. And so we wanted to put together a way for you guys to benefit from the community that we've put together for the next 52 weeks. And we call it our real estate mentoring program. And essentially what we do is every Friday at 3 p.m., there's a call that you guys get access to, where all we do is Q&A and talking through deals. So we meet every single week. We have different members from our Cardone Capital team. Grant's on the calls. Ryan, Grant's right hand in real estate's on the calls. Andreas is on the calls. Ben is on the calls. These guys are in the market every single day looking at deals, talking to brokers, talking to investors, finding out what markets are doing well, finding out what the problems are in other markets. We've created a community so that on every Friday you can get together and you can start asking questions, because many of you guys have questions. This chat has been lit up all day with questions. How do I do this? How do I do this? How do I do this? What about this? What if it's that? Is this a good deal? Is this a good market? How do I find this? What does this mean? Like, you have all these questions, and if you don't get your questions answered, your confidence is going to drop and you're not going to do anything. And so we wanted to make sure that you guys had something that you could spend some time with over the next 52 weeks learning this, so that you could get connected with partners and get connected and build a network with people that are in other markets. Maybe you live in a market where there's no deals. Grant said the only time you invest out of market is when you know somebody that's in a good market that's on the ground there. And our mentoring program is going to be a great way every Friday for you guys to get connected with that. The other thing that comes included with this program is we're going to give you guys lifetime access to the Introduction to Buying Apartments course. This is a 24-hour program that's broken down. There's a workbook that goes along with this so that you can fill it out as you're going through it. You get lifetime access to it. You can listen to this thing as many times as you want. Many of you got the master class. That's a more advanced version of this course. This course slows everything down and it breaks it down. It's how to find the markets, how to find deals, how to call brokers, how to underwrite deals. Everything comes down. We took Grant to Turks and Caicos for a week to shoot this course so that he could just relax and slow down. It takes a couple days to get him to slow down. And so we wanted to take him somewhere where he could relax a little bit. The other thing that we include in there is the resource book. The resource book is basically all the deal documents that you're going to need. There are a lot of documents that go along with it. There's purchase and sale agreements, there's lease agreements, there's due diligence checklists. There's also a list of the top brokers from one of the major firms in here and their contact information. Eviction notices, like we literally go through the entire thing. You guys have access to that in the real estate resource book. Here's the real one right here. Application for residency, hurricane preparedness notice, lease violation, landlord written notices. These are all documents that you guys can literally just copy out of here and use. We would always recommend that you do have a lawyer review these, because some of these documents are legal and you just want to make sure that you do your own due diligence and have your attorney look at all that. But that's a 24-hour program that you guys get for life, and you can keep going through it as many times as you want to so that you can continue to get your confidence. We sell that course for $10,000 in our store online. We're also going to give you guys lifetime access to the Real Estate Masterclass. Some of you got that already, some of you didn't. It's an amazing program, 2 days, 16 hours, 2 8-hour days. Every single person that was in this workshop, in this mastermind, paid 10 grand to be in the room. There was about 120 people in the room. So there's $1.2 million in that room, just to be in that room and put this program together for you guys. 2 days of Grant going all in on real estate. We also include our resource book, which I told you about, LOI, samples, lease contract, due diligence, purchase and sale agreements. The big thing that you guys are going to benefit from, all of it's amazing, but the group. We have a private networking group that you guys all get access to and you're a part of. Can you hand me my phone real quick? I just want to show you guys what this looks like. So some of you had access to this for the last week or so coming into the event. But this is basically, what camera are we on right here? Here? This is basically the real estate mentoring group. Okay? All these people here, 24 hours a day, trust me, because I get the notifications. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, people are posting stuff in here. Let's see what some people are saying here. Let's see. Jason said, reminder in 30 minutes, I've got an opportunity in Houston I want to share. Rich said, somebody asked a question. He said, the taxes will rise as the assessed value goes up, but depending on where you are, the amount of increase is limited. Let's see, what else here? I really hate to ask this, but is anyone able to help me with a personal problem that's been unresolved that's preventing me from making any investments? That's another question that was in there. So we're creating a group. Right now, there's over 2,000 people in this program. There's 1,700 people. It's all good. We're good now. 1,700 people that are in this group from every market across the United States you can imagine, and some people internationally. Somebody just put, let's see, Jordan just posted at 148. Is there anyone in Washington with experience and capital that would like to partner with someone less experienced but willing to find deals and do due diligence? We're creating the opportunity for you guys to get connected with people that can help you guys get started. So you're going to get access to this for an entire year. You can't go build this on your own, I'm just telling you. This group right here has taken years to build. To get the trust, to get the credibility, to put a group together like this of people that are serious about investing in real estate takes time. And for a lot of you, you don't like talking to people anyways. So talking to people that you don't know, they're not thinking the same way that you are. More people are probably going to try to talk you out of investing in real estate that are going to support you in joining this movement of generating passive income and finding investments for yourself and for your family. We're also going to give you guys for the first 50, I think we're at 50 because the event's almost sold out. For the first 50 people who invest in this mentoring program today, we're going to give you guys a ticket to our real estate summit. This is a live event. Okay, it happens January 13th and 14th in Scottsdale. This is a 2-day live event. Not just to hear Grant go over more content like this, but so that you guys can meet people face to face. You've got to build a network if you want to win in real estate. You've got to meet people. You know, the networking group online is going to give you connection 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The calls every Friday are going to give you another opportunity to connect with people and ask questions that you have. And the event, the Real Estate Summit, is going to give you an opportunity to meet these people face to face. Now, I've got 50. If we go through those 50 or the event sells out, we also have a virtual option that you can attend this. So you can attend virtually just like we're doing now. And then our next Real Estate Summit, I believe, is going to be in, is it March or May? The next Real Estate Summit? It's back here in Miami. So I think it's GrowthCon is March, so it's April. It's going to be in April back here in Miami. Okay, we sell these tickets for $5,000 to come to the event. So included in our 12-month mentoring program, this is a solution. It's not a product. It's not something that you take and you're going to go through once. It's a solution that's going to take you over the next 12 months. So you're going to get 12 months of coaching and Q&A calls every single Friday. Somebody from our team will be there. Grant is there occasionally. Ryan, who's Grant's right hand, who's doing all of these deals with Grant, he's there. Andreas is there. Ben is there. We're going to give you the masterclass for life. We're going to give you the introduction to buying apartments for life. We're going to give you the resource book so that you can get familiar with all the legal documents that go around doing and managing deals. For life, you're going to get access to that. And we're going to give you access to the private networking group, which you cannot build on your own. I'm telling you, to build a group that big, you cannot build on your own. And then the last thing, for the first 50 who can come live to the event, we're going to give you a ticket to our 2-day real estate event. If you bought each of these things on their own, it'd be $37,500. We're not going to ask you for anywhere near that today, because you being a part of this community actually makes the community better for everybody else in it. So we wanted to make sure that it was a really easy decision for you guys. Today, you can take advantage of it for $4,997, so just under $5,000. So the question is this: what's your target? What's your target? What's your target for passive income? You want to have $5,000 a month in passive income? You want to have $10,000 a month in passive income? Or are you going to go try to find $1 million score on your first deal? Look, you have to invest time and energy and resources and money. Like if you got to get a lawyer to look at a deal, that costs money. You need an appraiser to go get an appraisal on a deal, that costs money. Like money is a part of this entire thing. The worst thing that you could do is try to go at it on your own and make a mistake. Remember I said your first deal is the most important real estate deal? For some people, their first real estate deal is a total failure, and they say real estate doesn't work. They get scared and they run away with their tail tucked between their legs because they got in too soon without support, without people to have the ability to ask questions to and bounce ideas off of and learn more about markets. Some of you guys are asking, how do you calculate replacement cost? How do I know what market rents are going to be? These are all questions that the group is going to help you answer. So you can take advantage of this right now at grantcardone.com/join. It's an incredible offer, grantcardone.com/join. We do have payment programs available. So for some of you guys like, man, Christmas whooped my ass like it did for me. You walk home every day from work in December and you got Amazon boxes piled up outside your house. We have payment plans available for you. I will tell you that this is an education investment. If you get it done before the end of the year, it's a $5,000 write-off. So if you want to find a way to pay less in taxes, this is something that can be written off this year before the end of the year, so that you can not pay tax on $5,000 of your income. So guys, take advantage of this. It's an incredible offer. We have an incredible guarantee on this because we want to make sure it works. If this doesn't work for you, then we want to make sure that you have time. Some people learn faster than other people. Some people like JP are going to come into our group and community, and after 5 weeks, they're going to raise $200,000 out of the group and go close a deal that they needed to close. So different people come in at different speeds. So we wanted to put together a risk-free guarantee for you, 100% risk-free. If you don't do a deal or invest in a deal with somebody else in the 12 months that you're in this program, we're going to give you an entire second year of the mentoring on us. Okay, so if after the first 12 months you don't do a deal or invest in a deal, we're going to give you the second year of the Friday calls in the group on us. And you still get to keep all the courses and the programs because we want this to work for you. You can take advantage of it, grantcardone.com/join. You can call our office at 310-777-0255, 310-777-0255. You'll see some of this stuff in the chat here. Jacqueline said, I've been to 5 summits. I missed one and promised myself I would never miss it again. New info gets shared every time because the markets are always changing. The networking is insane. This is a community that you continue to come back to because our community continues to grow. Like Omar here, since he joined our mentoring program, he went all in on the training. He went from 0 units to 142 units in his portfolio. Christian came into the program, and because of this, he had 0 real estate before. He's involved in a 121 unit deal that they have under contract right now. Maybe you're like Joanne. After 20 years of single family investing, we've heard a lot of people. I joined Grant's program 3 months ago and just became a syndicator in a 61 unit deal and raised $750,000 for it in just 3 months. There's no reason this can't be you guys. There's no reason that you can't be the next person that's one of these successes. You can try to do it on your own. I'm not telling you that's not an option. You can. But what I am telling you is that the likelihood of you doing the right deal, the perfect time, is like catching lightning in a bottle. I would recommend highly that you do this with us. You do it with the people in our community. There's going to be lots of support for you. There's going to be lots of cheerleaders rooting you on, encouraging you all along the way. Most importantly, helping you make sure that you don't make a mistake on your first deal that costs you a bunch of money, number one, or ruins real estate investing forever for you. So take advantage of this. It's grantcardone.com/join. The other thing that I want to tell you about is this program starts tomorrow. So you guys are, when you take advantage of this, you guys are going to get access to all of the programs today. You'll get that today. Tomorrow, we're actually going to do our first onboarding. So we're actually going to introduce you into the program. We're going to go over everything you get. We're going to make sure you know how to get it, where to find it. We're going to help you build out your calendar for the year on when we're doing the calls. The other thing that I want to say is all of the training that we do in these programs, all of the online training that you do, the live events that you do, the community calls that you do, these all count towards your qualified real estate professional status. You know, you're required, you can do some research on this, but this is the super tax hack of tax hacks, is to become a qualified real estate professional. And no, you don't need to be a real estate agent or a licensed broker in order to do this. There's some criteria that you need to meet that this program will help you fulfill. So that starts tomorrow. Remember, I only have 50 tickets to the live event that's coming up in just a couple weeks here in Scottsdale. Start the year strong. Start the year with a big commitment saying, this is going to be the year that I finally do it. Maybe you've been telling yourself for years that I'm going to get started, I'm going to do it. Make the commitment now. In order for a commitment to be a real commitment, in order for it to be a commitment that actually results in an outcome, you have to commit time and you have to commit money. Those are the only two things that are painful to get rid of that will reinforce the commitment that you make. It takes time, takes a little bit of money, but what's the upside? For me, the first $150,000 I invested into a deal is going to make me $2 million. Now that was 10 years ago, 12 years ago. Every deal ain't going to be like that for you, but that one deal, what do you think that one deal was worth for me? Changed everything for me. And so I encourage you guys, just think with one deal can change your life forever. This is something that has generated, real estate investing has generated more millionaires than any other asset class in history. You got to learn the game. This isn't something that's going to come and go. This is something that's been here for hundreds of years. And people have been making millions and millions of dollars, billions, trillions of dollars in this asset class for a very long time. So you should be the next one, but you gotta get the right information, you gotta get around the right people, you gotta get the right support so that you do it the right way. And I tell you, this program is gonna do that for you. So we invite you guys to join us in the program, the thousands of other people that are in this program, so that we can help you get started and make 2025 the year that everything changes for you and you finally become a real estate investor. So thank you guys so much for being here today. We're going to get started tomorrow at 11 a.m. We're going to get right into how to find deals. We're going to talk about underwriting deals. We're going to talk about deal criteria. We're going to talk about a bunch of stuff tomorrow. Make sure that you have your notes ready to go, because like Grant today, covered a lot of stuff that wasn't in the book, but that's where the gold is. So make sure you come prepared to take notes. Make sure you come with a mind. Make sure you have that target written down. Like, what is the target for passive income? Is it 5 grand, 10 grand, 20 grand? I'm at 25 grand right now. My next target's 100 grand a month. I want to have $100,000 a month in passive income, $1.2 million a year in passive income. And so now all my decisions get made about, you know, is the thing that I'm going to do going to get me closer to that? Is the thing that we're going to do at work going to get me closer to making more money so that I can invest more money to hit my target? Because that's how you guys should approach this decision. You got a target, you want to make $10,000 a month passively, you want to replace your primary income so you can become a full-time investor. What are you willing to invest to do it? And this program is the best program of its kind to teach you guys how to win in this type of real estate. So thank you guys so much for being here. I can't wait to hear about more of you guys winning. It's the single biggest paycheck that we get here is when people like Joanne or Jacqueline or JP or John or some of the other folks that came and shared today is hearing their wins and their success stories. So we hope that you're the next one. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning, 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Thank you so much for your time today. Congratulations for those who have already invested in yourself and in your future as a real estate investor. And we'll see you guys back here tomorrow.
Who got my money? Who got my money? Who got it? I gotta get it. What you finna do about it? I'm finna get it. Hey, deal estate. I hear the money knocking, knocking. Ding dong. Tell me, do you got it? Step inside.
All right, 10Xers. Thank you guys for a wonderful day one, and hopefully you guys have learned a ton of information. So with that, we definitely want to give you guys an opportunity to do some takeaways here. It's been a lot of information dropped, so we want to know from you guys what were some of those things that were light bulb moments for you, and what were your
right before the morning
from today. So we can actually go right into it here. We got some people that already have their hand raised. So Kevin Ramirez, you want to go ahead and unmute yourself and let everyone know who you are and what your question is? All right, here, let me allow you to unmute. All right, can you hear me?
Hey, can you hear me?
I got you loud and clear, my man. How you doing?
Awesome. Hold on. Let me